Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Had the Power of Gacha and Pokemon story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Quirks made a big difference in people's lives ever since they first emerged. But with the involvement of Pokemon, everything grew even more chaotic, even changing the planet in the process. The Pokemons acted the same as they were in the game, popping out of nowhere to challenge people in certain areas. A lot of places became wild Pokemon zones, mostly forests and other outdoor places. The biggest concern were the NPCs, the notable characters that served important purposes in the game. The world government was in uproar in how to handle their appearance. But over the years, people and Pokemon came to grow on one another. A new way of battling where it incorporated a person's quirk was established, along with events for Pokemon trainers. Technology also advanced greatly with the emergence of technology from the Pokemon world. A few could only wonder how the world would develop with Pokemon by their side. Izuku woke up from his bed with a tired yawn. Another day in an unfair world. In a world where quirks decided the majority of a person's future, Izuku was quirkless. Izuku wasn't an NPC, he was just born unlucky. But that didn't discourage from his dream of being a hero. A hero that saved people with a smile alongside his Pokemon, if he had one. Sadly, they weren't allowed to buy a Pokeball until they turned 18. And unlike the lucky ones, Izuku wasn't born with a legacy Pokemon. Pokemons that get passed down by their parents. A main example of this was Yorozu family, who had a Gardevoir or Gallade as their legacy Pokemon. Every generation of their family would receive a Ralts at the age of 5 to train alongside their quirks. But Izuku already knew that the world isn't fair, so just got up to prepare for his day. After leaving his room, Izuku was greeted by his mother's Mr. Mime as he made his way to the leaving room. He saw his mother making breakfast. "Good morning, Izuku," 𝐒𝐿 greeted him. "Good morning, Mom," Izuku replied as he sat down for breakfast. Izuku ate quietly, unaware of the crazy day ahead of him. This is the story of how Izuku became the #1 hero and Pokemon MSTR. Everybody already knows how this goes, so let's make this quick. Arriving to school to receive the usual insults like being called Deku and other things, nothing new there. Getting to class only to get the same treatment, also nothing new there, bummer. "Get out of my thing way, Deku." There's Bakugo. An old friend that thinks he's the center of the world. Izuku can't wait for the day he gets a reality check. "Everybody take your seats." And the good-for-nothing teacher arrives as well. I wonder how he plans to avoid doing his job this time. A video presentation. Self-study. Or another day of praising Bakugo for acting like a villain. Feels bad for his future Pokemon. Well, everyone already knows the SHTS that gonna happen, might as well get to it. If you really want a quirk, why don't you take a swan dive of a roof and pray for a quirk in your next life? He tells Izuku to die every day. Does he really think hearing this SHT is gonna work on him? Well, he was goddamn right. The waterworks were already on its way anyway. With a few silent tears and depressing thoughts, Bakugo and his goons finally left Izuku alone. Leaving the classroom to get the notebook, Bakugo burned and tossed out the window, and Izuku was on his way home. And like any version of Izuku, a peaceful day was never an option. A blob of slime suddenly trapped Izuku, trying to suffocate him. "A medium-sized skin suit, just what I needed," the slime spoke. "It can talk, so it's not a Pokemon," Izuku thought. "Look for a weak point." Izuku looked around with his eye that wasn't covered in slime, then he saw it. An eyeball floated around the slime. Izuku reached for it, and squeezed. "Arg! You piece of s!" the slime villain yelled in pain, letting go of Izuku. Oh, the irony of that statement. "Have no fear, I am here." All Might's booming voice rang through the tunnel. With a mighty punch, All Might blew up the villain all over the tunnel. Izuku wondered if holding back was ever a thing for All Might. Well, he didn't seem like the brightest anyway. Oh right, unlike most Izukus in the world, this one doesn't worship All Might and most heroes. Besides, why would a quirkless kid like people with strong quirks when he lived in a world with Pokemons? Screw heroes. My apologies for getting you involved, young man. All Might said as he picked up bottle to contain the slime. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 said half-heartedly as he picked up his bag. All Might didn't seem used to people not fanboying over him. Are you alright, young man? All Might asked he started containing the villain. Took him that long to ask standard questions as protocol. So much for being the #1 hero, 𝐒𝐿 thought. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm heading home, got this 𝐻T off me. 𝐒𝐿 didn't bother waiting for All Might's response and already left. A few minutes later and he already arrived home. 𝐒𝐿. His mother came running at him while crying. What's wrong, Mom? 𝐒𝐿 asks in worry. Why, you didn't know? Katsuki was attacked by a villain, 𝐭𝐽 explained. 𝐒𝐿 raised an eyebrow, who could care less about that prick, but his mother was still worried. 𝐒𝐿 wouldn't hesitate to save someone, even if it was Bakugo, hell, his body might even move on its own to save him. But 𝐒𝐿 already knew the world was unfair, and he couldn't save everyone. 𝐒𝐿 didn't notice his mother let go of him, and his body take him to his room. The room lacked any hero merch, and instead was covered in Pokemon merchandise. Being stuck in his room never felt good to 𝐒𝐿, so he got changed and left. His mother was reluctant to let him leave, but he promised to be careful. What now? 𝐒𝐿 muttered. He didn't bother checking the news on what happened to Bakugo, he'll hear about it tomorrow anyway. 𝐒𝐿 didn't notice something following him. He arrived at a beach, well, more like a dump at this point. Hello, 𝐒𝐿 heard a voice behind him. 𝐒𝐿 saw a blonde woman wearing a white sun hat and a light blue sundress. Hello, 𝐒𝐿 greeted. Is that your Pokemon? The woman pointed at a Riolu hiding behind a trash bin. No, 𝐒𝐿 shook his head, something about woman made 𝐒𝐿 feel comfortable. Well, it seems to like you, it was following you for quite a while now, the woman explained. 𝐒𝐿 got confused. Wild Pokemon couldn't wander outside of wild zones, and the closest wild zone didn't even have Riolus. Here, the woman took 𝐒𝐿's right hand and placed something on his hand. Here. 𝐒𝐿 was surprised to see a Pokeball with a symbol for fighting types. Go catch it. The woman gave him a warm smile that made him feel like doing everything she says. It made him feel like a simp. He was contemplating whether that was good thing or bad thing. Screw it. Oh, okay, smooth. The woman gently pushes him towards the Riolu, who got out into the open. 𝐒𝐿 didn't exactly know what to do, so he just threw the Pokeball and hoped for the best. The Pokeball opened and the familiar red light covered the Riolu before getting scared inside. 𝐒𝐿 watched the nerve-wracking shaking of the Pokeball before he finally heard the ding, signifying that he caught it. Good job, the woman clapped at 𝐒�l's first catch. Thank you, 𝐒𝐿 bowed. Was it really that easy? 𝐒𝐿 thought as the woman walked closer. Here, the woman gave 𝐒𝐿 2 shiny crystal marbles, an orange one with blue and red designs and one with a rainbow design. Train hard, I'll be waiting to see you get stronger. The woman gave him another warm smile before leaving. 𝐒�l just stood there frozen. The woman practically gave him a Pokemon and some shiny marbles. The hell was that? He didn't know what just happened, but he will train hard and get stronger just like she said. And he'll start by cleaning this dump. I can't believe I got this motivated because of her, 𝐒�l muttered. Screw it, he was simp. Cynthia, where did you go? We were looking everywhere for you. Just walked around, Cynthia spoke as she took her sun hat off. Well, we need to go. Cynthia got on her car, and just as she was about to leave, she glanced at the direction she came from. I'll be waiting, young man. Her eyes shined as she looked at the sky. 𝐒�l had seen weird 𝐻T throughout his life, but waking this morning to some panel in his face definitely takes the cake. Train to be the very best. Reward, 5 slot tokens. Task 1. Clean 25% of Dagobah Beach reward. 1 slot token. Task 2. Clean 50% of Dagobah Beach reward. 1 slot token. Task 3. Clean Dagobah Beach completely reward. 2 slot tokens. Bonus, Go Plus Ultra. Task. Increase physical abilities by 50% reward. 𝐒�l knew yesterday was too good to be true, so he must have died, and this was a twisted version of hell. A few minutes passed and 𝐒�l just stared blankly at the panel in front of him. He decided to get up and leave his room, hoping the panel would vanish at some point. The moment 𝐒�l left his room, He saw his mother talking to police officers. They saw him, and the officers bowed before leaving. "Mom, what's going on?" Izuku asked in concern. "Izuku, you're not going back to school," 𝐭𝐽 said. "What? Why?" Izuku was actually really happy and didn't care why. After what happened to Katsuki, the police interviewed the school, and some concerning matters were brought to light. "So you won't be going back there," 𝐭𝐽 explained and walked away, clearly in a bad mood. Izuku did not want to test his luck and left after telling her. Izuku bought some breakfast at a convenience store and was forced to go to Dagobah Beach. Because the panel did not disappear. "Alright, I was planning to do this at some point anyway," Izuku mumbled as he put on some gloves and a mask. Cynthia sat in her car and is currently heading towards a meeting. Her secretary sat at the front as she explained the details of the meeting. Cynthia glanced out the window and saw mountains of garbage that surrounded the beach. Her eyes lingered a moment, then she saw him. The skinny boy he met yesterday was now cleaning the beach by himself. Cynthia smiled. "Good luck, hero." Izuku was slightly regretting this now. The amount of trash didn't seem to decrease at all, he even had Riolu help with cleaning. He fell on the sand, and quietly just lay there for a while. "Stupid panel," Izuku grumbled at the panel that refused to disappear. "Can you even help?" Izuku whined, then he heard a ding. Raging muscles. Bonus task, Gold Rush. Clean as much of the beach as possible in 1 hour. Strength increased by 200%, agility increased by 200%, dexterity increased by 200%, stamina increased by 200%, reward. Varies on progress. Izuku felt a surge power enter his body. He wasted no time and rushed to clean as much of the beach in an hour. People looked at him like he was crazy, but Izuku knew when SHT like this happens, you roll with it. He had seen enough isekai anime to know where this was going. Izuku felt proud at what he accomplished in an hour, and the power-up finally wore off. He heard 2 dings, and couldn't help the smile that creeped up to his face. Train to be the very best. Task 1 completed. 1 slot token received. Raging muscles. Bonus task completed. Rewards, free spin plus growth pendant. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Where do I use the spin?" Izuku asked in confusion. Just then a slot machine popped out of nowhere. Might as well, Izuku pulled the lever. The machine spun, and Izuku kept watching until it finally started to slow down. Reward, +5 strength growth pendants. Effect activate. Strength increased by 5 hair. Izuku stared at confusion at the panel. Status. Izuku wondered if things worked like how it did in isekai animes, so he tried saying status. He heard a ding and a panel popped out. Izuku Midoriya title, motivated by a beauty Pokemon, 1 strength, 21 agility, 15 intelligence, 56 dexterity, 22 stamina, 20 durability, 34. Ignoring the title, Izuku thought his stats were decent. But he had nothing to compare it to, so that was still up for debate. He did feel the change strength, so from now on, Izuku would go even more plus ultra. Itsuka Kendo had seen a lot of crazy people in his life, she lived in a dojo after all. But this green-haired idiot is at the top of the craziest people she ever met. Itsuka thought he was just another moron who believed he could clean the beach by himself and his Pokemon, but now she was starting to believe it as well. 2 months have passed, and the beach was nearly cleaned. He might even finish tomorrow. Oh, the greenette began staring at nothing again. This was also another reason she believed he was crazy. Most of the time, he would just stop and stare at nothing, then make some weird facial expressions. Jackpot! The boy began dancing like an idiot. She was 100% sure he was crazy now. Izuku learned a lot about his quirk, he called it Gacha. It gave him missions to do, along with amazing rewards that were mostly random. Then there was the slot machine. The slot tokens he get are used in the slot machine, and it would give him stats or items. It also had 2 choices, draw 1 or draw 10. Draw 1 were self-explanatory, while draw 10 had a twist. It had a bonus item that would change every day. Izuku currently didn't have 10 tokens, so he would just watch as bonus item changed every day. But it all changes today. Train to be the very best. Bonus task completed. Reward, Draw 10. Due to cleaning the beach, 𝐒𝐿 significantly gotten stronger. And since his stats were originally very low, increasing them by 50% was easy, except for intelligence. He had to study college books early for that. Though strength already got an early increase. 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya title, motivated by a beauty Pokemon, 1 strength, 31 agility, 30 intelligence, 91 dexterity, 40 stamina, 51 durability, 55 equipped, growth pendant passive, doubles the growth rate of the wearer. Finally! 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed. Draw 10. The slot machine began spinning, and 𝐒𝐿 vibrated in excitement. When the machine began to slow down, 𝐒𝐿 started to hold his breath. Rewards. Bonus item, Egg Dragon 1 Ultra Balls 5 Pokeballs plus 5 Agility plus 5 Agility plus 5 Agility 5 Pokeballs plus 5 Strength Thunderstone plus 5 Durability. The last one shined so bright that 𝐒𝐿 had to cover his eyes. Reward. Motorcycle. 𝐒𝐿 blinked, then blinked again. He rubbed his eyes, just to check if what he saw was real. Yep, an actual motorcycle just popped out the slot machine. How can this day get any better? Growth pendants effect activated. Agility increased by 15, strength increased by 5, durability increased by 5. It just got better. 𝐒𝐿 began tearing up at his status window. 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya title, motivated by a beauty Pokemon, 1 strength, 41 agility, 60 intelligence, 91 dexterity, 40 stamina, 51 durability, 65 equipped, growth pendant passive, doubles the growth rate of the wearer. In just a few months, 𝐒𝐿 became so much stronger. He even got a motorcycle. The motorcycle was the Renegade Commando 300, with a forest green color scheme. 𝐒𝐿 shed tears happiness, unaware that someone was drooling at the sight of his new motorcycle. I need to get a license, 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed and put everything in his inventory. Oh right, 𝐒𝐿 gained an inventory from his quirk. Capable of storing anything as long as it could fit in a single car garage. Luck was finally at 𝐒𝐿's side. Katsuki was angry, well angrier. Ever since he got saved by All Might, everything became SHT. His school got shut down due to multiple lawsuits. His permanent record was being questioned. He was also forced to undergo anger management sessions. This year was hell for him. He bets Deku was probably living worse than him. Oh, how wrong he was. I can't believe I got some Pokeballs, 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed as he was walking home. If I could get permission to enter a wild zone, I could catch more Pokemon and train Riolu. 𝐒𝐿 was so excited that he didn't notice he was walking towards a villain fight. F you hero! The villain yelled as his wheezing used smokescreen. Sudowoodo used Razor Leaf, Kamu Woods yelled. His Pokemon obeyed and fired Razor Leaf at the smoke, but by the sound of it hitting concrete, it failed. The villain was going escape, but then they heard a grunt. What the? The villain fell down as he bumped into 𝐒𝐿. Hey! I'm walking here, 𝐒𝐿 yelled in annoyance and punched the villain on the face, and with 𝐒𝐿's new strength, easily knocked him out. The people looked shocked and confused as 𝐒𝐿 just casually left. The villain's wheezing didn't even know what to do at that point. 𝐒𝐿 wondered how the egg worked. The egg he got from the slot machine sat in his inventory for a week now, no change whatsoever. Maybe I need to walk around while holding it, 𝐒𝐿 wondered. After all, Pokemon worked like it did in the game. 𝐒𝐿, where are you going? He heard his mother ask from the kitchen. Just going to test some things, 𝐒𝐿 replied. Be careful dear, 𝐒𝐿 said from the kitchen. Yes mom, 𝐒𝐿 stepped out the door with the egg in a backpack. He began walking towards the beach. 𝐒𝐿 began wondering if he could get permission to enter a wild zone. He needed a trainer license to enter without an adult. He also didn't know an adult with a license. 𝐒𝐿 sighed. I guess my quirk can't do everything for me. Then he heard the familiar ding of his quirk. Gotta catch 'em all. Task 1. Catch 1 Pokemon reward. 1 slot token. Task 2. Catch 3 Pokemon reward. 1 slot token. 𝐒𝐿 honestly thought his quirk was going to give him a way to get into a wild zone, but it just told him to catch some Pokemon. The moment he got to the beach, he noticed that he was probably close to halfway done with cleaning. The only reason he didn't think he was halfway done was because the mission still didn't give him the second reward. Stop! 𝐒𝐿 heard someone yell from behind the mountain of trash. 𝐒𝐿 ran fast and found a group people wearing black clothes and a big red R on their chest. All of them had their Pokemon out and was surrounding a little girl with orange hair in a side ponytail. Poliwhirl use Hydro Pump. The girl ordered her Pokemon. Salamence, protect. Green energy formed around the Pokemon, stopping the Hydro Pump from hitting. You think Team Rocket will be taken down by that weak attack? A man with the same black clothes but also wore a black jacket spoke. The girl's hand suddenly stretched and shot towards the man, but the man's clothes suddenly bursted into flames. The girl was forced to pull her hand back immediately. How? You guys can't have quirks, the girl shouted. Stupid beach, we ain't NPCs, the man laughed at the girl's shocked expression. Take her Pokemon, and let's have some fun while we're at it, the girl flinched at the words. The grunts were about to attack when a mountain of trash suddenly collapsed and started to fall on them. Over here! 𝐒𝐿 called out towards the girl. Don't let them get away, the Team Rocket grunt yelled as his Salamence used Protect to block the falling trash. Riolu now! 𝐒𝐿 shouted, then another mountain of trash began collapsing. Screw this, Salamence use Flamethrower. The grunt ordered. Salamence began firing a powerful torrent of flames everywhere. Some of the other grunts had to find cover as well. Poliwhirl use Hydro Pump. The girl's Poliwhirl shot the Hydro Pump but the flames were too strong to stop. 𝐒𝐿 then picked up the girl in a bridal carry, making her squeak in surprise. 𝐒𝐿 returned Riolu to its Pokeball, while they did same to her Poliwhirl as 𝐒𝐿 ran away while carrying her. They were now in clearing that 𝐒𝐿 already cleaned, hopefully Team Rocket wouldn't chase. You think you can run away from me? 𝐒𝐿 turned to see the villain riding on his Salamence in the sky. 𝐒𝐿 cursed and called out Riolu again. Your weak Pokemon don't stand a chance, the villain mocked. Hariyama use Focus Punch. A Hariyama suddenly jumped towards the Salamence, but the Salamence easily dodged the attack. What is it this time? The villain growled. Itsu. The girl beside 𝐒𝐿 yelled. Are you okay, Misty? The newly arrived woman asked. She looked like an older version of the girl beside 𝐒𝐿 and seemed to be his age. Dragon Claw! The villain suddenly shouted and 𝐒𝐿 was forced to block the attack himself. Both of the Pokemon on their side were fighting types and had a clear disadvantage against Salamence, who was a dragon, flying type. We need to get a hero, the woman spoke. I'll buy some time, 𝐒𝐿 replied. What? You can't take that. The woman argued. Just go. 𝐒𝐿 shouted as he ran towards the villain. He could see at the corner of his eye that the woman ran away with the little girl. 𝐒𝐿 heard the sound of his quirk, then a panel appeared. Pokemon Egg hatched. 𝐒𝐻 has been obtained Dragon MSTR. Challenge, become a Dragon MSTR reward. Title, Dragon MSTR Task 1, defeat a Dragon type reward. Task 2, catch a Dragon type reward. Task 3, fully evolve a Dragon type reward. Task 4, own the strongest Dragon type in the country reward. Talk about high expectations, nevertheless 𝐒𝐿 kept on charging. 𝐒𝐿 was fast, but a Salamence in the sky were too much, so 𝐒𝐿 just ran under it. What stupidity is this? The villain said as they dove down. 𝐒𝐿 called out his new Pokemon, and a greyish 𝐒𝐻 came out. Use Taunt. 𝐻𝐻 nodded and used Taunt on Salamence. The move worked and Salamence dove faster. Wait! Slow down! The villain shouted. Salamence didn't listen and even began to use Flamethrower. 𝐒𝐿 smirked and picked up 𝐻𝐻 and jumped away at the speeding Salamence. The Salamence crashed on the sand, then exploded. 𝐒� flinched, not expecting the explosion. The smoke cleared. 𝐒� saw the villain unconscious a few meters away from the crater, while the Salamence fainted and turned to red light as it was scared into a Pokeball. That was something new actually. Whenever a Pokemon that has an owner faints, they would automatically return to their Pokeball. That actually worked. 𝐒� smiled at his 𝐻𝐻. Dragon MSTR. Task completed reward. Plus 25 to Strength Growth Pendants effect has activated Strength increased by 25 title. Motivated by a beauty has activated Fight for a beauty reward. Pokemon Egg Random Izuku blinked as the feeling of power flowing into him washed over his body. At this point, Izuku didn't need to go to a wild zone to get a Pokemon. Hey! Izuku turned to see a man with light blue hair riding on top of a Metagross heading towards him. What happened here? The man asked. Izuku pointed at the villain. The man walked towards the villain, as the Metagross stayed beside Izuku. He returned his Axew and Riolu to their Pokeball. Riolu couldn't do much against a Salamence, but it was tired after using Focus Punch to collapse the mountains of garbage. Come with me, the man said as police officers arrived to detain the villain. Izuku informed them of the other members from before, then he was taken inside a police vehicle. The ride to the police station was quiet. Izuku was simply asked questions, and confirmed he didn't use his quirk. Technically he didn't. Panels and mission isn't exactly usable in a fight, so Izuku got home without trouble. Secret challenge completed scot-free, do something stupid and get away with it. Reward, selection A panel with different items appeared in front of Izuku. He didn't know what most of them did, but he scrolled through them as he walked home. Then his eyes widened, Pokemon eggs were available. Izuku really thinks that he doesn't need to catch Pokemon himself now. Pokemon Egg Dragon selected. Izuku smiled as he arrived home. Izuku, he froze at the sound of his mother's voice. Hi mom, Izuku began sweating bullets. I got a call from the police station. That was all Izuku needed to hear to know that his fate was sealed. Izuku tried to lay low for a few months, going to clean the beach at early mornings, then leaving when people started wake up. He needed to avoid attention for the past week, since what happened at the beach was televised. It didn't show Izuku's face, but people were looking for who caught the villain. Izuku wondered what happened to the two girls that were with him that day. He hoped they were okay. The next thing on Izuku's mind was that he was very close to cleaning the beach completely. It may have taken longer because he needed to leave early, but the enhanced physical abilities greatly helped. A few weeks later and trained to be the very best. Completed. Izuku received a lot of slot tokens and now had 9 of them. He only needed one more so he can use the draw 10 again. That would be a huge power spike for Izuku, and with the UA entrance exam in 1 month and 2 weeks, he needed it. Steven, also known as the pro hero Azurite, sat in his desk reading the reports. He couldn't understand it, but people began joining villain organizations, such as Team Rocket. Dealing with the normal NPC members were troublesome enough, but now people with quirks began to join. How many? Steven groaned out as an officer entered his office. Over 20 new reports, sir, the officer answered. And Flint? Steven asked. The higher-ups declared him an upper B rank villain, sir, for having a Salamence, the officer explained. And yet he was taken down by an unregistered 17-year-old. Steven wasn't underestimating the villain, but the kid who took him down was suspicious. Izuku Midoriya was registered quirkless, and wasn't from an influential family, so having more than one Pokemon was also suspicious. Steven heard a knock. Come in, Steven called out as the officer excused himself. An appealing blonde woman walked in. It has been a while, Steven, the woman spoke. Yes, it has, Cynthia, Steven replied. Steven noticed her smile. He knew that smile. It meant she somehow got interested in someone. And he needed to listen. I found someone very interesting, Cynthia started. SHT Izuku was running around for his morning jog. He was testing if running around while carrying the egg would hatch it, but so far, no luck. His Riolu and Axew also didn't show any signs of growing, but that was fairly obvious. They still acted the same as in the games, they needed to fight to get stronger. Izuku noticed something and got excited. He was getting closer to the beach, when he saw someone with familiar blonde hair. You've grown a lot, the woman gave him a warm smile. Thank you, Izuku bowed. May I ask your name? Izuku shyly asked. The woman giggled as Izuku blushed. You can call me Thea, the woman answered. I'm Izuku. He really couldn't help stuttering in front of her. All right, Izuku, why don't you tell me about your progress, the woman said as they began walking together. Oh, okay. Izuku really needed to get some confidence. Hurry up, Katsuki. Mitsuki shouted as she was about to go out the door. I'm already here, old hag. Katsuki grumbled. Today was the day he gets his started Pokemon, and with a month left for the UA entrance exam, he was going to train it hard. The drive to the Pokemon lab was short, and he didn't need to listen to his mother's rants. "Hello, I'm Gary. I'll be assisting you today," a redhead greeted them. "Yeah, whatever, just get me my DMN starter," Katsuki grumbled. "Mind your manners, brat," Mitsuki smacked him. "Please follow me." The redhead didn't look fazed and simply led them to a room with a large machine. Katsuki stood in front of the machine, then it showed the images of every starter Pokemon. Katsuki already decided on a Fire-type Pokemon as his starter, since it was well known that All Might had a Water-type starter. He was going to surpass All Might even with a disadvantage. "I choose this one." Katsuki showed his chosen starter. "Cyndaquil, fine choice," the redhead spoke. The machine began to hum and a panel opened up. A Pokeball rolled out, and the redhead gave it to Katsuki. The ash blonde threw it, and his new Cyndaquil came out. Fiery flames blazed on its back to show off. Katsuki showed a feral grin. Izuku sat quietly in the car with his mother. Thea told him all about the importance of choosing a starter. She told him that her first Pokemon was a Gible, then the starter she got was a Litten. So Izuku was very tempted to also get a Litten, but he also needed to consider a lot of things. Fire-type starters were the most common picks among beginners, with Charmander being the first choice. Picking a Water-type starter would already give him a fair advantage, but almost everyone has at least one Electric-type Pokemon with them. Choosing a Grass-type starter would put him at a disadvantage with Charmander's final evolution Charizard, being a Fire, Flying type. He had one good option though, a Mudkip. As a Water, Ground type, Electric Pokemon wouldn't be a problem. The only downside was that a lot of villains know how to counter it due to a Mudkip being All Might starter. "Are you okay, dear?" 𝐭𝐽 asked. Izuku didn't notice that he was making a very frustrated expression, which greatly worried 𝐭𝐽. "Yeah, just can't decide on a starter," Izuku answered. "Just choose what you want, dear, don't overthink it," 𝐭𝐽 spoke. "I'm sure you'll do great with whatever you pick." Izuku smiled. "Right. Thanks, Mom," Izuku said just as they arrived at the lab. "Hello, I'm Gary. I'll be assisting you today," a redhead greeted them. "Hello, we're the Midoriyas," 𝐭𝐽 greeted back. "Please follow me," the man smiled as he led them to a room. "You can choose your starter over there," the man pointed to a large machine. "Thank you," Izuku BK'd before walking towards the machine. Izuku took his quirk into consideration. He was on his way on becoming a dragon MSTR, might as well get one close to it. None of them would become a dragon type, but some were close. Charizard was already too common, so Izuku chose one he preferred. "I choose this one," Izuku showed his choice. "Good choice," Gary said as the machine hummed and a Pokeball rolled out. "Here," Izuku was handed the Pokeball. "Come on out," Izuku threw the Pokeball and in a flash of light, his Pokemon came out. "I look forward to our adventures, Trico." Izuku didn't know this, but he was already a lot stronger than most people. But due to lack combat experience, Izuku didn't know his limits in a fight. Still thinking he was weak, Izuku kept training harder and harder. "I wish I had a way to train my Pokemon," Izuku mumbled. As if to answer his wish, Izuku fell through a hole in the ground. With a groan, Izuku got up. A sinkhole. Izuku looked around, then another hole opened. "Ah!" Izuku slid down the hole. Then he popped out of an underground cave. "Where am I?" Izuku groaned out. "Task. Survive." Itsuka flipped another person over her shoulder, sending another one of her sparring partners flying. She spent months training after what happened at the beach. She was forced to run away, when a person stayed behind to fight. She was too weak to help, and that hurted her. "Itsu-ne-sen." Itsuka turned to see her little sister walking towards her with a water bottle. "Thank you." Itsuka took the water bottle from Misty. Itsuka knew her sister wanted to tell her something, and after seeing her train hard every day, she must have holding it back. But she didn't need to tell Itsuka, she'll train hard no matter what. Izuku must have forgotten that the world had it out for him most of the time. The fact that he fell in an unregistered wild zone is proof of that. A frightening amount of Trapinch's evolutionary line were also chasing him. "Screw it. Izuku called out all his Pokemon, fully intending on fighting. "Bring it on!" Izuku shouted. A sandstorm followed the horde of Pokemon, and the majority of them charged at them. Riolu used Metal Claw, Trico used Bullet Seed, Akshu used Dragon Rage. Izuku gave out orders as he punched a Trapinch back. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw a Vibrava about to use Hyper Beam. Izuku ran towards it, using a Trapinch as a platform to reach it. Izuku grabbed its wings and pointed the Hyper Beam at the horde of wild Pokemon. The attack created an explosion that shook the whole cave. Izuku got down, and saw that his Pokemon was doing amazing as well. But Izuku's relief was short-lived, as the sound of a jet was rushing towards him. He barely had time to block as a large body of blue energy crashed into him, sending him crashing to a wall. Gah! Izuku groaned in pain as he tried to get up. Ruu! Izuku heard the pained cry of his Riolu. He looked up just in time to see his Riolu crash into him. His other two Pokemon rushed to his side. All four of them getting surrounded by wild Pokemon. He was about to lose hope as the shadow of Trapinch's final evolution hovered over him. A Flygon with a bright blue head and orange tinges on its wings. Izuku didn't know why, but this is the second Pokemon with an unusual appearance he'd seen. Go beyond. Task: overcome this trial reward. Izuku saw the panel in front of him. He may not be a fan of All Might, but these words still had a heavy meaning. The image of the Thea flashed in his head, the first person to believe in him, when even his own mother didn't. He needed a way to get out of here, and just like every protagonist, he had plot armor. Title: Motivated by a beauty has activated physical abilities have been doubled for 5 minutes. Izuku felt so much power enter his body, red vein marks appeared on his body, as green lightning started to surround his body. Time for round 2, Izuku grinned. Steven groaned as he rode his Skarmory in the sky, heading towards an unregistered wild zone. He was getting too busy this past months, and now, another thing got added to his plate. The moment he arrived at the entrance of a cave near a beach, Steven saw heroes and officers surrounding the entrance. "What's the state?" Steven asked an officer. The cave didn't cause much problems, but its appearance caused a sinkhole to appear on the side of a road, the officer explained. "What happened to it now?" Steven asked as he was led to a tent. The sinkhole covered itself up, leaving only a small crater. The officer showed Steven a picture of a small crater. "Did anybody fall inside?" Steven asked. "We couldn't confirm if the hole was deep enough to begin with," the officer answered. Steven could just hope that no one fell in. He could only wait for the report from the scout team. Edgeshot and his Greninja hid in the shadows as they scouted inside the cave. The entrance was crawling with Geodudes and Gravelous, with a few golems here and there. That wasn't concerning much, but as he got deeper in, he saw a large nest, then he saw a couple of Trapinches lurking around. He needed report this immediately. After all, if there is a nest, then there's a queen. Steven received the report from Edgeshot, and already assembled a team to determine the difficulty of the new wild zone. If it was above B rank, trainers below the elite ranking would be prohibited from entering. "Why do we need to go in?" A appealing woman with blue hair asked. "We need to test the difficulty Yamajin," Steven answered. "Why?" Scared Karen. Mount Lady asked with a smirk. Yu Takeyama aka Mount Lady and Karen Tatsumaki a Yamajin, two new heroes in the industry. Both being advanced rank trainers. "You wanna go beach?" Karen growled. "Anytime, tramp." Mount Lady yelled back. "Why do I have to deal with this?" Steven grumbled. Azurite, Steven saw Edgeshot approaching him. "Edgeshot, anything new?" Steven asked. Only Trapinch and Geodude evolution lines, but the few number of Trapinch was concerning, Edgeshot informed. "What do you mean?" Steven narrowed his eyes. "A suspect that they are gathered somewhere in the cave," Edgeshot answered. "Then we need to be extra careful," Steven said as everyone got ready to enter. "I can do this all day," Izuku said as he got smacked by a dragon tail. Izuku had only been fighting for 3 minutes, but he and his Pokemon had already taken down at least 20 of them. Now he was dealing with the Flygon. Izuku had to deal with it himself, cause his Pokemon weren't strong enough to deal with it yet. "Bring it on." 𝐒𝐿 shouted as he punched the Flygon in the gut. The Pokemon countered with a Dragon Claw and sent 𝐒𝐿 flying. 𝐒𝐿 noticed that the Flygon was quite exhausted as well, and grinned. A black Pokeball came out of his inventory. Go Ultra Ball! 𝐒𝐿 threw the Ultra Ball at the Flygon, the Pokemon getting scared inside. 𝐒𝐿 held his breath as the Pokeball shaked. Then it stopped and a ding was heard. Tears threatened to come out of 𝐒𝐿's eyes as he picked up the Pokeball. I caught a Flygon! 𝐒𝐿 cheered. Gotta catch 'em all. Task 1. Completed reward, 1 slot token Dragon MSTR. Task 2. Completed reward, Dragon Pill. I guess catching a fully evolved dragon type doesn't count as evolving it. 𝐒𝐿 observed when he didn't complete the third task. The other wild Pokemon began leaving. 𝐒𝐿 and his Pokemon will finally be able to rest. He sat on the ground as his Pokemon rested. He took out the Dragon Pill to observe it. It's too bad 𝐒𝐿 didn't have a way to find out how valuable it is. Dragon Pill increases durability and stamina when consumed. 𝐒𝐿 didn't need to be told twice. He tossed the pill into his mouth and instantly regretted it. He felt pain all over his body, as his skin felt like it was burning. 𝐒𝐿 tried to endure the pain as a panel in front of him appeared. Dragon Pill has been consumed. Durability has increased by 30. Stamina has increased by 50. Growth pen. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't see anymore as his consciousness faded. Steven and his group ventured deeper into the cave after defeating several Pokemon along the way. The defeated Pokemon turned into fragments of light before vanishing and respawning. It was still unsettling to think that everything still acted like in a game. And it's all because of a quirk of someone dead. We're here, 𝐻𝐿 said, and everyone saw a large nest. A Flygon charged at them with Dragon Rush, but Steven's Metagross was fast to respond. Metagross, protect! A green barrier stopped the Flygon. Greninja used Water Shuriken. 𝐻𝐿's Greninja shot 7 Water Shurikens at the Flygon. Metagross finish it with Hyper Beam. Metagross gather energy between its arms and fired the Hyper Beam. An explosion shaked the cave, everyone taking cover. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the Flygon fainted. So who gets it? Mount Lady asked. You didn't even help, have some shame, Karen said. You can have it, 𝐻𝐿, Steven decided. Then I'll be much obliged, 𝐻𝐿 spoke before throwing a great ball at the Flygon. Survey the cave for any hidden areas, Steven ordered. The officers began surveying the area with the other heroes. Steven didn't wait long when an officer called him. Steven and other heroes' eyes widened. The far end of the cave was heavily damaged, almost like a war happened. They looked around and only saw a few Trapinch and Vibravas lurking around. What the hell happened here? Steven muttered. 𝐒𝐿 didn't know much about what happened after he fainted, but he managed to ride his Flygon out of the hole he came from, but with a slight detour. They came out of the side of cliff that dropped to the ocean. Finally! 𝐒𝐿 sighed in relief as the familiar sound of his quirk was heard. Challenge completed. Reward, Dragon Urumi. 𝐒𝐿 raised an eyebrow. What's that? 𝐒𝐿 got curious and took out his reward from inventory. A green sword, with a blade that resembled dragon scales, appeared in his hand. Neat! 𝐒𝐿 didn't know what to feel when he finally found out what he missed when he fainted in the cave. His stats increased so much, and both of his Pokemon eggs hatched. 𝐒𝐿 received a Bagon and an Eevee. 𝐒𝐿 really didn't know what to feel. He already had a team of 6 Pokemon, and 3 of them are dragon types. It felt like he cheated, but it was mostly because of his quirk. The fact that his quirk worked with Pokemon was amazing enough. 𝐒𝐿, you'll be late, his mother said from outside his door. I'll be right there, 𝐒𝐿 replied back. Today was finally the day. He spent the last month training with the Dragon Urumi. He still couldn't use it well enough, but he could manage without it in the exam. He'll just go plus ultra. And what better way to do that than use his quirk? Slot machine has been activated. Draw 10 bonus reward. Strength has increased by 25. Strength has increased by 5. Speed 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 has increased by 5. Rare candy 10. Rare candy 10. Rare candy 10. Strength has increased 5. Cloak of Flames growth pendants effect has activated. Strength has increased by 35. Speed has increased by 20. UA was big. Just the front entrance was already bigger than most schools. 𝐒𝐿 didn't notice, but his legs were shaking. Out of my way, Deku. Izuku heard someone, then bumped into his soldier, except Bakugo was the one who fell down. Izuku raised his eyebrow, then walked away. People like Bakugo didn't matter to him anymore, he'll die alone somewhere with that attitude anyway. Deku. Bakugo ran at him. Izuku got out of the way, then Bakugo tripped on an uneven brick, making him fall face first on the ground. Izuku continued on with his day. He ignored any interaction with the blonde. Izuku easily finished the written portion of the exam. Now, they all gathered for the orientation for the practical portion of the exam. Izuku's eyes shined as President Mic gave the orientation. He adored the hero so much. Not only was he a teacher at UA, he also had a radio show, alongside being a hero. He was among the only heroes Izuku actually liked. Excuse me, it says here that there are 4 types of robot. Such a mistake is unbecoming of UA, a blue-haired guy with glasses interrupted. And you with the green hair, your muttering has been distracting. If you're not taking this seriously, then you do not belong here. Izuku got zest. Excuse me, you hypocrite, Izuku started, and the blue-haired man looked offended. You have no right to judge on who belongs here, and you distracted everyone by interrupting President Mic's explanation, so shut up, hypocrite, Izuku ranted before sitting down again. Alright, calm down, listeners. The 4th robot is just a distraction and worth 0 points, President Mic interjected. No, go out there and break a leg, everyone, President Mic finished. Izuku just had the bad luck of being in the same testing site as the blue-haired hypocrite. Izuku pointedly ignored him. They were supposed to use their starter, 𝐼𝐸, to be fair. Izuku had to sigh at the sheer number of Charmanders on the field. There were also quite a lot of mudkips. He did see a brown-haired girl with a fennekin, at least someone was different. Demolition. Task: destroy the robot's reward. Suddenly the gate opened, and Izuku immediately rushed inside. 𝐿𝐭𝐴. Izuku called out his Pokemon, his 𝐿𝐭𝐴 jumped into his hand. Izuku spun and threw his 𝐿𝐭𝐴 towards a 3-pointer. Robot. Use PND. 𝐿𝐭𝐴 destroyed one robot just as Izuku's shoulder bashed through a group of 2-pointers. He grabbed the 2-pointer robot's tail, then used it as a bludgeon to destroy another group of robots. He stopped to lol at his surroundings, then he heard President Mic's voice. What are you all doing? There isn't a countdown in real life. He already has 20 points. Go. Go. Izuku watched the other applicants rush in. Izuku continued to work with his 𝐿𝐭𝐴 to destroy robots around the center of the testing site. This robot aren't really durable, Izuku muttered. Unknown to him that he was just too strong for the robots. It was the last 2 minutes when Izuku felt the ground rumble. What's going on? Izuku said in panic. He saw the other applicants running away from a giant robot. Izuku was about to run away when he heard it. Oh! Izuku turned around to see the brown-haired girl stuck under some rubble. His body moved and he ran towards the giant 0-pointer robot. Title: Motivated by a beauty has activated physical abilities will be doubled for 5 minutes. Green lightning crackled from Izuku's body. Izuku jumped, cracking the pavement in the process. He saw towards the giant robot's head. Smash! Izuku wasn't really a fan of the hero, but no other word fitted better. Izuku's fist crashed into the 0-pointer's head, pushing it back as it exploded. Izuku began to descend, and he braced for impact. Before he hit the ground, he felt something hit him in the stomach. He stopped midair, and just hovered there. Release! Izuku saw the brown-haired girl on top of a robot. Izuku promptly face planted on the ground. Aizawa felt like this year would be a massive headache. What's his quirk? Aizawa asked. It says Gacha. Midnight answered. How does strength like that relate to Gacha? Vlad King asked. Maybe he pulled it in the Gacha. Midnight shrugged. Interesting, Nezu spoke. The teachers shivered at the glint in his eyes. Izuku wondered how the rare candy worked. Levels didn't actually exist here after all. Something that made people wonder, since that was the main point in the games back then. But Pokemon levels didn't carry here. Izuku called out his Riolu. His Riolu just stared at curiously. He handed one rare candy to his Riolu. It only tilted its head in confusion before shrugging and eating the candy. Izuku waited a few seconds but nothing happened. Screw it. Izuku called out the rest. Riolu, Axu, Trico, Flygon, Bagon, and Eevee all received 5 rare candy. Though Flygon refused the rare candy, so the others received another 1 each. Is that it? Izuku said in disappointment. Izuku hesitated to use it before the entrance exam because he was afraid of side effects, but this was just disappointing. Do you guys feel stronger? Izuku asked his Pokemon. They just shook their heads. Maybe I should have eaten them. Izuku wondered. Well, it doesn't matter, Izuku spoke. We can all get stronger together. Izuku held up a fist. All his Pokemon agreed and returned the fist bump. Then Riolu and Axu started glowing. Roo! Lucario howled. Frax! Fraxure joined in. Well, would look at you too, being dramatic, Izuku spoke. Young Midoriya, welcome to your hero academia. The hologram disappeared, ending the message. Izuku didn't feel happy. For some odd reason he wasn't satisfied at all. The number 1 hero congratulated him, but he felt nothing. Izuku left his room and went for a walk. Izuku subconsciously went to the place where he met Thea. He didn't know why, he just did. He sat on a bench, staring at the sky. Why the long face? Thea's face blocked the sky as she looked down from behind him. Thea-san. Izuku jumped off the bed. Last week was the entrance exam, right? Thea asked as she sat down. Yes. Izuku sat down again. How did it go? Thea asked. I passed, Izuku answered. Wow, congratulations. Thank you, Izuku blushed. Tell me about it, Thea said. Izuku began telling her all about the exam and how it went. This time he felt satisfied. Izuku was very excited for his first day. The day before with Thea really made his day. He just wished his new classmates weren't like the ones from Aldera High School. Wow, Izuku said in wonder as he walked through halls of UA. He walked around until he saw a door with a large red 1A written on it. The moment Izuku entered, he was bombarded by loud yelling. Take your foot off the desk, you are disrespecting the equipment that out-senpais once used, the blue-haired guy ranted at Bakugo. Izuku chose to ignore them. Nothing good ever happens when he hangs out with those kind of people. Hey! You're the guy from the test. Izuku turned around to see the brown-haired girl from the exam. Hello, Izuku greeted. I'm Okiko Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Uraraka was cut off by a yellow caterpillar crawling inside the classroom. If you're planning on just making friends, then you're in the wrong place. A man came out of the yellow caterpillar. I will be your homeroom teacher. I'm Shota Aizawa. Now put these on and head to the field. Aizawa held up a PE uniform. Izuku hid at the far corner of the changing room, avoiding Bakugo as much as possible. Once he was done changing, Izuku immediately left the changing room. He was the first one to arrive at the field, and saw Aizawa standing near the wall. Once Izuku got closer to the field, he heard the familiar sound of his quirk in his head. Demolition. Task. Completed reward. Random prove yourself. Task. Pass the test reward. Random. Izuku got curious, and pulled out the TM from his inventory. TM has been activated. Dragon MSTR quest has been detected. TM Dragon Claw has been acquired. Izuku stared at the panel. Apparently quests had an effect to HJS rewards. Izuku remembered about the rare candies, so he wanted to test something. He tried to use the TM on himself. TM Dragon Claw has been used. You have learned Dragon Claw no Fing Wei, Izuku thought in his head. Izuku looked at his hand, trying to use it. A few minutes of trying, nothing happened. Did I just waste it? Izuku wondered. He heard people approaching and saw his classmates walking towards the field. Since everyone is here, I'll be explaining what we're going to do, Aizawa started. Izuku's thoughts began to wander as Aizawa was explaining. He began thinking of ways to activate Dragon Claw, even thought of asking his own Pokemon. Flygon can use Dragon Claw, so Izuku would ask Flygon first. Midoriya, Izuku snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Aizawa. Go to the circle and throw this. Aizawa tossed him a soft ball. You can use your quirk to do as you like. As if that quirkless Deku could do that, Bakugo grumbled. Izuku ignored Bakugo as he walked to the circle. He needed to get a good score, but he could only rely on his strength here. Izuku simply threw the ball with all his strength, creating a small blast of wind in the process. Aizawa's phone dinged. He showed the class. The screen showed 12:43 m. 1 kilometer. A guy with blonde hair with a black lightning bolt on it exclaimed. "We will be testing your limit, so don't hold back," Aizawa spoke. Izuku stared at his hands, surprised by his strength. He glanced at his classmates and instantly regretted it. He saw that Bakugo was visibly shaking with rage, that the red-haired woman beside her even stepped away. Izuku was busy having a mental breakdown that he didn't notice that Aizawa was already threatening them with expulsion, because a pink-skinned classmate couldn't keep her mouth shut. Izuku just noticed that everyone looked on edge. The first test was a 50-meter dash. The glasses guy did well with 3 seconds. Second was Bakugo with 4 seconds. A weird blonde French guy got 5 seconds by blasting himself backwards. Izuku was surprised by his sleed and got 2.5 seconds, placing him at first. The other tests were also pretty normal. Izuku also got first in the grip test, while a guy with multiple arms got second. Izuku practically launched himself in the vertical jump, then became a blur in the side steps. Izuku really did well, placing first in almost all of the tests. Bakugo. Aizawa-sensei called Bakugo for the softball. Izuku noticed the multi-armed guy and a girl with earphone jacks. He walked towards the multi-armed guy. "You might want to cover your ears," Izuku said. "Thank you," the multi-armed guy nodded. Izuku then walked towards the earphone jack girl. "You might want to cover your ears." "Here." The girl towards him in confusion. "Die." Izuku heard Bakugo shout, and immediately covered the girl's ears. A loud explosion was created, sending the ball flying. Izuku let go of the girl's ear, and walked away. He hoped he wouldn't be mad for suddenly touching her. Girls from his old school would get mad for far less. The last set of the tests was an endurance run. Izuku had a very high stamina, which he got from the dragon pill. He was able to last longer than the glasses guy, and even tied with the appealing black-haired girl who made a bike. It was safe to say that Izuku did well. Here are the results. Aizawa-sensei showed the results. Izuku saw that he was first, and mentally celebrated. The short guy with purple ball on his head began crying. "No one is going to get expelled, there was just a logical ruse to get you to do your best." "Expelled?" Izuku tilted his head in confusion. "That was clearly a lie. I had thought that everyone noticed," the black-haired girl spoke. "Today is Friday, all of you have the weekend to move into the dorms," Aizawa informed. "Yes, sensei," the class chorused. "Prove yourself." Task completed. Reward. Random. Izuku decided to save it this time. After getting their stuff from the classroom, everyone began to go home. Izuku did his best to avoid Bakugo. Once Izuku got home, he immediately went to bed. "How was classes show?" Hisashi asked. "Tiring," Aizawa grumbled. Grumpy as usual here, Nemurai joined in. "Did anyone got expelled this time?" Hisashi asked. "None, yet," Aizawa answered as he finished his paperwork. "That's a surprise," Hisashi said in wonder. "They have a small amount of potential," Aizawa explained. Izuku woke up in the middle of the night. He felt uncomfortable going to sleep again. He grabbed a hoodie and went for a walk. Izuku walked silently in the middle of the night. He saw someone that was looking around and trying to hide themselves in their hoodie. Izuku got suspicious and decided to follow him, putting on a Pikachu mask to hide his face as well. The person entered a weird-looking door. Izuku waited a minute before carefully entering the door himself. It was a door to a tunnel, and Izuku felt he should head back. "Who are you?" Izuku jumped at the sudden voice. Izuku turned to see a woman with pink wavy hair. She was wearing a CRP top and briefs that had diamond-shaped holes. Izuku didn't know what to say. "If you're planning on fighting, you need to register first," the woman spoke. "Oh, right that." Izuku answered. The woman raised an eyebrow but left Izuku behind. Izuku walked through the tunnel until he arrived at a huge opening that had an arena at the middle. Malva, who's that? A man with blonde hair and fancy clothes spoke. He's a fighter Cybold, the woman answered. For whom? Cybold asked with a raised eyebrow. He seems young. He's mine, a woman with dark hair tied in a spiky bun spoke up. Really, Diantha? A kid? Cybold asked in disbelief. Let her be, Malva spoke up. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 followed the dark-haired woman. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 didn't exactly know what to do. They arrived inside a waiting room. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 just sat quietly on a chair as the woman was doing something on her phone. A light bulb lit up above the other of the room. Get in, the woman spoke. Ay. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked confused. You came here to fight, didn't you? Get in, the woman spoke. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 just went with it and entered through the door. Some guys in black suits led 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to an arena. Are you ready for the next match, folks? A man spoke through a microphone. Get ready to cast your bets. The guy spoke. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 saw a large screen above them with his face and another person. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 saw number under their names, and the number under the other person was larger. For some reason he felt offended. I'm going to squash you like a bug, a large man with blue skin said as he cracked his knuckles. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 gets it now. He's in an illegal fight club. Good thing he was wearing a mask. Any second now. Fist fight. Task, win reward, 2 slot tokens. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 grinned. The blue man called out an 𝐒𝐻𝐽. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 responded by calling out his flygon. The man's eyes widened, and some people from the audience gasped. Clearly his flygon was something unusual to see. Begin. The commentator announced. Dragon Claw. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's flygon rushed forward. The 𝐒𝐻𝐽 failed to dodge and received a dragon claw to the face. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 observed how flygon used dragon claw, how the energy gathered in its hands. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 get up, the blue man shouted. Dragon Claw. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shouted again. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 use payback, the blue man ordered, but 𝐒𝐻𝐽 wasn't the one that got attacked. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's hand glowed blue as his attack landed on the blue man's stomach. The man was sent flying out of the arena. Dragon Rush. Flygon surged forward. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 tried to block, but the attack was too powerful. Knockout. The MC announced. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 grinned. The winner is Pikachu Man. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's grin disappeared. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 never thought he would do something stupid. He wanted to try and escape, but the woman from earlier stood between him and the door. Leaving so soon, Pikachu Man. The woman spoke as she walked closer. Aye, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stammered as the woman got closer. You don't know where you are, don't you? The woman's eyes narrowed. Oh, of course I do. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 began sweating. No you don't, the woman said flatly. I do. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 got cornered. You're a bad liar, the woman spoke. You're in the royal arena, the woman informed. This is where most wealthy people come to entertain themselves or look for a mercenary. Mercenary. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 tilted his head in confusion. They hire people to help catch strong Pokemon, the woman explained. That makes sense, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 muttered. That explains how Endeavor had a Charizard and a Magmortar in his first year of UA. Correct, the woman said. So, who are you really? The woman's eyes narrowed at 𝐒𝐽. 𝐒𝐽 gulped, then took off his mask. He had a feeling he couldn't get out of this one. My name is Diantha, if you plan on continuing here. Change the name, Diantha giggled. 𝐒𝐽 blushed but nodded. 𝐒𝐽, he weakly spoke. All right 𝐒𝐽, we don't exactly have an age limitation here, but we do require a certain skill level, Diantha informed. From what I've seen personally, you lack experience, but you have a powerful Pokemon. Thanks. 𝐒𝐽 asked unsure. Here, Diantha handed him a card before leaving. 𝐒𝐽 saw that it was an ID card, but the name was Pikachu Man. He really needed to get this fixed. All Might never more concerned and relieved when he found out the true nature of One for All from young 𝐿𝐼𝐼. When 𝐿𝐼𝐼 received the quirk 10 months ago, he was able to use 25% safely. That's when the dreams kicked in. Sir Night Eye had been shocked to find out that One for All shortened the lifespan of every quirked user. But the Vestiges managed to find a way. By splitting One for All, they would be able to avoid the life-threatening drawback. But who will receive the other 5 fragments of One for All? 𝐼 asked. One for All had been shattered into 6 equal fragments power, each holding a quirk of a past user, except for the first user. Based on the information I gathered, 𝐼 began. Float, Smokescreen, Black Whip, Danger Sense, and 2 unknown quirks is what we have, 𝐼 explained. And I have Danger Sense, 𝐼reo added. That leaves the rest still with me, All Might spoke. As the only quirkless wielder, he was tasked to hold the 5 remaining fragments of power. The obvious choice would be the rest of the UA Big 3, then other students from UA, 𝐼 suggested. But it would take time to find people worthy. All Might sounded distressed. We will work through this, 𝐼 spoke. Moving to the dorms was proving to be a hassle. Izuku was given the last room at the very top floor. Wonderful. If Izuku didn't have an inventory, he probably would have just left his stuff at the lobby. Izuku didn't bring a lot of stuff though. He held himself back from bringing any Pokemon merchandise. He would only be here for 4 years after all. He arranged his clothes in the cabinet and the other stuff were left for later. The ringing of his phone caught his attention. Hello. Izuku saw that it was unknown number, and hesitated to say his name. Hello, is this Pikachuman? A voice of a woman spoke through the call. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Yes it is, Izuku answered. Oh, I was hoping to hire you assistance in catching a certain Pokemon, the woman informed. Diantha told him about this, but Izuku wasn't exactly expecting to be hired. I don't have any experience though, Izuku said honestly. That would be fine. The Pokemon I wish to obtain is only a Growlithe, the woman explained. Oh okay then, Izuku agreed. Wonderful, please meet me later at this afternoon at this location. The woman sent him the place to meet. Okay, I'll see you then, Izuku spoke before the woman ended the call. Assistance. Task, help capture a Pokemon. Reward. Bonus, assisted capture will count as a captured Pokemon. Neat. What are we doing here? Who's that? Why does he look like a skeleton? Is he okay? Why is Sir 𝐼 here? The heroes watched in exasperation as 𝐒𝐠 bombarded them with questions. You get used to it, Ryukyu spoke. First of all I need to show you this. Small Might got everyone's attention. He buffed up, shocking everyone who didn't know. He then began to tell the story about his quirk and why he asked them to gather. 𝐒𝐠 Heido and Amajiki Tamaki along with their respective mentors, Ryukyu and Fat Gum listened to All Might as he explained everything. So you want my in turn to inherit a fragment of power? Ryukyu asked. Yes, Small Might answered. Neat, Fat Gum spoke. Ooh, do we get new powers? How strong is it? 𝐒𝐠 began asking them questions again. Tamaki could only sulk in the corner. Izuku got down to the lobby and found a group of 5 girls. Momo Yorozu, Shoko Todoroki, Kyoka Gyro, Okako Uraraka, and Eiko Kirishima. Oh, it would seem someone already arrived first, Yorozu spoke after seeing Izuku come out the elevator. Yes. Izuku asked, was he supposed to come later? How did you get your stuff Hero and to your room? The movers from UA haven't even arrived yet, Uraraka asked. I brought it myself. Izuku got even more confused manly. Kirishima exclaimed. Okay. Izuku began to get concerned. Izuku decided that social interaction wasn't really his thing and walked towards the door. The girls seemed to ignore his existence after answering their questions, so Izuku just left. The meeting place was a tea shop. Izuku hesitantly put on his Pikachu mask. A woman with lavender-colored hair waved at him. My name is Psycho Intelli, I'll be in your care, the woman introduced herself. Likewise, Izuku replied. Shall we? Intelli gestured to a limousine. Right. Rich people. Izuku nodded and got in the fancy vehicle. The drive was short and quiet. They arrived at a wild zone called Scorched Field. Intelli walked towards the guards and showed a piece of paper. They were shortly let in after. Let us begin, Intelli spoke. Izuku called out his Flygon. Both of them got on its back and began their search. Growlithes weren't hard to find, they were just hard to catch. There! Izuku pointed at a Growlithe accompanied by an Arcanine. Kirlia! 𝐼𝐴 called out her Pokemon. Use Confusion. 𝐾𝐠𝐲 let out a mental blast towards the two fire types. The Arcanine acted fast. Using extreme speed, it easily avoided confusion, while carrying the Growlithe on its mouth. Flygon used Dragon Rush. Izuku's Flygon got enveloped in blue energy as an image of a large dragon head surged towards the Arcanine. Izuku noticed the Pokemon about to move and grinned. His eyes glowed blue, and the Arcanine was shocked by its own move failing. Izuku had used the TM Disable on himself, and now had his own version of Eraserhead's quirk. Marvelous! 𝐼𝐴 commented. 𝐾𝐠𝐲 used Confusion once more. 𝐾𝐠𝐲 used its move again. This time it hit the same time Dragon Rush landed. The Growlithe already fainted, but the Arcanine proved to be a lot more tenacious. 𝐼𝐴 didn't waste the moment though and threw a Pokeball at the Growlithe. The Arcanine was about to intercept, but Izuku's Flygon had fired a Hyper Beam to block its path. Dragon Claw. 𝐼𝐴 looked confused. Flygon had just used Hyper Beam, which should render it immobile for a while, but he wanted to use a move already. But to 𝐼𝐴's surprise, Flygon wasn't the one to attack. Izuku landed a solid attack to the Pokemon. Arcanine opened its jaw to fire an attack, but Izuku used Disable to cancel it. Double Dragon Claw. Izuku charged with his Flygon, both their claws hands glowing with power. The Arcanine failed to dodge, finally rendering it unconscious. Izuku threw a Pokeball. 5 Pokeballs to be exact. How can a Pokemon that fainted struggle so much? It was just absurd. Assistance. Task, completed reward. Gotta catch 'em all. Task 2, completed reward, 1 slot token that was eventful, Izuku muttered. 𝐼𝐴 had thanked him and paid him 100,000 yen. Izuku was surprised since all he did was help capture a Growlithe. She seemed a little too clingy on the journey back. Izuku felt really weird after that. Izuku decided to forget about it for now and check the unknown reward. Chat system obtained. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Available contacts: Cynthia Prize, Itsuka Kendo, Diantha Madel, Psycho, 𝐼𝐴. Izuku took a while to recognize the first name. So that's Thea's full name, Izuku said in awe. She has a appealing name, Izuku said as he contemplated on calling her with his new ability. He did not get a decision. Contacting Cynthia Prize, Izuku panicked, then a panel appeared in front of him. Cynthia, hello. Izuku saw the panel. He saw a picture of video camera at the bottom, and pressed it thinking it was the way to reply. The panel changed to reveal Cynthia. Izuku blushed. His nose began to bleed. What a naughty boy, Cynthia spoke. Izuku fainted as the image of Cynthia submerged in a bathtub was forever stored in his brain. Izuku woke up then blushed at the memory of Thea in the bath. As Izuku was having a mental crisis, he heard a knock on his door. That managed to partially get him back to his sense and opened the door. Good morning, we wish to inform. Why you that? We're going to have hingat hekamanramin fivmintus, the appealing black-haired girl quickly went away. Izuku raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, that was Momo Yorozu. She most likely has a Ralts or 𝐾𝐠𝐲 by now. Though Izuku wondered why she ran away. He needed to get ready first. When Izuku entered the bathroom, he found the answer to his question. He was shirtless. Wow, when did I get like this? Izuku said in amazement. His reflection showed his toned body. He had a lean body that was reminiscent of an Olympic swimmer. He also noticed that he was slightly taller. Finally! Izuku exclaimed. He got dressed. He wore a shirt that said breathes and simple basketball shorts. When he got down, he saw all his classmates already there. He noticed that Yorozu blushed when she saw him. He needed to apologize for that. Why don't we introduce ourselves? A girl with pink skin suggested. My name is Mina Ashido, my quirk is acid. My starter is a mudkip. The red-haired woman next to her stood up. I'm 𝐴𝐭 Kirishima. My quirk is called hardening. 𝐴𝐭 hardened her arm as demonstration. My starter is a Squirtle, Kirishima finished. Izuku watched as the rest of them introduced themselves one by one. Zero had a Bulbasaur. Kaminari had a Charmander. Izuku expected him to have an electric starter for some reason. Gyro and Koda both had a score bunny. Ida and Asui both chose a Froakie. Izuku could see why Asui chose it, but not Ida. Todoroki picked a Piplup. Uraraka and Yorozu both showed off their Fennekin. Both Ojiro and Shoji had a Chimcha, while Soto had a Chasebin. Oddly enough, for people had a Roulette, Mineta, Hagakure, Tokoyami, and Ema. Izuku then noticed. Everyone was staring at him. My name is Izuku Midoriya, my quirk is called Gacha, some of them looked confused. And my starter is a Trico. You look familiar, Todoroki spoke up. Izuku remembered that she was the daughter of Endeavor, could have been watching his fight in the arena. I do. Izuku began sweating. We just saw him yesterday, Uraraka interjected. Todoroki hummed. Izuku sighed in relief. For some reason Bakugo was very quiet. Izuku decided that he would not question a miracle from the heavens. After that everyone began doing their own thing. Some played video games, some began studying, and some just did weird stuff. Izuku decided to mind his own business in his room. Once in his room, Izuku began recording what he learned about his classmates in his notebooks. Their quirks, Pokemons, and potential combinations with their Pokemon. He also noted that Yorozu, Todoroki, and Ida would most likely have a legacy Pokemon. He couldn't wait to learn more. Cynthia browsed through a Pokemon magazine. Being a 23-year-old woman with not much friends made life a little boring. And her actual friends were really busy. She was also really busy. She was the current number 10 hero Titania after all. Although nobody knew her real name and the fact that she always wore a mask. She was really popular. Now most of her free time is spent resting and mostly alone. But when her eyes landed on something interesting, she couldn't help but laugh. Cynthia tried to contain her laugh at the goofy mask. Ha ha ha. But she began cackling when she saw his name. Ha ha pi ha ha ka ha chumen. Cynthia had to wipe a tear from her eye. Oh Izuku, you're quite the lively one, aren't you? Cynthia said with amusement. Then she remembered what happened yesterday. Quite the peculiar quirk as well, Cynthia muttered. I hope to see more of you, she said with a warm smile. Classes were boring. Despite having pro heroes as teachers, everything was the same as a normal class. The subjects he chose for his minors were pretty simple though. Pokemon research as well as some minor medical fields. He also took some physical education classes. Yorozu and Ida were also in his Pokemon research class, while Uraraka joined him and Yorozu in first aid. He still had to go to the mandatory classes like English and history, but Izuku was smart enough. The others? Not so much. May I sit here? Izuku turned to see a familiar face. Sure, Izuku replied. My name is Itsuka Kendo, thank you for saving my little sister. Kendo introduced herself as she put down her tray of food. Izuku Midoriya, and it's no big deal. It's what heroes do after all, Izuku said with a wide smile. Kendo looked thoughtful for a moment before nodding. They began eating, occasionally having small talk. I remember you having a Hariyama, Izuku spoke. Oh, that was my first ever Pokemon, but my starter is a Torchic, Kendo informed. Izuku imagined what the Torchic looked like, then stared at Kendo, specifically her hair. Why are you looking at my hair? Kendo narrowed her eyes at him. And nothing. Izuku frantically tried to change the topic. Do you have other Pokemon? Izuku asked. No, just two, Kendo replied but still narrowed her eyes at him. Well, see you later then Midoriya. Kendo waved goodbye. Bye. Izuku waved back before heading to his next class. Math. Welcome to your first hero class. Aizawa-sensei showed them a card that said catch. All of you will be given a chance to catch one Pokemon in the UA forest, Aizawa-sensei explained. There's at least 200 different species inside, so you won't be disappointed, Aizawa informed. Izuku could see most of his classmates vibrate with excitement. He wondered how they would react if they found out he had 7 already. He had no idea, but Bakugo would probably be mad. You may enter, Aizawa-sensei opened the gate. Get back here within 2 hours, Aizawa said before letting them in. Izuku was probably the only one who didn't run inside. He began walking along the lake. Izuku wanted to catch a water type this time. He already had 3 dragon types, but didn't have one of the most basic types. Gotcha, Kero. Izuku saw Asui fish out a Palpitoad. As their fight began, Izuku decided to focus on catching his own Pokemon first. A few minutes later, he could see Kaminari in the distance being chased by a flock of Pidgeys. Next he found Yorozu in a fight with a Dratini. Izuku expected to see another classmate in a few minutes, but the sound of explosions already told him where Bakugo is. Izuku chose to walk in the opposite direction. As he walked, Izuku noticed a small Pokemon that resembled a shark. Go Flygon, use Dragon Rush, probably a little overkill. The moment the attack hit, Izuku threw the Pokeball. It only took 1 Pokeball, and Izuku signed in relief. He began to walk back to the entrance of the forest. When he arrived, he found at least half of the class was already there. Midoriya, what did you catch? Uraraka asked with excitement. Oh, I didn't exactly get a good look. Izuku scratched the back of his head as he blushed. You can heal your Pokemon over there. Uraraka pointed to a woman with pink hair. Nurse Joy? Izuku asked. Oh, no, my name is Naomi Iyashi. I'm Recovery Girl's assistant here at UA, the woman replied. Naomi took the Pokeball from Izuku and placed it on top of a machine that began glowing light green. The machine dinged and Nurse Naomi gave Izuku the Pokeball back. Come on out, little guy. Izuku called out his new Pokemon, expecting it to be a water type. Gible. The Pokemon revealed itself to be a Gible. Ay. Izuku thought it would be a water type, since it resembled a shark. I should have checked it more thoroughly, Izuku muttered. Welcome to the Team Gible. Izuku exclaimed. Wow, a dragon type as well, Yorozu commented. Muhaha, the loud obnoxious voice of Bakugo was heard as he came back from the forest. You extras don't stand a chance at the Pokemon I caught. Bakugo caught a Growlithe. Did he fight it himself? Izuku wondered. Way the go, Bakubro. Kirishima exclaimed as she ran towards them. Wow, a Gible, very manly Midobro, Kirishima added. What did you catch, Kirishima-san? Uraraka asked. Everyone's eyes widened. Kirishima caught a Raiden. She doesn't mess around here, Kaminari spoke as a Pikachu sat on his head. Everyone turned to the source of the scream and found Mineta being chased by a hive of Beedrills. Absol used Flamethrower. Aizawa-sensei called out an Absol, then unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth. An Absol with Flamethrower, Izuku muttered. Izuku couldn't help but admire it, such a thing was rare after all. Class dismissed, see you all tomorrow, Aizawa-sensei said as he carried Mineta to Recovery Girl. The class was amazed, but began to leave all the same. Tomorrow would be quite the eventful day. Hear me out, Mina said as if she just discovered the world's most important secret. Midori's quirk is called Gacha, right? All the girls nodded. What if he could pull anything from it? Mina stated sagely. Like what? Uraraka tilted her head in confusion. I don't know, maybe a car. Mina suggested. That seems a little far-fetched, Momo spoke up. Was that a Pokemon pun? Gyro asked. Not intentionally, Momo replied to Gyro. Maybe he could get Pokemon. Toru wondered. Or food. Tsuyu added. That possibilities are endless. Mina exclaimed. He might have gotten a quirk as well, Momo speculated. Why do you say that, ya Momo? Mina and Toru looked confused. His super strength had to come from somewhere, Momo explained. He could get quirks too. Uraraka gasped. Maybe not exactly quirks, Momo wondered. Maybe stats. Like a game. Momo suggested. I'm right here, why no. Izuku literally sat beside the table the girls gathered on. Midori. We're trying to figure out your quirk. Mina went back to talking with the girls. Izuku decided that this was not worth his time. Normally Izuku would go training, but he already figured out that training did not increase his stats. Quite the downside, but it didn't decrease either, which was the good part. Training with his sword proved to be worthless as well, he just wasn't good enough to use the WHP part of it. Wanna go training, Midobro? Kirishima walked out wearing workout clothes. No thank you Kirishima-san. Izuku bowed as he refused her offer. Don't sweat it Midobro. Kirishima jogged off. Izuku watched her drag Bakugo with her. Who knew someone would be able to tame Bakugo? He could hear him scowling, but didn't struggle. Might as well get ready for class, Izuku muttered. His first class was in 2 hours, but school was just a 15-minute walk anyways. At this point he wanted some missions. The only mission he had left was the Dragon MSTR quest line. Give me some quest. Izuku shouted at nothing. So his quirk gives him quests, Mina whispered. I wonder what kind. Uraraka whispers from beside Mina. It might depend on what he needs, Momo adds. Or just random, Gyro adds as well. Interesting. Kero, Tsuyu rubs her chin in thought. I can hear you, Izuku calls to the girls. Shush you, Toru quiets him down. How do I turn this off? Tamaki says as he kept smoking. Maybe there's an off SWCH, Fatgum says as he looks around Tamaki. Where is it even coming from? Tamaki groans. Yahoo! Najaya swung in the air as yellow WHBs came out of her hands and grabbed on the railings. Tamaki was given Smokescreen's fragment, while young Nejaya was given Blackwhip's fragment, Small Might observed. You say that Lycott wasn't planned, Ryukyu narrowed her eyes at the number 1 hero. Of course it was planned, haha, All Might frantically answered. The big three seemed excited for each other, well as much excited Tamaki could be. But they still needed to find 3 more successors. It would be best to choose from the first years, Night Eye suggested. Why do you say that? Small Might asked. The big 3 were a good choice based on their standing alone, but outside of them, we need to find people that we could still mold, Night Eye explained. Small Might raised an eyebrow. He means a first year gives us the time to mentor them as a student, instead of immediately sending them out on the field, Ryukyu explained. I see, Small Might spoke. Everyone was beginning to question the intelligence of the number 1 hero. Who we choose though? Small Might asked. We have 4 candidates, Night Eye answered. Momo Yorozu, Itsuka Kendo, Eiko Kirishima, and Izuku Midoriya. Night Eye listed why them. Fatgum asked as he left Tamaki sulking in the corner. Miss Yorozu has a great mind proven by her amazing results, along with a good judgment based on what I saw in the recommendation exam, Night Eye explained. The others? Ryukyu asked as she caught Nejaya mid-swing. Miss Kirishima and Miss Kendo both have shown good performances during the practical exam, and seem to have physical training, Night Eye answered. What about the Midoriya kid? Ryukyu asked as she prevented Nejaya from swinging again. In all honesty, I didn't anything noteworthy in his performance during the practical, Night Eye confessed. Then why mention young Midoriya? All Might asked. I saw him in Mirio's future. He was standing over a powerful villain, green lightning coming out of his body, Night Eye informed. The heroes glanced at Mirio, who had yellow lightning shrouding his body. Nejaya and Tamaki also had lightning effects when they tried One for All. So he gets a fragment in the future, so you want to give him now, Ryukyu summarizes. Yes, Night Eye confirmed. Izuku stared at his hero costume. He gave them the jumpsuit his mother made him, but what he saw was completely different. It looked sturdier and more combat-ready in appearance. The knee pads have been extended to his legs and reach up to his thighs, and his new gloves are tinted beige and are decorated with blue stripes. His respirator is now metal, diamond-shaped, and has 8 holes. Combat. Task, kick Bakugo's butt. Reward, TM Choose bonus task, kick Todoroki's butt. Reward, TM Choose Izuku froze as his quirk showed him the panel. Did he read that right? He needed to fight. Bakugo and Todoroki. Was his quirk crazy? I can't beat them. Show no mercy. Task, destroy Bakugo and Todoroki. Reward, 10 slot tokens, bring it the F on. Izuku's eyes burned with righteous fury. Izuku arrived at the testing area and All Might greeted his class. Izuku didn't quite catch All Might's explanation, but he felt like something was off. Secret quest completed One for All. Reward, 1 for All. Float. Izuku was surprised and confused. He also noticed that All Might basically froze, then stare at him. All Might then returned to explaining the exercise, but occasionally glancing at him. Time to draw lots, All Might announced as he held up a box. Izuku was paired with no one. Heroes always have to deal with being outnumbered almost all the time, All Might spoke up. Izuku had to go against Bakugo, Todoroki, and Yorozu. Izuku did not like those odds. Uraraka gave him a look of sympathy as they headed to the building for their battle trial. Izuku was the hero, while the other three played as the villains. Izuku could hear Bakugo yelling some colorful words from inside the building. At least he knew which side the bomb was now. He wondered if he could actually win. Go beyond. Again. Task. Win. Reward. Bonus. A girlfriend. His quirk seemed more fired up than him today. Was it because of this morning? And did that say a girlfriend? How the hell did that work? Begin. All Might announced. Izuku just raised an eyebrow. Izuku casually walked inside the building. Then an explosion engulfed him. Take that shitty Deku. Bakugo roared as he fired another explosion. Izuku simply walked out the smoke unharmed. He gave himself a once-over. He grinned. Neat. Did he just shrug off an explosion? Kaminari asked in disbelief. Manly. Kirishima exclaimed. Bakugo charged forward, aiming a right hook to Izuku's side. Izuku simply caught his hand before flipping Bakugo over his shoulder. To his surprise, Bakugo hit the ground hard. Izuku followed with a quick punch to the face. Bakugo used an explosion to get some distance. It hasn't charged much, but it will have to do, Bakugo grinned as he pointed his gauntlet at Izuku. Bakugo, do not fire that attack, you could kill him. All Might said through their earpiece. He'll live if he dodges. Bakugo shouted before firing the explosion. Izuku did not dodge. He's gonna die. Mina yelled in horror. Everyone else looked in shock and fear as Izuku got consumed by the flames. Bakugo cackled as his attack finished. How does it feel, Deku? Bakugo boasted. Toasty, Izuku's voice came from the smoke. What? Bakugo said in shock as Izuku shot out of the smoke. Dragon Claw. Izuku's attack sent Bakugo flying through a wall, knocking him out. Young Bakugo has been captured. Combat. Task. Completed reward. TM Izuku chose a TM. TM activated Dragon Rush has been learned. Izuku continued on his mission and climbed up the building. Suddenly the ground turned to ice. Izuku saw Todoroki and raised an eyebrow at her. Todoroki stood at the middle of the hallway. Izuku stomped on the ground hard, cracking the floor. Todoroki's ice shattered, then Izuku shot forward. Todoroki already looked bad as she shivered, now she just looked worse. Izuku was slightly confused. Why did she look injured before the match even began? Young Todoroki has been captured. Combat. Bonus task. Completed reward. Tim, I need to hurry. Izuku heard someone muttering from inside the room behind Todoroki. Izuku couldn't open the door. Even using force didn't help much. She must have barricaded it. Izuku entered the room next door. Knock knock, Izuku said before he punched a hole in the wall. He successfully entered the room through the hole he made. Kai-ah! Yorozu screamed. Izuku for his part blushed heavily. Yorozu was in the process of making some more barricades, so Izuku got a full view of all her appealing glory. It didn't help that her costume was currently torn. She created a bat and rushed at him, still blushing. Wait. Wait. Izuku tried to calm her down, but she was all ready to close. The bat shattered upon impact, but Izuku didn't even flinch. The recoil caused Yorozu to trip, and Izuku tried to catch her. Yorozu was trying to cover her chest with her hand, so Izuku couldn't grab both her hands. Yorozu fell onto Izuku, and his hand landed on her backside. Izuku blushed even harder. I'm so sorry. Izuku repeatedly bowed. Yorozu muttered something Izuku couldn't hear. Yorozu-san. Izuku cautiously tried to get closer. You have to take responsibility. She shouted at him. Izuku began to panic. A hero team wins. All Might announced. 𝐒𝐿 had to literally become a ninja for the day. The moment he returned to the viewing area, 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐼 clung to him like lifeline. As if he disappeared, her life was over. Then he had to hide from a raging Bakugo who couldn't take a lose. Now 𝐒𝐿 was finally near his room, but luck had it out for him. Bakugo was waiting in front of his door, growling. "Oh come on," 𝐒𝐿 whispered. He slowly crawled back down the stairs. Once he reached the second floor, he tried to stand up, only for his head to hit something soft. 𝐒𝐿 slowly turned his head, not moving anything else. Once he was fully turned, he found 𝐻𝑒𝐼. He was between her chest. "I surrender," 𝐒𝐿 muttered from his position. 𝐻𝑒𝐼 was blushing, but dragged him to her room. For the rest of his day, he spent it being a body pillow. For some odd reason, he felt refreshed. Cynthia felt a surge of pride. "I feel like a proud mom," Cynthia said for some odd reason. "You're not even married," her secretary spoke up. "Proud sister," Cynthia suggested. "You're an only child," her secretary countered. "Surrogate sister," Cynthia provided. "To whom exactly?" Her secretary raised an eyebrow. "𝐒𝐿," Cynthia answered. "Who's that?" Her secretary began typing on her laptop. "You wouldn't know," Cynthia waved her off. Secret quest completed. Be a man. Task: sleep with a woman. Technically didn't think you had it in you. Reward: party buff. 𝐒𝐿 was woken up by the sound of his quirk, but all he saw was darkness. "Where am I?" 𝐒𝐿 spoke, but it was muffled. It felt like he was tied up and something was moving. Suddenly the thing that was covering his head was removed. "Hua," 𝐒𝐿 saw 𝐻𝑒𝐼 yawning. Why yell? 𝐒𝐿 didn't know what to say as 𝐻𝑒𝐼 finally laid her eyes on him. 𝐒𝐿 noticed her cheeks redden a little before she got up from her bed and go to her bathroom. 𝐒𝐿 watched walk to the bathroom, in her unusually cramped room. Everything looked so big, even the bed. "Get in here." 𝐒𝐿 jumped at her shout. I can't, you're still in there," 𝐒𝐿 protested. "You're my fiancé now. Deal with it," 𝐻𝑒𝐼 shouted from the bathroom. 𝐒𝐿 froze. 𝐻𝑒𝐼 stomped out of the bathroom, hair still wet, with a towel covering her privates. Why won't 𝐻𝑒𝐼 stopped herself when she saw what 𝐒𝐿 looked like? He was frozen in disbelief. "You're the first to see me in such manner, which is why you must take responsibility," 𝐻𝑒𝐼 said in finality. Oh, 𝐒𝐿 weakly said. 𝐻𝑒𝐼 sighed. "Look on the bright side, you're rich now," 𝐻𝑒𝐼 patted him in the back. Where did you find such a rule?" 𝐒𝐿 asked, hoping she'd just read it in a fairy tale or something. "It's how my mother got my father, as well as my grandmother to my grandfather. You will also adapt to the 𝐻𝑒𝐼 name," 𝐻𝑒𝐼 explained with a smile. So his faith was sealed. Makoto 𝐻𝑒𝐼 felt her maternal instinct spike. "My daughter has found her man," she exclaimed. Her husband and the staff all gave a silent prayer. "Today all you will having one-on-one Pokemon battles," 𝐒𝐼 announced. "And since I do not trust All Might to handle any more classes, I will be here to supervise," 𝐒𝐼 grumbled as All Might sulked in the corner. 𝐒𝐿 looked confused. "It's due to your fight with Bakugo," 𝐻𝑒𝐼 explained as she stood next to him. "Hey." 𝐒𝐿 looked even more confused. "Everyone look at the screen to see your opponent," 𝐒𝐼 announced. 𝐒𝐿 looked at the screen to see that he was up against Mineta. Squash the grape. Task: destroy Mineta. Reward: bonus, affection from 𝐻𝑒𝐼. His quirk was being weird again. "Hey! What about the rewards from yesterday?" 𝐒𝐿 screamed in his head. "Reward, 10 slot tokens reward, Aegis better," 𝐒𝐿 said in satisfaction. 𝐻𝑒𝐼 raised an eyebrow. The other girls just stared in confusion. "Momo 𝐻𝑒𝐼 has been added to your party." Momo 𝐻𝑒𝐼 title. Tamed a sleeping dragon. Momo squeaked when she suddenly began glowing green, then a panel appeared in front of her. Momo 𝐻𝑒𝐼 title. Tamed a sleeping dragon Pokemon. 3 Kirlia Dratini Fennekin strength, 23 agility, 20 intelligence, 145 dexterity, 34 stamina, 34 durability, 20 oh my, Momo muttered as she glanced at 𝐒𝐿. Buff has been applied, all stats has been raised by 50. Momo felt so much power wash over her body. She looked at the screen and saw her match was against Bakugo, and they were the first fight. Yaoyorozu and Bakugo. Choose one Pokemon to fight alongside you, Aizawa ordered. Bakugo chose his Cyndaquil, while Momo chose her Fennekin. I'm going to destroy you, Ponytail, Bakugo growled. No thank you, that will be Izuku's job in bed. Momo did not mean to say that. The effect was immediate. Aizawa grumbled something in another language. The girls all gasped with star in their eyes, especially Mina. The guys stared at Izuku with awe, shock, disbelief, and jealousy. Mineta began crying. Izuku himself stood frozen. The F did you just say? Bakugo roared and unleashed a massive explosion. Yaoyorozu. Aizawa called out but was surprised to see that she was fine. Momo was surprised as well. Fennekin use Ember, she ordered while Bakugo was still shocked. The attack hit Bakugo and his Cyndaquil. Momo created a staff and charged as Bakugo was trying to block the embers. She was surprised by her speed, but then when she slammed her staff into Bakugo's side, he was sent flying to the other end of Gym Gamma. Ay! Momo looked so confused. Yaoyorozu, Momo turned to Aizawa-sensei. Mind explaining to me what just happened? Aizawa grumbled. Momo turned to Izuku. Problem child. Aizawa-sensei called out. As if Izuku knew that it was his name now, he ran up to them. Explain. I got a party buff from NY Quirk. Izuku answered uncertain. You buff people with secretary? Aizawa asked in annoyance. No. Both Momo and Izuku denied. Mina squealed. Whatever, keep it in moderation, Aizawa-sensei grumbled, leaving the two problem children blushing. The matches continued. Todoroki simply froze Soto and his Pokemon. Kirishima overwhelmed Zero with her Raiden. The matches continued until it was time for Izuku's match. The girls cheered for him. Squash that grape. Eternal damnation. End him. Castration. Hit him in the nuts. End his bloodline. Izuku did not know how to react to that. Mineta and his Roulette stood at the other end of the arena. I'll defeat you and prove myself to Yaoyorozu, then those Europeus will be mine, Mineta ranted. I'd rather die. Yaoyorozu shouted. Izuku just looked at Mineta in disgust. Then his Lucario came out on its own. The others gasped at the entrance of the Pokemon. He has a Lucario. Kaminari gasped. Such a powerful Pokemon, Ojiro said in awe. Thank God Bakugo was unconscious. Roo! Lucario growled as it punched its palms together. Roulette panicked. Mineta shaked in fear. The match did not last long. Bone Rush. Lucario charged with amazing speed, swatting Roulette out of the way and heading straight for Mineta. He tried to throw his ball. Agility. Lucario blurred, easily dodging the pathetic attempts to stop it. Mineta got swatted out of a window. Midoriya wins, Aizawa-sensei grumbled as he went to get Mineta outside. The girls cheered for the demise of the grape. Izuku never thought he'd be back here. But here he was, fighting in Royal Arena. The crowd cheering as his Flygon used Dragon Tail to knock out another challenger. Izuku cycled through his Pokemon depending on the opponent. Fracture, Arcanine, and Bagon had a fair amount. Battles. For the past week, Izuku also began receiving some requests every so often. Mostly from Psycho Intelli. He was starting to become an improvised bodyguard for her. But then it happened. Hello. Izuku answered his phone. Hello Pikachuman. The voice sounded so familiar but more mature. How can I help you, ma'am? Izuku asked since the voice sounded a lot like a woman's. I wish to know if you could accompany to my daughter on her trip, the woman spoke. That won't be a problem, ma'am, Izuku answered. Why don't tell him the details, thin dear, the woman said, then Izuku heard some shuffling. Hello. This voice sounded way too familiar. Hello, Izuku was beginning to get nervous. I was planning on going on a trip with my fiancé in order to catch a Pokemon pair for the two of us, the woman explained. Sure, ma'am. Izuku began sweating nervously. And I hope you mind some noise, The woman trailed off. Izuku gulped. That won't be a problem, ma'am. Terrific! The woman exclaimed. The call ended and Izuku's heart began beating faster. He heard a knock from the door. He opened it to see Momo. I have trip planned for us this weekend. I even hired a bodyguard for us, Momo informed him in a cheery tone. Why you mean Pikachu-man? Izuku hesitated to ask. How did you know? Momo looked at him in confusion, then her eyes wandered to his bed, where a case was placed with an all-too-familiar Goofy mask on it. Momo gasped. Izuku paled. She locked his door. Izuku gulped. Darling, looks like you impress me yet again. Her dress fell on the floor. Izuku went with it. Be a man. For real. We're proud of you. Reward, Dexterity plus 50 growth pendant has activated. Dexterity has increased by 50. What's your opinion of them? Nezu asked as he passed a cup of tea. A man with long light green hair, dressed in a white long-sleeve shirt and brown breathes, sat in front of Nezu. He was examining two files and some footages. Specifically Midoriya and Bakugo. Midoriya is a good person that needs to learn to fight, while Bakugo is a fighter that needs to be a good person, the man spoke. What makes you say that? Nezu asked with a glint in his eyes. Mr. Midoriya has proven to be an amazing fighter. He holds back too much, the man informed. He was able to strengthen Miss Yorozu enough to easily defeat Bakugo, and yet he himself could not do the same, the man explained. Isn't simply a boosting ability? Nezu asked. No, it isn't. It is a bond, in which he shares a part of his power, the man answered. Nezu's eyes sparked with curiosity as he pondered Izuku's capabilities. It is amazing how someone quirkless achieved such a thing, the man said in wonder. Nezu became confused. What do you mean, N? Nezu asked in a bit of doubt. His power is not the work of a quirk, but a trial of someone all-powerful, N explained. A god? Nezu speculated. Most likely, N sipped on his cup of tea. Nezu had never been more excited. Izuku never thought he'd have a chance with a girl, so the fact that he was naked, while Momo slept on top of him, felt like a dream. Izuku did not have the guts to move as well. He was afraid of what might happen, since every healthy man had something in common. Morning wood. Izuku could hear Bakugo screaming outside, probably getting dragged away by Kirishima. Izuku sighed, but that caused a few strands of Momo's hair to fall on his face, making him sneeze. The sudden movement made Izuku flinch when he felt his manhood touch something moist. Right. They were both naked. Yorozu began waking up. She started to get up, but when she sat down, Eep! She squeaked as something slipped in. Izuku groaned when he felt it as well. I guess we get to have some morning exercise, darling, Momo purred. Izuku definitely felt like he was dreaming. Aizawa was grumbling so early in the morning. The DMN rat called him in so early. Just in time, Aizawa, Nezu's voice called out as the door opened by itself. What is it this time? Aizawa grumbled. Meet the new teacher for Pokemon theory. Yes, that's a made-up subject. It is a pleasure to meet you, a green-haired man spoke. Aizawa just knew things would get even more stressful. Izuku was very thankful that it was a Saturday. His legs weren't in the best shape at the moment. But Izuku wanted to be a good fiancé and make Momo breakfast in bed. When he got down, he was surprised to see no one. He looked at the clock and that it was 6 in the morning. Did they have sec that early in the morning? Izuku felt proud. Izuku absent-mindedly started making a batch of pancakes, but with his sudden increase in dexterity, Izuku didn't notice that he was making a lot. Once he realized, he had already made 57 pieces. How was that even possible? There was only 2 frying pans. Title: Motivated by a beauty has activated. Don't question it. Izuku was starting to fear his quirk. What? Class 1A was surprised to see a bunch of pancakes on the table. Where did these come from? Only 2 eggs were missing. Soto asked in disbelief. Do we have a guardian angel? Mina, Toru, and Kaminari asked at the same time. Fracture began beating up a mag mortar at the arena. Fracture was what you would call Izuku's inner Bakugo. It strived to prove Izuku was not weak, It wants to make sure 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stood at the top. If 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wanted to stood side by side with 𝐒𝐬𝐽, 𝐹𝐴𝐴 wanted 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to ride on its back and look down on everyone who looked down on him. With another dragon pulse, 𝐹𝐴𝐴 took down another pebble in 𝐒𝐬𝐽's road to be the best. Time for today's special event. A free-for-all. The announcer informed and the crowd cheered. 𝐹𝐴𝐴 noticed 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stammering, unaware of what was happening. 𝐹𝐴𝐴 roared announcing its longing. Every Pokemon that entered the stage aimed at 𝐹𝐴𝐴. 𝐹𝐴𝐴 began to shine as energy surrounded it, preparing for Giga Impact. With a mighty roar, 𝐹𝐴𝐴 shot forward. Decimating every Pokemon it collided, 𝐹𝐴𝐴's claws began emitting energy as well. Using Dragon Claw and Giga Impact at the same time. In a shocking turn of events, Pikachuman's 𝐹𝐴𝐴 has defeated every Pokemon. In the arena, the only thing left were the trainers. The bright light vanished, revealing a black Haxorus. With a mighty roar, it sent every other trainer running. Haxorus felt pride as 𝐒𝐬𝐽 got closer to his goal. Dragon MSTR. Task 3, completed reward, Dragon Essence that just felt weird to read. Dragon Essence greatly enhances the growth of the user. Grants random effects. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 perked up. He immediately called back his celebrating Haxorus and looked for a waiting room. Once inside, he activated the slot machine and used the Draw 10. Draw 10 has been activated. Bonus reward. Agility has increased by 25, strength has increased by 5, 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 rare candy 10, rare candy 10, stamina has increased by 5, stamina has increased by 5, stamina has increased by 5, Dragon Essence reacted, new stat has been unlocked, perception has been unlocked, perception has increased by 50, growth pendant has activated. Agility has increased by 25, strength has increased 25, stamina has increased by 15, perception has increased by 50. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 suddenly screamed in pain as a massive headache attacked his head. His senses were being overclocked. A few seconds later and he fainted. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 believed having enhanced hearing was a blessing and a curse. Hearing Yomomo mumble something in her room was both. She could hear Yomomo mumble as she was researching about lewd lingerie. Midoriya, you lucky bastard. Oh, this should excite him. Yomomo exclaimed. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 blushed even harder. We should do it here, Yomomo said in wonder. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 wanted to die of embarrassment. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 groaned as he woke up. You good? He heard a familiar voice. Here. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 saw that it was Diantha, and his head was currently using her lap as a pillow. Neat. When 𝐒𝐬𝐽 opened the door of his room, he was surprised to see Momo humming to herself. But what shocked her the most was that she was folding baby clothes. New. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 panicked. Momo was startled by his outburst and dropped the clothes she was holding. I'm too young to be a father. What would mom say? What would my sister say? Oh God. She's going to kill me. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 began to mutter as he had mental crisis. Calm down, 𝐒𝐬𝐽. I'm not PRNT, Momo assured. You're not. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stopped his muttering. Momo nodded. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sighed in relief. But what's with that? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 pointed to the baby clothes. Those are for Pokemons. Girls like to dress up Pokemon, you know, Momo explained. Why here? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asked. No reason, Momo said as she got up and resumed folding clothes. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 still felt uneasy for some reason. Good thing he didn't have some very cute Pokemon. Speaking of Pokemon, the team he currently had was Haxorus, Lucario, and Trico. He didn't really like bringing all of them all the time, especially when he leaves the arena. That begs the question. Momo, do you know where Pokemon that aren't on our teams go? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asked Momo, who was still folding clothes. Well, each person gets a storage box and it's like giant subspace with its own ecosystem, Momo explained. Like a Pokemon paradise. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asked in curiosity. I guess, we can't actually enter after all, Momo replied. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 just took her word for it, then he noticed that Momo was just wearing a tank top and but shorts. He also noticed a sweater and a pajama on the floor. Did she wear that then took it off when she got here? Yes, can't have them seeing what yours, right? Momo teased. I said that out loud. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 blushed. Yes, Momo nodded. My hero costume was also modified with DNA fabric now too, Momo informed. Oh! Izuku perked up. Momo just giggled at his reaction. Midoriya, I tend to be blunt person, Kero, Asui spoke. Okay Asui-san, Izuku replied. Call me Zu, Zu insisted. Alright Asuzu-san, Izuku corrected. Better. Your quirk is very confusing, Zu stated. I guess so, Izuku scratched the back of his head as he chuckled. Yeah man, what does it even do? Kaminari asked. Well, I can pull some random stuff from it, but most of the time it gives me stat points, Izuku explained. Stat points? Uraraka asked. Like a game? Mina looked very excited. Yes, Izuku answered, a lot of them became interested. Can I try? Or does it have to be you? Kaminari asked with hopeful eyes. I don't actually know, but only I could see the panels after all, Izuku answered. I saw a panel once, Momo joined. Oh, the party buff. Izuku realized and tried to give Momo a slot token. Izuku currently had 3, so he didn't mind. Look at you being selfless. Reward, 5 free spins for Momorozu. Izuku didn't expect that, but he definitely won't say no to such an amazing quirk. Oh thanks. Momo looked surprised for a second. A panel probably popped out in front of her. A panel popped out in front of Izuku too. Momo Yorozu is using the slot machine rewards. 1 memory slot, 1 memory slot, 1 memory slot, 1 memory slot, 1 rare candy. The F is a memory slot. Memory slot unique to Momorozu allows the user to completely save a specific data on them. I just got an item that helps with my own quirk, Momo stated. Really? That's so cool. Mina exclaimed. It's hard to get tokens though, Izuku explained. Really? How? Kaminari asked. At first it wanted me to fight a Salamence, then it wanted me to fully evolve a dragon type. Izuku told the story of how he got some his slot tokens. That's so manly. Kirishima cheered. I guess it takes a long time just to get one. I mean, you probably haven't even completed the evolve a dragon type one, Kaminari spoke. Izuku looked away. You haven't, right? Kaminari asked in worry. Izuku didn't respond. You haven't, right? Kaminari began sweating as some of them began to watch in worry. Having a fully evolved dragon type was big deal. Dragon types were known to be one of the most powerful types of Pokemon after all. Show me. Kaminari began shaking Izuku. Show them your Flygon, Izuku, Momo commented. I don't have Flygon with me, I don't bring Flygon with me to school, Izuku explained. I see, what about Hacks? Momo was stopped by Izuku putting a hand to her mouth. Haha, maybe after class, Izuku promised. Momo raised an eyebrow at him. Upon arrival at the USJ, they were greeted by 13 and her 𝐶𝐿. Uraraka squealed at the sight of her favorite hero. 13 giving a speech about how dangerous quirks can be and HKW some Pokemon were potentially dangerous to be around. As 13 was explaining, Izuku felt something was off. He sensed something from the plaza. Sensei! Izuku shouted and pointed at the plaza. Everyone saw some purple mist appearing at the plaza, then a group people began coming through. Then a horde of Pokemon with unusual marking all over their body came out. Where the F is All Might? A villain covered in hands complained. Everyone get back to the bus. Aizawa ordered, but the mist villain opened a portal and a group Pokemon with the same markings came out, blocking their escape. I guess I'll need to settle with some NPCs, the villain spoke. Izuku couldn't even do anything as he was thrown into a portal. He was currently in the shipwreck zone, and cursed at his lack of water types. Zu and Mineta was with him. Mineta began crying, and he was tempted to throw him overboard. Some villains began surrounding them. He was thankful he dropped on the boat, and not in the water. Attack. Task. Beat villains reward. 5 slot tokens bonus task. Beat the boss reward. 2 slot tokens plus. Now or never. Izuku prepared to throw his strongest punch yet. Zu and Mineta looked at him with confused expression. Izuku was sparked with green electricity, the sparks violently covering his body. When Izuku punched, a powerful shockwave was created. Zu and Mineta almost got thrown off the ship. The powerful blast of air sent the villains flying as the water in the lake practically exploded all over the USJ. Hopefully nobody died, hopefully. What the F was that? Mineta screamed as he could barely stand from the shock. I don't even know. Izuku was the most surprised of them all. You're just like All Might, Zu commented, while staring at the giant crater where what's left of the lake was gathered. The shock didn't last long as they made their way to the plaza. Aizawa fought most of the villains at the plaza. He had his Absol, Greninja, Umbreon, and Kofugraigus helping him fight. Aizawa's Pokémon clearly dominated their fight, but the amount of enemies were getting to them. Then it began to rain. Aizawa turned to the shipwreck zone and saw a giant wave heading for them. Problem child, Aizawa muttered before using his capture weapon to grab hold of a pillar. His Kofugraigus and Greninja helped his other Pokémon prepare for the giant wave. Most of the villains got washed away by the wave, a lot of them getting knocked out. Ojiro and Aomar were fighting together in the conflagration zone when it began raining. Hey! Ojiro became confused when suddenly a massive wave of water went over the wall of the conflagration zone. Shoko basically froze the whole landslide. She saw the explosion in the shipwreck zone, then it started raining. She saw the wave hit the edge of the landslide zone. Can your All Might killer beat that? Shoko asked the frozen villains. They all just paled even more. When Izuku and the others arrived at the plaza, they were surprised to see the lack of fighting. Everyone looked like they were wet and some even looked like they just got out of a flood. The hand villain was coughing out water as a giant villain with an exposed brain stood beside him. DMN NPC. No kill him. The villain ordered. The giant villain suddenly appeared in front of Izuku, then a golden barrier blocked the Nomu's fist. Izuku prepared to fight back. Get to the plaza. Izuku shouted at Zu and Mineta as his body got covered in green lightning. What about you? Zu asked in concern. I'll hold it off, Izuku spoke. Ha ha ha, the Nomu was built to kill All Might, you think you can beat it, the hand villain boasted as some of the Pokémon that came with him started to gather again. Then time to go plus ultra. Izuku announced. The lightning surrounding him increased and sparked more violently. His skin began to glow and redden as his hair started to rise as the energy flowed through him. New title acquired. Hero for All. Hero for All. Allows the holder to link with his Pokémon. Izuku's Lucario, Haxorus, and Trico came out of their Pokeball. Lucario had blue and silver lightning surrounding it. Trico had green lightning like Izuku. Haxorus had black and red lightning sparking all over its body. Izuku punched the Nomu, sending it flying through the plaza. Izuku's Pokémon began destroying the other Pokémon with the hand villain. Izuku was surprised when the Pokémon turned into grey sludge after being taken down. The hand villain began ranting and boasting when the Nomu got back up. Izuku matched it blow for blow, the Nomu clearly getting pushed back. As Izuku fought the Nomu, he activated his unused TM Focus Punch has been used Go Beyond. Izuku clenched his fist and prepared his most powerful punch. Focus Punch! Izuku yelled as he unleashed his most powerful attack, sending the Nomu flying out of the USJ and creating a tornado that shot through the roof. Plus Ultra! Momo was fighting villains with Kyoka and Kaminari until a villain managed to take Kaminari hostage. Now both of them had to surrender to avoid Kaminari from being killed. Although Momo's new hero costume covered her entire body, it still showed her curves and assets. And that seemed to attract the villain's attention. Looks like I'm going to have some fun, the villain smirked. The villain had an Electabuzz with him, which began circling behind Momo and Kyoka. Thankfully, someone came to their rescue. A black blur crashed down, and the next thing they knew, the villain was sent flying. The blur was revealed to be Izuku's Lucario, that had lightning sparking around its body. Lucario had Bone Rush activated and immediately attacked the Electabuzz. Such speed, Momo muttered as Lucario easily took out the Electabuzz. We need to go yo Momo, Kyoka shouted as she dragged Kaminari. Right, Momo followed and Lucario ran somewhere else. Izuku felt exhausted, that last attack took a lot out of him. Additionally, he didn't know if anybody managed to get some help. Haxorus was demolishing the weird sludge-turning Pokémon, but the hand villain and mist villain were still here. Where even is Aizawa-sensei? No. 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 The Nomu was supposed to kill All Might. The hand villain began scratching his neck, which made Izuku very uncomfortable watching. The fact that the hand villain was having a tantrum just made feel even more weird. Tomura Shigaraki, we need to go, the mist villain. Shut up, Kurogiri. The hand villain yelled in anger. The villain started to run towards Izuku, but a familiar scarf wrapped around the villain's leg, making him fall face first to the ground. We shall retreat for now, the mist villain said as he began to cover the hand villain on the floor. Izuku flicked his finger to try and shoot some kind of air shot, but the villain was already gone. Problem child. Izuku heard Aizawa-sensei's tired voice but decided to just F it and faint. Shoko watched everything that happened as she went down from the landslide zone. The power comparable or even greater than All Might, then the finishing move that showed even greater power. That's what her father wanted to surpass. Would ice even hold him down? Would flames even burn through his skin? Would she even stand a chance? Nothing made sense to her anymore. UA was alerted of the attack after seeing the massive tornado that shot out of the USJ. Every pro hero in the area rushed to USJ, but they were already too late. The villains were already taken, and most of the students already made it outside. The only ones missing from the group was Izuku Midori, Katsuki Bakugo, and Eiko Kirishima. They already found Midoriya fainted in the Plaza Wath Eraser head. Bakugo and Kirishima were found searching for villains to fight. They also had to convince Midoriya's overpowered Haxorus that they weren't enemies. Honestly, why would a teenager have a Pokemon that can take out an army by itself? It took All Might's Macamp and Lucario along with Nezu's Bishop to stop it. Midoriya's Lucario and Trico were a lot more reasonable. Simply listening to words. All the students were sent back to the dorms and allowed their families to see them. During the investigation, the police found 162 piles of sludge that held the DNA of different types of Pokemon. Additionally, 23 Pokemon with strange markings were captured. 120 villains were captured, ranging from E/C rank villains. Most of them not having any Pokemon. The media some got wind of what happened and crowded outside of UA. The school didn't allow them near any of the students, activating the UA barricade on them. Although Izuku Midoriya was the only one hospitalized, he did not have any notable injuries and barely had any cuts or scrapes on him. The police also found out through the testimonies of his classmates that Izuku Midoriya was the one to defeat the main villain. Further investigation would be needed. Steven read through the files of the UA-USJ attack. He wasn't exactly part of the investigation, but his opinion was greatly valued. He was one of the few people to be a hero and detective after all. His strength is a bit odd, Steven observed. His quirk is called Gacha, but no mention of what he gets from it, Steven stated. According to his classmates, he gets stat points from it, Tsukochi replied. So he gets physically stronger every time he uses it, Steven figured out. But obviously there's more, Steven pointed out, and Tsukochi nodded. Based on his fiancée, he has a wide range of other abilities, such as boosting, Tsukochi explained. Does he have family members with similar quirks? Steven asked, and he noticed Tsukochi flinch and began to sweat nervously. None with any similar quirk at all. His mother's side had telekinetic quirks, while his father's side had fire-based quirks, Tsukochi explained. Any noteworthy relatives? Steven asked again. Tsukochi gulped. Well, he has an older sister in America, Tsukochi informed with a little too much nervousness. Is she some big shot? Steven wondered. Tsukochi nodded. The tornado of terror, Tsukochi admitted. Steven paled. Nezu kept his cool when the news of UA getting attacked was leaked. He made sure that his students got enough rest and given time with their family. He also kept the media away from them, making full use of UA's defenses. But the main problem was the Midoriyas. Izuku Midoriya was the only one that required to be taken to a hospital, but was given treatment by Recovery Girl instead. His mother was manageable, she just cried and worried a lot for her son. But his sister was the real problem. When Nezu got an international number calling him, he inspected an international government, not the tornado of terror. She demanded to see Izuku Midoriya and revealed that she was his sister, Tatsumaki Midoriya. It took all of Nezu's energy and effort to stop her from flying all the way from America and wreak havoc in his school. Unfortunately, she was still coming to UA. God help him. Izuku woke up to see the white ceiling of Recovery Girl's clinic. He was wearing a hospital gown, and was currently alone in the clinic. Is that even allowed? He sat up, feeling no pain or grogginess whatsoever. Dragon MSTR. Task. Completed reward, Dragon Candy Attack. Task. Completed reward, 5 slot tokens bonus task. Completed reward, 2 slot tokens plus gold tokens. Since Izuku was alone, why not use it all, right? Izuku called for the slot machine and activated the Draw 10 bonus reward. Yacht 10 rare candy, 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 10 rare candy. Durability has increased by 5. 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 A yacht. Where would he get that? Izuku pondered but decided to use the gold token first. A golden slot machine appeared, but this one didn't have a Draw 10 function. Golden reward. Durability stat has been upgraded to Indomitable. Growth pendant has activated. Indomitable has increased by 20. Izuku currently had 80 rare candy now. He pondered on how to use it. He decided he would split it between his Pokemon. Mostly Trico, Bagon, Gible, and Eevee. Izuku went to the Pokemon PC in Recovery Girl's clinic and began sorting through his Pokemon. Taking out the 4 he wanted to give rare candy to. Flygon, Haxorus, Arcanine, and Lucario would no longer benefit from it after all. The 4 Pokemon received 20 each. That allowed Trico to finally evolve into a Grovyle and Bagon to a Shelgon. Izuku then decided to use his Thunderstone on Eevee, evolving it into a Jolteon. He wanted to give it a Water Stone, but he'll just catch a water type. Why are you up? Izuku turned to see Recovery Girl walking towards him with a cane in hand. I felt better. That was the wrong thing to say. Izuku got whacked by her cane, then she performed a checkup on him. He was fine, but Recovery Girl ordered him to stay in bed for the night. He'll be discharged tomorrow. Izuku was not prepared for what waited for him the next day. Izuku honestly didn't know how Indomitable worked as a stat. He barely even knew how Hissen stats compared to normal people. Izuku was lucky he hasn't killed anyone yet. It didn't help that UA seemed to not care how his quirk worked. Oh right, Izuku was currently in bed with Momo. She's still asleep, but was still cuddling him. Izuku never knew how much having someone beside him would make him feel happy. She might have not given him a choice, but he'd be dumb to refuse. It helped that Izuku had a slight crush on her after she made canon during Aizawa-sensei's test. But, does he deserve this? Man up. Task. Get self-confidence reward, a backbone that was just insulting. How is the training going? All Might asked. Well, enough, Ryukyu replied. She looked a bit haggard. Fine, Fat Gum answered as he ate a chocolate bar. Both Nejaya and Amagiki had adjusted well to 1-for-all enhancement to their quirks. The limbs Amagiki manifested were a lot stronger, and his transformation time was greatly reduced. Nejaya could release large outputs of her quirk easier now. Getting used to their new quirks took some time though. With strength enhancement and a completely new quirk as well, it became quite the task. How are we going to explain this too? Ryukyu asked. I already found a solution for that, Night Eye said, showing them a file. Izuku Midoriya again. Ryukyu raised an eyebrow. He managed to give his girlfriend a massive boost in strength and other abilities. With his help we can explain the Big Three's new abilities, Night Eye explained. Does the kid know your plan? Ryukyu narrowed her eyes at Night Eye. She knew the man's attitude after all. We haven't informed him yet, Night Eye revealed, and Ryukyu looked zest. Then you should get to it. Ryukyu shoved the file at Night Eye. Before stomping out the training gym. What's with her? Fat Gum asked as he watched the whole interaction. She seemed protective, Fat Gum noticed. Oh, I know why. Nejaya bounced as she came closer. Yes, young Heido. All Might, the Midoriya guy, is actually her distant nephew, Nejaya revealed. Really? Mirio asked as he walked closer. Yeah, Ryukyu did a background check on him, then found out his father was her distant cousin that decided that didn't want a leech of her success, so they moved away or something, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 explained. I see, Night Eye spoke. Why is she suddenly so protective though? Fat Gum asked. Oh, maybe because she's a dragon, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 exclaimed. Everyone raised an eyebrow at her. Dragon's horde. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 pouted. Ah, was the general response. Class 1A sat in common room. Everyone mostly minded their business, idly talking to their friends. Izuku, however, sat beside Momo as she read a book. Izuku was simply watching TV when Momo suddenly asked a question. If we got married, do you have a lot relatives that would come? Momo asked. Then the common room froze. But something made everyone even more uneasy. Bakugo, who was playing a video game with Kaminari, suddenly began shivering, as if he saw a ghost. My sister and my mom, I guess, Izuku responded. That made Bakugo flinch. Is that all? Momo seemed concerned. Well, my dad isn't around anymore. Izuku looked down. Nobody decided to ask further. Suddenly the door slammed open. Nobody noticed Bakugo's soul leave his body. Class 1A was surprised to see the most terrifying hero in America. The Tornado of Terror. Her hero name is actually Tornado of Terror. Where is he? She shouted. Nobody had the ball to ask who she was talking about. Enne-san, Izuku squeaked out. Multiple heads snapped at his direction in shock. Izuku was wrapped in a green glow as he was floated towards Tatsumaki. The moment she was in range, Tatsumaki hugged his head, rubbing her face in his hair. Oh, I was so worried about you. Tatsumaki doted on Izuku. Class 1A looked shocked, looking blankly at the two. Tatsumaki shot them a glare, and half of 1A ran in fear. Somewhere too afraid to move. Tatsumaki's head snapped towards the voice. It is nice to meet you, Enne-san, Momo bowed. Tatsumaki's eyes narrowed at her. Who are you? Tatsumaki glared at her ample chest. My name is Momo Yorozu. Momo bowed again. She's my fiancée, Izuku mumbled out from Tatsumaki's hug. Here. Tatsumaki said in shock. What's going on? Aizawa asked as they were called by Nezu. The Tornado of Terror is testing one of her students, Nezu revealed. All the teachers flinched. What is she doing here? Midnight asked in fear. She is Mr. Izuku Midoriya's older sister, Nezu revealed. All Might paled. That woman terrified him. Super strength isn't exactly useful when you can't move, and traveling towards space in extreme speed. Who's the unlucky victim? Present MIC asked. Momo Yorozu, Nezu answered. Poor kid, Midnight added. Momo's Curlier slumped in defeat as Tatsumaki's Gardevoir appeared and the sheer presence defeated Momo's Pokemon. Is that it? Tatsumaki mocked. Fighting the number 2 hero in America isn't exactly fair, Izuku grumbled. Fine. Let's go to your room, Tatsumaki yelled at Izuku. Why? Izuku asked in worry. I need to see if she at least satisfy you, otherwise that body is worthless, Tatsumaki pointed at a blushing Momo. What? You're gonna watch us? Izuku asked in panic. Alabama, Kaminari whispered to Zero. Mineta didn't even get a chance to speak as Bakugo dragged him away. That is very inappropriate, Momo said as she still kept blushing. After a lot convincing, Izuku managed to calm Tatsumaki down. Tatsumaki begrudgingly accepted Momo, but still occasionally glared at her chest. After a tiring day, Izuku managed to fall asleep with Momo by his side. Then he found himself in a dark void. Hey kid, a woman who looked similar to Momo but older appeared. Hello. Izuku asked in confusion. My name is Nana Shimura, and I'm inside your quirk, Nana introduced herself. Here. Izuku became even more confused. Nana began to explain everything about One for All. About its origins and the past wielders. She also explained that he now had a fragment of One for All inside him. So this is Mind's cape? Izuku asked. Yes, Nana answered. Then who's she? Izuku pointed to a woman wearing an office uniform. She had green hair just like him, with black glasses over her green eyes. She had a slender figure, and just looked very professional. "I'm your quirk," she answered. "Okay." Izuku decided to accept that given how strange his quirk is. Suddenly the surrounding changed, from a dark void into a casual living room, but without any stuff. "What just happened?" Nana asked in surprise. "Well, this is my mindscape, right?" Izuku spoke. "This place is directly connected to your inventory," the office quirk lady informed. "Do you have a name?" Izuku asked. The office lady shook her head. "I'll call you Gacha-san," Izuku spoke. Some stuff started popping into existence in the empty living room. A chair, a folding table, and other stuff. "I guess this will do for now," Izuku muttered, making a mental note to get some appliances. "You may teleport your physical body here when needed," Gachi informed. Neat. After meeting his quirks, Izuku woke up early in the morning. He couldn't actually get up since Momo always slept on top of him, and he didn't want to wake up. He still wasn't used to her body being so close to him. He wondered where his sister is right now. She's probably enjoying her vacation. Being the number 2 hero was definitely tiring. But that managed to support them financially. Izuku and his mother never needed a lot of money anyway. "Hey, can you hear me?" A panel appeared but no voice. "No." Izuku answered. "Demon, that's too bad, it must be Nana." Izuku decided to use the chat system. Fortunately, Izuku saw Nana's name in the contacts. Izuku pressed the call function. A panel appeared showing Nana inside the makeshift living room. "Oh, this is nice," Nana spoke through. "Maybe I could talk to Toshi like this." "Izuku, sweetie, who's that?" Izuku looked down to see Momo awake but still laying on his chest. My quirk." Izuku kneeling in front of Momo as she held a WHP in her hand. "When exactly do you plan telling me about this?" She narrowed her eyes at him. "Soon." "Nice try, Izuku." "Really?" Momo's smile sent shivers up his spine. Nobody dared to help Izuku. "I hope all of you are ready," Aizawa said as he stood in front of the class. "Tomorrow is the sports festival. You only have 4 chances in your time here in UA to make yourselves known to the world." "Yes, sensei." The class chorused. Aizawa grumbled a reply before going to sleep. "I'm going to my best," Uraraka said with a very determined expression. "Yeah." Kaminari and Ashido exclaimed. "I'm going to do my best, Deku-kun." Uraraka turned to him. "Why, yeah?" Izuku was slightly afraid of her right now. "She seems determined," Momo commented. Izuku flinched. "Why, yeah?" Izuku was definitely scarred for life. Izuku could hear present MIC hyping the crowd in the arena. Izuku was nervous. Millions of people were watching after all. He may found a lot about Gacha and one for all from Nana, but he was still nervous. Midoriya, Izuku turned to see Shoko Todoroki behind him. "Why, yes." Izuku honestly didn't know much about her, and why she would even talk to him. "You may be the strongest in the class," Todoroki stated. "What did you say?" And Bakugo was pulled back by Eiko. "But I will beat you, no matter how strong you are," Todoroki said before turning around, not exactly having anywhere to go to. They all just stood there in awkward silence. "You didn't time it right, didn't you?" Momo asked. "No," Todoroki admitted. Momo gently pushed her, making her sit down. On Izuku's lap. "Todoroki-san." Izuku turned neon. Shoko Todoroki's face remained neutral, then she stood up and walked towards the bathroom. A few seconds later the bathroom started steaming. "Why would you do that?" Izuku asked Momo. "I need help," that was all she said before present MIC called them to the arena. Time for the opening speech. By none other than Izuku Midoriya. Present MIC announced. Izuku nervously came up the podium, clearly he wasn't informed of this. "I don't have a speech prepared." Izuku mentally panicked. "Hello everyone, it. Hello everyone," Izuku repeated. "I just want to tell everyone to their best and go plus ultra. I just want to tell everyone to their best and go plus ultra." Izuku could actually keep this going. "Good luck everyone, good luck everyone." Izuku bowed. "'Cause I'm going to win, 'cause I'm going to win." Izuku froze once he realized what he just said. "The F did you say, Deku?" Bakugo was heard over the crowd. Izuku wanted to die of embarrassment. Thankfully Midnight came to his rescue. Time to find out the first event. Midnight announced, a big screen appearing behind her. And the first match is King of the Hill, Midnight announced, the screen displaying the event. Where did that screen come from? Kirishima asked. Plot convenience, Bakugo responded. Only 42 of you will advance to the next round, Midnight explained. One student for each of the 42 pillars. You have 20 minutes to secure your spots on top of the pillars. 42 cement pillars came out of the ground. Begin. The students scrambled to climb the pillars. Most of the pillars got occupied by the hero course students. The other classes tried to take their spots. The less combat-oriented students like 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and Koji were struggling to secure a pillar. Sometimes they would even fall off again. 10 minutes are up. Pokemon are now allowed. Midnight's announcement made some people happy, while some became horrified. And things are starting to get heated of folks. Present MIC spoke. The students have called out their Pokemon and the hero course is having a tough time. As much as they were trained, they're still not used to fighting with their Pokemon, Aizawa commented. The previously struggling Koda now had the upper hand once his Diggersby joined the fight. But the others were starting to struggle. Kaminari was starting to short-circuit, Ida was running out of gas, Uraraka was getting nauseous, drawn-out fights weren't their specialty. But the well-known powerhouses weren't even being challenged for their slot. Izuku didn't know why nobody was trying to climb his pillar. All of them were crowding around the others. He could see some attacking Momo's pillar. Ida and Uraraka were getting attacked too. Izuku didn't know this, but the footage from the USJ was leaked. The world saw what he could do. The world watched him defeat the monster created to kill All Might. So who would dare attack someone as strong as All Might? Surprised to see you here, Ryukyu greeted Miko. I was forced to come watch, Miko said as sports festival was about to begin. How? Ryukyu raises an eyebrow. My manager said I needed public appearances, Miko grumbled. I see, Ryukyu turned to see the first-year representative climb the podium. What are you here for? Miko asked out of boredom. For my nephew, Ryukyu informed. Miko just stared at her. You have a nephew? Miko didn't believe Ryukyu. Yes I do, he's right there, Ryukyu pointed at the teenager at the podium. 'Cause I'm going to win. Bahahaha. Your nephew has ball alright. Miko cackled as Ryukyu blushed. To everyone's surprise, only a little over half of the hero course passed. They tried to immediately get a position and didn't bother to take into account a drawn-out fight, Aizawa commented. That led to them being too exhausted to defend, Aizawa finished. Bummer. Present MIC added. And for our second event. Midnight showed the screen again. Battleship. The R-rated heroine announced. You will form a 2 to 4 person team and will be given a boat with a flag to protect. Each flag will have depending on how much time you stayed in your pillar in the previous round, Midnight explained. The lowest name had 5 points and the next had 10. By that pattern he should have around 200. First place has 10 million points. Midnight pointed at him. Izuku could feel the hungry looks from the students. Dragon within. Secret task. Reward. Izuku didn't even notice the panel as an unfamiliar feeling was washing over him. The longing to hoard. The kid's in trouble, Miko commented, but she didn't get a reply from Ryukyu. She turned to see the dragon hero smirking. They're doomed, Ryukyu stated. The F does that mean? Miko questioned. His eyes, the dragon hero spoke. They gave a dragon something to hoard, and told him someone wants to take it. Ryukyu's eyes shined. Shall we team up? Momo asked. Even though I have huge target on my back. Izuku stared at Momo like she was a goddess, which wasn't actual Ipfaroff. Of course sweetie, Momo rubbed his head. I want to join as well. 10 million. A pink-haired girl with goggles announced. I have tons of babies we can use. The girl began showing her inventions. Her wording made both Momo and Izuku uncomfortable but still accepted her. Nobody else seemed to want to join them, but that didn't bother them much. They were all given a boat with their points written on their flags. Once everybody got on their boat, water began to pour in the arena. Begin. Is that allowed to be shown on TV? Present MIC asked Aizawa, while the microphone was muted. I don't care, Eraser grumbled a reply. The crowd was silent as they watched as Izuku Midoriya demolish everyone as he cackled like a maniac. Dragon Awaken. Bonus task. Completed reward. Flamethrower learned Dragon Tail learned Dragon Rage learned Outrage learned Dragon Dance learned. Is that all you got? Izuku grabbed the silver-haired guy's face and threw him through a boat, making it sink. You dare take my horde with this much power? Izuku mocked as a vine-haired girl tried to capture him. Only for Izuku to breath fire. The F is up with this guy, a floating head with green hair asked. Arrow Dash, the blonde guy, was interrupted by a torrent of flames. It didn't help that most of their Pokemon were being taken down by a black Haxorus. The Pokemon even sliced a ship in half. I got this, Kaminari announced as he started sparking. Not on my watch. A Hariyama slapped him away. Get them! Itsuka shouted. Class 1B and their Pokemon gathered on the ship in front of Izuku. Bad decision. You want my horde? Come and take it. Izuku roared as he literally flew in the air, then lifted a whole ship out of the water. Holy 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 exclaimed. Give me your best shot, Deku. I'll beat your butt. Bakugu's teammates looked at him with horror as a shadow began to cover them. Bakugu did not think this through. He was already at disadvantage since his Pokemon were both fire types. The F is wrong with that kid, Miko exclaimed when the said kid threw a boat at the loud blonde. They should blame UA, Ryukyu stated. Ha ha ha. That's my brother. The majority of the crowd turned to the loud, obnoxious voice. They found of the tornado of terror floating in the stands with smuggest expression in the world. The F. You're telling me that Broccoli Kid is your nephew and that, Miko pointed at Tatsumaki. Gremlin's little brother, Miko finished. Apparently, Ryukyu replied. He's also my cousin. They turned a busty dark-haired woman wearing fancy clothes. Fubuki, Miko groaned. You too. Ryukyu spoke. Yes, his mother is the younger sister of my mother, Fubuki informed. The kid was practically born to be a hero, Miko complained. Well, only the latest generation of our family became heroes, so not quite, Fubuki corrected. Beach, Miko grumbled. Keep taking and Aizu might make you one, Fubuki countered. I wouldn't mind, Miko grinned. Having all that power ramming, Miko added. Fubuki blushed in embarrassment before stomping away. Did you really have to do that? Ryukyu asked in annoyance. Ooh, but I'm serious, Miko smirked at Ryukyu. Here's a minor, Ryukyu warned. Not for long, Miko looked even smugger. I can't even deny that, Ryukyu admitted defeat. Miko looked even more smugger. Most of the other ships were either destroyed or barely even floating. Midoriya shows no mercy to his competitors. Present MIC commented, nobody could deny it. Izuku floated over the flag of their ship. He looked over the destruction he caused. Not even Todoroki was safe. She was currently laying on the deck of her boat. Izuku didn't bother taking any flags. His own guaranteed the top spot anyway. And time's up. Present MIC announced. Izuku took his flag and flew down. The water in the stadium was drained out. Izuku took the flag and left. Nobody had the guts to stop him. So how do we devise who advances? Present MIC says with no excitement. I don't get paid enough for this, Aizawa grumbled. Momo didn't even know what to think. Izuku practically went berserk and demolished everyone. Dropping a boat on Bakugu was oddly satisfying. Here are the names that will advance, and the match UPS for the tournament. Izuku Midoriya vs Denki Kaminari Hitoshi Shinso vs Shoko Todoroki Momorozu vs Hantashiro Maihatsumi vs Ida Tenyamina Ashido vs Fumikage Tokoyami Katsuki Bakugu vs Nate Sawamura Eiko Kirishima vs Shiozaki Ibora Itsuka Kendo vs Yuga Kaminari was a done for. Stop this useless phase of yours, Shoko, Endeavor growled. You could have won all the matches so easily if you had used your fire. Endeavor roared. I don't need your power to win, 𝐂𝐭 growled. If you don't use your fire, you'll just be the shadow of that green-haired brat, 𝐿𝐷evo stated. He'll be the all might you can't surpass without using your flames. 𝐿𝐷evo growled. He isn't even a part of this, 𝐂𝐭 stated as he glared at 𝐿𝐷evo. He is, that's why I despise him as much as All Might, 𝐿𝐷evo stated. 𝐂𝐭's eyes widened as 𝐿𝐷evo stormed away in fury. He hates Midoriya as much as All Might, 𝐂𝐭 muttered, as another way to spite his father came to mind. Mineta tried to convince the girls to dress up as cheerleaders, but that just resulted in him getting frozen by Todoroki. During the break time, Izuku was pulled away by Todoroki. Is this the part where you tell me some SAR backstory? Izuku guessed. A part of it, Todoroki spoke. Izuku became confused. 𝐂𝐭 suddenly hugged him tight. He could feel her chest on his. Todoroki-san. Izuku turned bright red. Marry me, Todoroki said flatly while hugging him. Here. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. My father hates as much as All Might, so I want you to marry me, 𝐂𝐭 explained like it was normal. To that Izuku was cut off by 𝐂𝐭 locking her lips on his. Yorozu told me both of you do that often, 𝐂𝐭 said to a frozen Izuku. I was the result of a quirk marriage, so I wish to pick who marry on my own accord, 𝐂𝐭 informed. Izuku's eyes widened. What? 𝐿𝐷evo raised me to surpass All Might, which he compares to you. Saying you're my All Might. So instead of surpassing you, I will be loving you, 𝐂𝐭 explained with her usual neutral expression. It's not how it works at all. Izuku exclaimed while still blushing. I see, then if I beat you will you agree? 𝐂𝐭 asked. I do. Izuku tried to answer. You do. Then it is settled, 𝐂𝐭 left without a word. Izuku was just left there. 𝐂𝐭 had a smile on her face. For the first match we have Denki Kaminari vs Izuku Midoriya. Present MIC announced. The crowd looked at the electric blonde in sympathy. I'm so screwed, Kaminari admitted. You boys ready? Midnight asked. Izuku nodded. Kaminari gave a shaky nod. Begin. 1,000,000 volts. Kaminari released his most powerful attack. Izuku didn't even flinch as the lightning struck him. The crowd just stared in shock as Kaminari's attack did nothing to Izuku. Wait! Kaminari exclaimed. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Midnight announced. Not much of a shock really, Present MIC admitted. Bad matchup, Eraser added. For the next round we have Eraserhead's secret love child, Hitoshi Shinso, vs the Ice Queen 𝐂𝐭 Todoroki. Present MIC announced. The crowd somewhat cheered this time. I want a clean fight, are you ready? Midnight asked the two students. Both of them nodded. Begin. Must be Shinso was cut off by massive glacier. Sorry, but I have to beat someone, Todoroki said as Midnight announced her as the winner. Izuku was sweating bullets. What's wrong, dear? Momo asked. Nothing. Izuku immediately answered. If this is about Todoroki, I won't let her steal you from me, Momo stated. Izuku wanted to say more, but Momo continued. At most I'll allow a casual relationship, but that entirely depends on her reasons. Polyamory isn't exactly legal here in Japan, Momo explained. Izuku looked confused. Don't misunderstand Izuku. I am your bride. Momo gaze stared straight through his soul. She'll be nothing more as support for me, Momo voice sent shivers up his spine. Understood. Yes, Izuku saluted. Midoriya's so whipped, 𝐂𝐿 commented. You gotta give props to your Momo for that, Kirishima added. For the third match we have the goddess of creation, Momo Yorozu, vs the plain guy, Hunter 𝐂𝐿. Present MIC introduced the two fighters. Begin. Midnight announced. 𝐂𝐿 immediately shot tape from his shoulders, wrapping Momo in a makeshift cocoon. Memory slot, Dragoon. The cocoon exploded, revealing Momo covered in red armor with two large cannons attached either side. Holy as 𝐂𝐿 exclaimed in shock. Fire! Momo shouted as the cannon fired two large beanbags. 𝐤𝐬 didn't stand a chance. Good job Momo, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 congratulated as Momo arrived back at the stands. Thank you 𝐂𝐽𝐽, Momo replied as she turned to the arena where Ida was being used as a marketing tool. Poor Ida. Where's Izuku? Momo asked. He's probably preparing, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 shrugged. Earlier flash mission generated teleporting now. Task, defeat Stain reward. Izuku didn't even have time to react as he was teleported to some random alley, dressed in his Pikachuman clothes. I hate this, Izuku muttered, seeing himself in the mirror. He heard someone shout in pain. You fakes must be purged. Someone yelled. Izuku was already flying at full speed, green lightning surrounding him. A doublade blocked his path, but Haxorus got him covered. Black and red lightning surrounded Haxorus as Dragon Claw sent the doublade crashing down the alley. Izuku used his Yurumi to stop the villain that was about to stab an armored guy in the ground. His Yurumi extended and clashed with the villain's blade. Pikachuman. The armored guy recognized him. Izuku cringed. He didn't even have a Pikachu. Yet another the villain didn't even get a chance to speak as a heavy strike sent him flying. Harks! Haxorus roared at the villain, while doublade in one claw. That DMN Pokemon is on steroids or something, that must be Nana. Izuku heard some police sirens. Mission complete. Izuku was covered in a bright light, then he found himself back at the school bathroom. What was that? Izuku asked in disbelief. Reward. Suddenly a white-haired little girl popped out of nowhere with a poof sound effect. Izuku caught her but she began panicking. Hey it's alright, I won't hurt you, Izuku comforted the little girl. The little girl then poofed away again, but this time she was sent to her quirk space. We'll take care of her for now. Okay. Izuku didn't know how to react to that. When Izuku came back to the arena, Tokoyami just won his match. Who's fighting next? Izuku asked Momo as he sat beside her. Bakugo, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 was the one to answer. Oh. For the next match we have the guy with an explosive personality, Katsuki Bakugo vs Nate Sawamura from Gen ED present. MIC announced. Any info on this guy Eraser? MIC asked the too quiet commentator. Sawamura enrolled late and didn't get to take the hero course exam, so he settled for the Gen Ed course, Aizawa explained. You think an extra like you can beat me? Bakugo growled. I didn't think you were this delusional, Sawamura replied. What did TUF say? Bakugo shouted. Begin. Midnight announced. Sawamura rushed forward. Bakugo fired an explosion, but Sawamura jumped to the side, then delivered a spinning back kick to Bakugo's side. Gah! Bakugo shouted in pain as a high kick slammed into his chin, sending him flying. He tried to use an explosion to correct himself in the air, but Sawamura jumped over him. Sawamura aimed an axe kick to Bakugo's shoulder. Die! Bakugo yelled as he fired an explosion upwards. But Sawamura's axe kick still came down, sending Bakugo crashing down to the arena. Sawamura then landed on Bakugo, driving his knee on Bakugo's stomach. Time to end this, Sawamura's fist glowed blue. As it came down Bakugo's face repeatedly. Bakugo is unconscious, Nate Sawamura wins. Midnight announced. Everybody cheered at the unknown boy's victory. But nobody was more surprised than Izuku himself. Izuku couldn't focus on the matches anymore. Even when Kirishima got wrapped by vines, then was thrown outside of the arena. Izuku didn't react. He just stared blankly at the ground. Bakugo made it his life mission to make his life miserable. But he lost so easily. Izuku couldn't accept it. He wanted to crush Bakugo himself. He wanted to be the one to kick him out and left the tournament. He wanted to prove he was stronger. As the crowd cheered. Itsuka Kendo expertly dodged AMR's lasers, then when the blonde hit his limit. Kendo attacked and knocked him out. All that happened, but Izuku barely reacted. He didn't even register Momo concerned looks. For the quarterfinals. One Pokemon is now allowed. Present MIC announced. Each trainer will call out one Pokemon once the match begins, Eraser added. To kick us off. We have the unstoppable Green Bean vs the Ice Cold Queen. Present MIC didn't even bother to mention their names. I hope you remember our deal, Midoriya, 𝐂𝐭 spoke. Izuku didn't answer. Begin. Midnight crack her WHP. 𝐂𝐭 unleashed a massive glacier that completely covered Izuku. The audience was quiet. 𝐂𝐭 Todoroki is the 𝐻 Midnight stopped as the glacier began glowing. They could see Izuku's silhouette in the ice. Izuku flexed. Welp, he's dead, Miko commented. No he isn't, Ryukyu denied. Look at the size of that thing. Miko gestured to the glacier. He's got this, Ryukyu said confidently. The glacier started to glow. Ryukyu gave Miko a smug grin. Man, that's cold, Kaminari spoke up. Yeah, he's gonna need a lot warming up after this, Zero added. Your Momo could handle that, Mina teased. Momo blushed but didn't deny it. Anytime now, 𝐭𝐽 muttered. What is it, 𝐭𝐽? Momo raised an eyebrow at her friend. I could hear him talking in the glacier, 𝐭𝐽 admitted. What's he saying? Momo asked. How he's going to tell you his quirk gave him a kid, 𝐭𝐽 informed. I beg your pardon. Momo stared at her blankly. 𝐭𝐽 was interrupted by the sound of ice cracking. The glacier exploded, revealing Izuku glowing with blue energy, along with green lightning sparking out of him. Izuku Midoriya flexes off a glacier, folks. Present MIC exclaimed. The crowd cheered as another glacier was shot towards Izuku. The greenette simply swatting it away. You think you could win with just your ice, Todoroki-san? Izuku said as he began walking towards 𝐂𝐭, but her reply shocked him. Not at all, bright red flames was unleashed on her left side. I have a better way to spite that man now, 𝐂𝐭 stated as she sent a torrent of flame at Izuku. That was easy, Izuku thought as the flames grazed by him. Izuku was practically fireproof due to his stats and his cloak of flames. The crowd was shocked when Izuku did not make any moves to avoid or block the flames. They became even more surprised when Izuku came out unharmed with a bright red cloak now on his back. No one was more than 𝐂𝐭 as she watched him walk out her flames. I actually forgot about this. Izuku scratched the back of his head as he held the tip of his cloak. What? 𝐂𝐭 looked very confused. Oh well, Izuku's fist glowed with an orange hue. Focus punch. Izuku punched the ground hard. The stadium shook as a powerful shockwave hit the arena. Midnight and 𝐿𝐼entos were blown off their podium. What the hell is this kid eating? Present MIC shouted. He doesn't even have a strength quirk, Eraserhead grumbled. Midnight managed to climb back on her podium just as the smoke was clearing. She saw Izuku still standing in the arena, while 𝐂𝐭 Todoroki was out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. Midnight announced. Izuku hurriedly went to check on 𝐂𝐭. He sighed in relief to see that she was fine, although a part of her uniform was burned. She looked fine. 𝐂𝐭 just sat on the grass. Why aren't you getting up? Izuku tilted his head in confusion as he offered a hand to help her. Carry me, 𝐂𝐭 stated. Here. Izuku blushed. I can't get up. She was definitely lying, but Izuku couldn't actually prove it. Izuku shakily tried to carry her in a bridal carry. He carried 𝐂𝐭 to Recovery Girls Clinic. Once he opened the door, he found a smiling Momo. I need to talk to her, Momo said in a chirpy tone. Izuku ran for his life. Due to Izuku destroying the arena, it took some time for 𝐿𝐼entos to repair it. Class 1A gave Izuku weird looks as he hid behind the railings. For the next match we have the goddess of creation Momo Yorozu vs the speedster Tenya Ida. Present MIC introduced both fighters. A smiling Momo came out of tunnels, and Izuku hid behind the railing even more. Begin. Midnight announced. Recipro burst. Memory slot, Vanguard. Both of them shouted at the same time. Ida shot with amazing speed as Momo was encompassed by the light of her quirk. When Ida got close, he tried to push her off, only for him to slam into something solid. Momo was revealed to be wearing heavy armor with a shield drilled itself to the ground. The shield's hold on the ground was released and Momo threw a net over Ida. This will not hold as Ida was interrupted by a wave electricity hitting him. The winner is Yorozu. Midnight announced. The crowd was silent as Momo's armor faded. She left the arena without losing the smile on her face. "My condolences," Shoji said to Izuku. Eri found herself in a peaceful living room with two women. The green-haired girl kept giving her food and also gave her some new clothes. They were too big for her, but she had worse. The black-haired lady kept comforting her, showing her some stuff and a show on a television. The kind green-haired lady was called Gachi, while the black-haired lady was called Nana. They were very nice. They said someone called Izuku saved her from the mean bird men. They also said that she's safe here. Eri wanted to stay. For the next match we have the edgy bird 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐴𝐚𝐼 vs the Daka horse from Gen Ed Nate Sawamura. Present MIC announced. Both fighters entered the arena. The brown-haired boy looked over his opponent just as Midnight spoke. "Begin," Midnight announced. Sawamura shot forward with incredible speed. He muttered something as his speed drastically increased, tails of wind coming out of his body. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐚 sent out Dark Shadow, but the sentient quirk couldn't catch Sawamura. Sawamura's body began to glow blue as he became even more faster. He landed a solid back kick to Dark Shadow's side, then proceeded to jump high into the air. "You can't escape now," 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐚 said as Dark Shadow rushed at Sawamura. "Hurricane!" Sawamura exclaimed as Tornado suddenly appeared and crashed into Dark Shadow. Sawamura landed a drop kick to 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐚's chest, sending the boy flying out of the arena. Nate Sawamura wins. Midnight announced. Izuku just stared at the arena. This one is just a bad matchup. Itsuka Kendo was currently tangled in vines, unable to move. The scene was giving Izuku a little too many things to imagine about too. In the end, she was forced to surrender. Now it's time for the dreaded moment. Or it should have been. To spice things up, we're doing the matches in the opposite order this time, Present MIC informed. That meant Sawamura and Ibara would fight first this time, Aizawa explained. After a short break, both fighters arrived at the arena. "Begin," Midnight called out. No, I just noticed nobody actually used any Pokemon, Present MIC informed. None of them are actually used to fighting with their Pokemon, or they just forgot, Aizawa added. Ibara sent out her vines. Sawamura began to glow again. He moved fast as he avoided the vines. Air slash. Blades of wind severed the vines that were approaching Sawamura. Aerial ace. He got even faster and rushed towards Ibara. She sent out her vines to create a shield, but was surprised when something grabbed her waist. She glanced back to see a Pidgeot behind her. The Pokemon flew with her in tow. She tried to use her vines to get back to the arena, but blades of wind cut off any vines that came close to the arena. Ibara was dropped outside the arena. Nate Sawamura wins. Midnight announced. Something tells me he wouldn't have used his Pidgeot if WE didn't remind him, Present MIC commented. Most likely, Aizawa agreed. Izuku finally confirmed something. Izuku stood in front of his impending doom. Momo had her normal smile as her eyes seemed to be closed. Midnight stood there awkwardly between the two. "Rozu, please don't kill him." "I don't know what you mean, sensei," Momo said, retaining her smile. "You're on your own, kid," the R-rated heroine turned to Izuku. "Begin." Memory slot, Dominator. Momo was shrouded by the light of her quirk. Izuku had to cover his eyes as he took off into the sky. But as he was blinded by the light, something wrapped around his left leg. He was pulled down and crashed down the arena. He felt a heel dig into his stomach. "You have been affected by Momo Yorozu's title Tamed a Sleeping Dragon. Your stats have been weakened by 50% SHT. At that moment Izuku regained his vision. Momo was wearing a similar outfit to Midnight, but instead of having the regenerative fabric, her outfit was entirely black. She had a WHP in her hand and red glasses similar to Midnight. She was stepping on his stomach, her hell digging into it. Izuku was corny and afraid. "Grovyle!" Izuku called out. The Pokemon came out of its Pokeball, ready to fight. But before the Pokemon could do anything, a giant cage dropped over it. "Dratini, watch over Grovyle," Momo said as he turned to Izuku under her feet. "Are you seriously having a BNR in live television?" Izuku could practically hear Nana's voice saying that. He tried to remove Momo's foot off his stomach, but her leg didn't budge. Momo proceeded to WHP him into shape, literally. Izuku was hit by a barrage of lashes from Momo as she stood on top of him. The crowd was loving it too. Talk about fan service. Present MIC commented as the crowd cheered. I can't believe this is happening, Kaminari said as he watched in fear. This is so hot. Mineta exclaimed. She's going to skin you alive, Zero informed. As a last resort, Izuku tried to call on his dragon thingy. Dragon-related abilities has been disabled. Izuku cursed as he got hit in the shoulder. We'll do that later, Momo said as she kept her attacks coming. Bad matchup, Aizawa commented. Why I think? Present MIC responded. Izuku's Grovyle tried using Leaf Blade to get out of the cage, but it didn't budge. He also tried using One for All, but every time he was about to spark, Momo would hit harder. This was the most humiliating experience for Izuku, but he was still corny. Nice try dear, but you can't go against me, Momo stated as a large paddle came out her hand. Out of desperation, Izuku punched the ground hard, creating a shockwave that finally got Momo off him. Izuku immediately took off into the sky and used Flamethrower to destroy Grovyle's cage. Once Grovyle was free, the Pokémon used Leaf Blade on Momo's Dratini, knocking it out. Midoriya makes a comeback folks. Present MIC announced. For how long though, Aizawa ruins the moment. Memory slot, Titania. Momo got shrouded by the light of her quirk once again. Izuku shielded his eyes and tried to look what she created. What Izuku saw was practically taken out of a manga. Momo was decked out with silver armor as swords floated around her. That's not a part of your quirk, Izuku spoke. You're right, it's a part of yours, Momo informed. Momo has unlocked the title Dragon Slayer. Izuku cursed as blades flew towards him. He avoided using Disable since it wouldn't be fair, but Momo has left with no other choice. His eyes glowed blue, but the blades did not stop. In confusion, Izuku stopped dodging and received a blunt blade to the shoulder. As he was about to be bombarded by flying swords, Grovyle came to his rescue, blocking every attack with Leaf Blade. Thanks, Izuku said as he regained his balance in the air. It's not over yet dear, Momo said as the blade glowed and combined to form a large sword. Let's end this Grovyle. Izuku called out. Focus punch. Izuku's fist glowed as Grovyle charged with him, Leaf Blade activated. Both their attacks clashed with the giant blade. Izuku was sent flying, but Grovyle reached Momo. She was too focused controlling the giant sword that she couldn't defend. The Pokémon managed to tackle her out of the arena. Izuku Midoriya wins. Midnight exclaimed in relief that her student didn't die in live television. That was eventful, Ryukyu commented. Miko just cackled as the boy got lashed with a WHP. That was hilarious, Miko wiped a tear from her eye. That got me excited, Miko admitted. Ryukyu looked at her with a disgusted expression. Hey! Don't look at me like that. Miko screamed at her friend. Whatever you say you deviant, Ryukyu scooted away. Who you calling a deviant? Miko shouted as she jumped at Ryukyu. As the two heroes bickered, the next match was about to begin. For the final match of the tournament, we have the King of the Sky, Nate Sawamura, vs the Tamed Dragon, Izuku Midoriya. Present MIC announced. Izuku cringed at the intro. He stood in front of Sawamura, the boy staring at him. We finally meet, Sawamura spoke. Do you have a gacha too? Izuku asked. You tell me, Sawamura's clothes shined as it changed. The UA tracksuit vanished, and a blue flight suit appeared. It was almost skin-tight and looked very flexible. Two bladed rings appeared in his hands. Seems like it, Izuku shined as well. The cloak of flames manifested on his back as his dragon Urumi was held in his right hand. Call out your Pokémons. Present MIC announced. We don't want either of you forgetting this time, Aizawa grumbled. Alt Aria. Sawamura called out. The Pokémon came out, the necklace on its neck shined. Nata Sawamura smirked. Mega Evolve. The crowd was shocked as a surge of energy came out of Sawamura's ring and Altaria shined, and revealed Mega Altaria. My turn. Haxorus. Izuku called out. The jet-black Haxorus roared as it came out of the Pokeball. Black and red lightning sparked from its body. What's this? Present MIC exclaimed as the crowd looked in shock once again. The F is that? Miko asked. One for all. Ryukyu mumbled. Miko just stared at her in confusion. Begin. Midnight got over her shock and started the match. Aerial Ace. Both Sawamura and Altaria shot towards Izuku with amazing speed. Aegis, a golden barrier appeared, blocking Sawamura's jump kick and Altaria's talons. Sawamura took to the sky with his Pokemon. Dragon Breath. Altaria unleashed its attack towards Izuku, but Haxorus blew it away with a powerful roar. What? Sawamura exclaimed in shock as he threw his ring blades at Izuku, only for him to vanish. Too bad, Izuku appeared behind Sawamura in the sky. Dragon Claw. Izuku's attack sent Sawamura crashing to the ground. Focus Punch. Izuku sparked with green electricity as he dove down towards Sawamura, his fist glowing with power. Wing Attack. Sawamura shouted as he tried to get up. Mega Altaria tried to attack the diving Izuku, but a sparking Haxorus appeared above Altaria and grabbed Altaria by the neck using Izuku's Dragon Yurumi. Harks! Haxorus roared as it slammed Altaria to the ground with terrifying power. All they saw was the red light that indicated a Pokemon's defeat. Izuku crashed down on Sawamura, the boy failing to block the attack. The shockwave created a smokescreen that blocked everyone from seeing what happened. When the smoke finally cleared, they saw Izuku standing inside a crater as Sawamura lay on the ground unconscious. Izuku Midoriya wins. Midnight announced. There you have it, folks. Izuku Midoriya wins the first-year sports festival. Present MIC announced. The crowd roared with cheers. The cloak and blade disappeared, and Izuku fainted. With the sports festival coming to a close, Izuku finally has the time to rest. Who are we kidding? Izuku never gets rest. He is currently in his quirk space. He's watching as the white-haired little girl watched a show about a magic rainbow pony. Hey, would you like to go out of here? Izuku asked gently. Eri nodded shyly. With a puff, Izuku and Eri were now in his dorm room. Momo got startled, but cooed at the sight of the little girl. Izuku had already explained to Nezu everything, and the principal didn't mind having the little girl in the dorms. She can enter Izuku's quirk space anyways, so Nana and Gachi could watch over her. Explaining Eri to Momo was quite easy as well, since Momo already knew how weird Izuku's quirk was. Why don't we go to the mall? Momo suggested. That's a good idea. Izuku turned towards Eri, who hesitantly nodded. Class 1A watched as Midoriya and Yorozu came out the elevator with a white-haired little girl holding their hand. The couple walked outside the door like a small family. The moment they were gone, Mina and Toru squealed at the wholesome sight. Mineta cried tears of BLD night. I didn't know why, but the Shy Hasaikai had been less active recently. Some of their activities even halted. Due to this developments, they managed to focus on training every holder of One for All. Nejaya Heido improved greatly with Black Whip, now being able to control more than 2 tendrils at once. She also adjusted quickly to the strength enhancer of One for All, being able to handle 30% of One for All. Tamaki had no problems with Smokescreen, only having trouble turning it off in the beginning. He adjusted to the enhancer portion easily as well, being able to handle 50% of One for All. Mirio had the most improvements amongst the big 3. Not only did Danger Sense benefited his quirk, he was able to use 55% of the strength enhancer portion. You all did well, All Might congratulated. How's Midoriya's progress? Night Eye asked. He has adjusted without problems. Ryukyu was the one to answer. All of them watched the sports festival. They saw the teenager use One for All without any issues, even if he clearly held back on using 100%. Have you informed him that we'll be using his quirk as an excuse for this whole thing? Fatgum asked as he ate a burger. I plan on talking to him during his internship, Night Eye answered. Ryukyu gave him the stink eye. Eri enjoyed them all. Izuku's inventory was also stacked with new clothes and snacks for the little girl. Now they were enjoying the beach. Eri was building a sand castle with Izuku, while Momo was reading a book. As Izuku was in process of creating a giant castle, Eri picked up a small green Pokemon. "What's that, Eri?" Izuku asked. "I don't know." Eri held up a green Pokemon that had red spot on its back. Izuku recognized the Pokemon as the incomplete 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Izuku was shocked that a legendary Pokemon popped out of the beach. The beach wasn't even a wild zone. The Pokemon seemed attached to Eri. Izuku did not want to mess with a legendary Pokemon. "What's wrong, honey?" Momo walked towards them. Izuku pointed to the green Pokemon. "Oh my," Momo gasped. Eri started to get afraid that she did something to upset the both of them. Izuku and Momo immediately assured her that she didn't do anything. They explained that they were just shocked that she got powerful Pokemon to like her. Izuku went back to helping her build a sand castle, this time with 𝐔𝐬𝐽 crawling inside of it. All for One looked over the army of clone Pokemon at his disposal. His successor requested an army for his plan, and he intends on giving him all of this. He already abandoned the Nomu project since it required too many resources compared to cloning Pokemon. Wasting a bit of it for Tomura's plan won't be a problem. But what greatly intrigued All for One was the Midoriya boy in the sports festival. He had a Pokemon that not only had a hidden ability, it also wielded a weapon. Something that was impossible without having a separate consciousness. In the past century, All for One watched how Pokemon integrated into the quirked society. Pokemon developed the ability to act on their own but only within a certain limit. Using a sword is way beyond those limits. So All for One was very interested, and he wanted to obtain that Haxorus. Melissa Shield watched the footage of the sports festival. Izuku Midoriya and Nate Sawamura caught her interest. Both of them used Pokemon moves as they fought in the sports festival, along with their Pokemon behaving strangely. Izuku Midoriya's Haxorus sparked with red and black electricity, along with being able to use a sword. Defeat the dragon. Task: defeat Izuku Midoriya. Reward: gold slot token. Melissa Shield title: Empress of the Sea Pokemon, 4 Empoleon. Strength: 122 agility, 98 intelligence, 265 dexterity, 100 stamina, 155 durability, 90 equipped Poseidon's Trident, a trident capable of manipulating water. Melissa stared at her status window, not noticing her little sister enter her lab. "What are you watching?" her sister suddenly asked. Melissa got startled as her little sister peeked over her shoulder. "Stop doing that!" Melissa exclaimed. "Not my fault you don't have any awareness of your surroundings," her little sister shrugged. "Not funny, Gwen." Melissa glared at her little sister. Gwen's Shield had similar blonde hair to Melissa, styled into a pixie cut. She was lean and had a very athletic build. She's currently wearing a white jacket and black sports leggings. Gwen had a smug grin as her sister glared at her. "So someone got your attention?" Gwen turned to Melissa's laptop to see two people fighting. "Yes, they have similar abilities to us," Melissa informed. "Really?" Gwen asked in shock. Nate Sawamura has shown that he uses flying-type Pokemon moves along with an item that he can equip on command, while Izuku Midoriya primarily uses dragon-type moves. He also showed that he can use other types like Focus Punch, Melissa explained. "Wow, he looks strong," Gwen rubbed her chin thought. "But he won't beat me," Gwen said smugly. Gwen's Shield title: Phantom of the Night Pokemon, 4 Sceptile Ariados. Strength: 160 agility, 210 intelligence, 95 dexterity, 100 stamina, 185 durability, 140 equipped spider legs, mechanical legs that function the same as spider legs. Gwen had better physical abilities than Melissa. Due to Melissa focusing more on being a support hero, while Gwen focused more on being a combat-based hero. "I can't wait to fight them," Gwen smirked. Ground the Avian. Task: defeat Nate Sawamura. Reward: gold slot token. "Looks like we have somewhere to go," Melissa smiled at her little sister. "I'm going to crush them." Izuku was shocked to find out that he was related to a lot of pro heroes other than his sister. But Izuku deliberately avoided their internship offer. He didn't have time for people who weren't there when he was quirkless. Even his own sister left the country and only decided to show up now that he had a quirk. He also pointedly ignored heroes that had a bit of an attitude like Night Eye and Endeavor. Then Izuku noticed the number 10 hero Titania. Something about her seemed familiar. "Have you chosen your internship yet?" Uraraka asked. "I'll go with her." Izuku showed Titania's offer. "You have offers from 7 of the top 10, and you chose the last one." Bakugo grumbled. "She feels like the family I always wanted," Izuku replied. Bakugo and the others raised an eyebrow at him. "That seems oddly specific, Midoriya-kun," Ida spoke. "Just a feeling," Izuku spoke, subconsciously fidgeting with Lucario's Pokeball. "Her quirk is quite unique as well," Momo informed. "Yeah, she can summon magical items out of nowhere," Izuku explained. "We haven't seen much of her, but she's stronger than average," Ida added. "Sounds familiar." The other turned to Izuku. "Midoriya, are you her secret love child?" Todoroki spoke up. Izuku sputtered. "He didn't take the offer," Night Eye spoke. "Why would he?" Ryukyu raised an eyebrow at Night Eye. "Did you expect everyone you give an internship offer to would accept?" "She has a point," Fat Gum agreed. "We just have to speak with him then," All Might spoke. "I doubt he'll accept that easily," Fat Gum figured. "I believe so, he seems rather distant to adults," All Might informed. "How do you know that?" Night Eye asked the symbol of peace. Aizawa noticed that young Midoriya is the Ebly student who seemed to not trust any of the teachers, All Might explained. "What do you mean?" Ryukyu looked concerned. Every student in his class had at least one teacher they trusted to be around and be comfortable with. Even young Bakugo and Todoroki seemed comfortable around a teacher, All Might explained. But Aizawa had noticed that young Midoriya seemed ready to fight at any moment, All Might added. "You're not making any sense," Fat Gum rubbed his head in confusion. "What exactly did Eraserhead say?" Night Eye asked. "In his words, Midoriya expects to be attacked by anyone at any moment," All Might quoted. "I see, which means the boy does not trust anyone," Night Eye figured out. "Then we need someone he actually trusts to speak with him," Ryukyu spoke up. "I'll also do an investigation in his old schools, considering that much fear would have came from the environment he had growing up," Night Eye added. The heroes didn't like what that meant, but they can't rule out the possibilities of abuse in the boy's past. Izuku stood in front of Titania's agency. Unlike most of his classmates who had to take the train, Izuku just ran all the way here. He had the stats for it, so why not, right? Once Izuku stepped inside the agency, he was greeted by a familiar face. "Izuku!" Thea welcomed him with open arms. "Thea!" Izuku gave her a hug. "Good to see you, kid," Thea patted him on the head. "What are you doing here?" Izuku asked as he leaned into her touch. "I'm Titania," Thea revealed. "What?" Izuku just stared at her with wide eyes. "Now then, get dressed. We got some hero stuff to do," Thea said as she pointed at a changing room. Izuku ran to the changing room. Slipping into his hero costume, Izuku got ready for what Thea had planned for the day. "You ready, kid?" Thea asked the moment Izuku opened the door of the changing room. She was already dressed in her hero costume. Thea was wearing a black trench coat. She had a black undershirt with matching black breathes. Her mask resembled a white kitsune, 2 braided ropes extending to her hair ties. "Ready!" Izuku exclaimed. "We're going on a raid," Thea informed. "Yeah. Wait, what?" Izuku stared at her in shock. "You and I are going to raid Team Magma," Thea said proudly. "Just the 2 of us?" Izuku asked in concern. "Yep," Thea beamed. "Is that okay?" Izuku looked very hesitant. "We'll be fine." Thea waved off Izuku's concern. "Oh no," Izuku muttered as Thea dragged him away. Izuku stood in front of giant building in the middle of the woods. "Are we just going to walk through the front door?" Izuku asked in even more concern. "That's how they do it the games," Thea said proudly. "We're not in the game," Izuku exclaimed. "Come on, have fun with your big sister," Thea nudged him with her shoulder. "Big sister?" Izuku stared at her with stars in his eyes. "Yeah," Thea exclaimed. "Plus Ultra." 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿 cheered. "Thea!" called out her 𝐔𝐬𝐚. Thea's necklace as well as 𝐔𝐬𝐚's choker started to shine, surges of energy reaching to each other. The light disappeared, revealing Thea's mega 𝐔𝐬𝐚. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 didn't want to be left out and called out his 𝐒𝐭𝐴. "Remember the gift you gave me?" 𝐒𝐬𝐬 turned towards Thea. "Yeah," Thea replied. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 came out of its pokeball. Cynthia noticed a bracelet on the Pokemon's hand, smiling at the sight. "Mega Evolve!" 𝐒𝐬𝐬 exclaimed as his 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was surrounded by light. Once the light disappeared, 𝐒𝐬𝐬 saw his first Mega Evolved Pokemon. "Let's go!" Thea called out. "Right!" 𝐒𝐬𝐬 yelled back. That's when a panel popped out in front of him. Cynthia prize title, Goddess of Perseverance Pokemon, 32 𝐔𝐬𝐚. Strength, 535 Agility, 655 Intelligence, 365 Dexterity, 750 Stamina, 955 Durability, 540 Instinct, 1495 Equipped. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 flew in the sky as he used Flamethrower. He targeted Team Magma's Pokemons that came close. Numels, Torkoals, Poochyenas, and other Pokemons were out to fight them. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 and Thea easily took out the enemy's Pokemon. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 saw Thea pull out a machine gun out of nowhere and rained down bullets on Team Magma. Lunar Machine Gun fires bullets made out of energy of the user. The bullets are in the shape of a crescent and a blinding explosion upon impact. Team Magma's base was illuminated by the hundreds of bullets raining down on them. Even 𝐒𝐬𝐬 couldn't see what happening. Groar! 𝐒𝐬𝐬 heard Thea's Mega 𝐔𝐻𝐚 roar as it bursted out of the ground and took down several Pokemon. Roo! 𝐒𝐬𝐬's Mega 𝐒𝐭𝐴 sparked with blue and silver electricity as it used Bone Rush to decimate Team Magma's Pokemon. Muhahaha! Thea cackled as she crushed Team Magma. 𝐒𝐬𝐬's sweat dropped. He expected more from this raid, then the ground began to shake. "I jinxed it, didn't I?" 𝐒𝐬𝐬 muttered. Roo! A giant red magma dinosaur bursted out of the ground. "Braviary! Togetic! Come out and evacuate all the unconscious people," Thea ordered. "Arcanine! Grovyle! Go and help with the evacuation," 𝐒𝐬𝐬 added. The 4 Pokemon began carrying all the unconscious Team Magma members out of the collapsing base. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 and Thea were left to fight Groudon. "Behold, the power to turn the sea into land," Maxie announced. Groudon. Task: defeat or catch Groudon. Reward: catch. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 stared at his quirk in surprise. "You want me to catch that?" 𝐒𝐬𝐬 gestured to the giant dinosaur. 𝐔𝐻𝐚 used Giga Impact. Thea called out. 𝐔𝐻𝐚 was shrouded in energy as it shot like a missile towards the legendary Pokemon. 𝐔𝐻𝐚 crashed onto Groudon's head but barely did any damage. Then Groudon opened its maw and unleashed a powerful overheat attack. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 used his Cloak of Flames to protect him and Thea, but 𝐔𝐻𝐚 was too close and was defeated, forcing it back into its Pokeball. "How are we supposed to beat that?" 𝐒𝐬𝐬 asked. "With the power of Gacha." Thea answered. "Aye." 𝐒𝐬𝐬 froze as he looked at her in confusion. "You have received enough slot tokens for a Draw 10 Use It kiddo. Draw 10 activated bonus reward. MSTR Ball Agility has increased by 5 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 Growth Pendant has activated Agility has increased by 50 Gold Slot Token has activated Agility has evolved into Overclock. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 felt his body spark with electricity. One for all coursed through his veins as the world around him began to slow down. He had a MSTR ball in hand. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 ran through the sea of flames, not at all bothered by it. The world around him moved so slowly, but 𝐒𝐬𝐬 ran as if it wasn't. He took off into the sky until he was face to face with Groudon. "Under the name Valiant, you're coming with me." 𝐒𝐬𝐬 threw the MSTR ball, and everything moved normally again. Groudon vanished into red light. Steven's eye twitched violently. He received the report on the Team Magma raid. Cynthia was the one assigned to the raid. The report said that she didn't request help and did the raid by herself and with an intern. That lunatic. She brought an intern to a raid, Steven shouted in annoyance. In her defense, the intern was the UA Sports Festival winner, Karen commented. Even so, Steven replied. The base was destroyed, all of the members were arrested too, Karen spoke. I have no problem with the results, the problem is that the number 10 hero brought an unlicensed intern to a large-scale raid. How come the report doesn't say what happened to Groudon? Karen asked, not at all paying attention to Steven. They must have defeated it. I doubt anyone would be able to catch a legendary Pokemon, other than All Might himself, Steven commented. The kid's called Small Might for a reason though, Karen argued. His hero name is Valiant, he might not like those nicknames, Steven said as he began to arrange the files. Why not? Karen asked. Not everyone is a fan of All Might, Steven answered. Karen felt like Steven knew something big. Izuku and Thea were currently eating in a restaurant. Their table was completely filled with food and both of them feasted on it. Thea ate elegantly, but the amount of empty plates on the side would confuse anyone. That reminded Izuku of Momo. Izuku was wearing a hoodie and nerd glasses to hide his identity, while Thea was just in normal civilian clothing. Nobody knew what her face looked like after all. Well done, kiddo, but where did Groudon go? Thea asked as shoved a whole steak inside her mouth, her cheeks puffing up for a second before it was gone. Here, Izuku took out a MSTR ball. Thea froze. You caught it. Thea only saw Groudon suddenly disappear. Yes, Izuku nodded as he chomped on a burger. Wow, congratulations, Thea patted him on the head. I won't be able to use Groudon much though, Izuku spoke. Yeah, too much collateral damage, Thea agreed. They continued eating, and Thea paid for the food. As they were making their way back to Thea's agency, they ran into Best Jeanist. Buhaha. Izuku cackled at the sight of Bakugu. Shut the F Deku. Bakugu roared, palms sparking. Nice to see you, Jeanist. Thea greeted Best Jeanist as Izuku continued laughing at Bakugu. Good to see you as well, good work at the raid, Best Jeanist responded. Thank you, Thea replied. The raid was all over the news, especially since Groudon was summoned. Thankfully, Team Magma's base was in the mountains, so there weren't any casualties. And Izuku's and Thea's Pokemon evacuated everyone to safety. Normally, Thea doesn't appear on any big-time missions, but this one wasn't supposed to be a big thing. Groudon's appearance was unplanned, Team Magma's leader, Maxie, wasn't even supposed to be there. But I need to ask, what happened to Groudon? Jeanist whispered. Thea pointed at Izuku. He captured it. Jeanist's eyes widened. Yes, Thea nodded. Remarkable, Best Jeanist said, impressed by Izuku's achievement. That's my little brother. Thea beamed with pride. Best Jeanist stared at her in confusion. Izuku didn't expect to wake up with such an intense body ache. Cynthia was as cheerful as always as she ate breakfast. Morning, kiddo, Thea greeted. Good morning, Thea-san, Izuku greeted back. I really don't like that, it makes me feel old. Call me Wani-chan, Thea demanded. Oh, Wani-chan, Izuku shyly spoke. Cynthia began to vibrate, Izuku became nervous. Cynthia suddenly appeared beside him and hugged him tightly. I always wanted a brother, Cynthia confessed with tears in her eyes. What are we going to do today? Izuku asked with a muffled voice. Therapy, Cynthia answered, and Izuku looked at her in confusion. One of my titles is mental aid, it helps me know when people need help mentally, Cynthia informed. That's an amazing ability. Izuku exclaimed. I know, right? A therapy chair appeared out nowhere. Now, let's begin, Cynthia said as she pushed Izuku onto the chair. Izuku unconsciously spilled everything. What the F is going on? Steven shouted in panic. Steven, Karen, and other pro-heroes were trying to restrain Titania, who wanted to destroy a high school. Even Miko was restraining her. What the hell, woman? Miko shouted as she held Titania by the waist and was pushing her back. Don't things stop me. They hurt my brother. Titania shouted as she held a machine gun. The current target of her hatred was Old Dera High School. After Izuku told her everything, Cynthia had rushed out of her agency in anger and was out for calm down. Steven said as he called out his metagross. I'll have their heads. Titania shouted in anger. Grow up. Her equally angry Garchomp was being restrained by 7 heroes and their Pokemon. We will handle the school, so please calm down, Steven assured. Cynthia lowered the machine gun. I'll give you a week or else I'll drop a bomb on that school, Titania threatened before recalling her Pokemon and leaving. That woman had a brother, Miko asked. She doesn't, Steven answered. Karen looked at Steven in confusion. I don't want to know what's going on. Have everyone available investigate why Titania wanted to destroy this school, Steven grumbled as he walked away. Once Cynthia was a few distance away, she pulled out a bazooka. She has a bazooka, someone shouted. Steven wanted to retire. Momo was having her internship with Itsuka Kendo under Uwabami. They had heard about the raid Titania had led against Team Magma. They had faced the legendary Pokemon Groudon. Momo became worried about Izuku, who was interning with Titania. Your boyfriend was part of that raid? Itsuka asked in surprise. Yes, he informed this morning, Momo informed. I can't believe Izuku fought a legendary Pokemon, Itsuka said in amazement. Momo's eyes narrowed at her. You call him by his name, Momo spoke ominously. Oh well, he has saved my little sister, Itsuka explained. I am the main wife, Momo declared. Okay, Itsuka said in fear and confusion. Hey. Both of them stared at the news. Titania was trying to destroy a high school while heroes were trying to restrain her. What's going on? Momo asked as Izuku arrived to try and stop Titania. Why is she trying to destroy the school? Itsuka asked in confusion. The reporter went closer so they could hear Titania. That school is filled with villains, Tinania shouted as a bazooka rested on her shoulder. Please calm down, Titania-san, Izuku pleaded at Titania. They abused you, I'm not letting any of them live, Titania declared as a hammer appeared in her hand. Young Titania, stop this. All Might had landed between her and the school. The students have been evacuated, an officer informed. Hearing that, Titania manifested a golden armor. Even Izuku couldn't hold her back now as she swatted All Might with the hammer, sending him crashing inside the school. A detective began listing the crimes of the school at news, while Titania went on a rampage to destroy the school. Even All Might couldn't stop her. Is she related to Izuku? Itsuka asked as they watched Titania fire missiles from her bazooka. I remember him saying that he feels like she's the sister she always wanted, which is weird since he has an actual sister, Momo explained. Tornado of Terror, right? Itsuka asked. Yes, Momo shivered at the memory. Does he have other hero relatives? Itsuka leaned closer. Yes, my mother did a background check on Izuku. His cousin is Blizzard, Fubuki Shimura. He's also distant cousins with Ryukyu. The new rookie Flanny Midoriya is also a cousin on his father's side, Momo explained. Why are they all girls? Itsuka noticed. It would seem the males in his family aren't the best kind of people, Momo informed. Izuki turned out fine, Itsuka said. Very fine, Momo agreed with a smirk. Eri was playing with Zygarde inside Izuku's quirk space. Eri didn't trust anyone other than Izuku, Momo, Nana, and Gachi. Here you go, sweetie. Nana gave Eri some sliced apples. Eri beamed before digging into the apples. Gachi had made some apple juice for everyone. They practically acted like a family, keeping Eri away from anyone that wanted to take her. The shy Hasaikai was silent but was still out there. Through Nana's connection with the other vestiges, she gets news on what they know about the investigation. Time to eat, Gachi said as she held a basket of Pokemon food. One of the corners of the quirk space had big structure that looked like a hamster home. It had tunnels and other entertainment for small creatures. When Gachi spoke, a bunch of green heads poked out. At least 70 small Zygardes were in the structure. Yehey! Eri went to the Zygardes. I can't believe a kid has a legendary Pokemon for a starter, Nana muttered beside Gachi. MSSA deserve nothing less, Gachi declared. Nana scooted away from the quirk lady. Izuku stared at destroyed Aldera. Thea was in the middle of ruined school and was breathing in exhaustion. She weakly kicked a desk before sitting on the ground. "I needed that," Thea said as the heroes that tried to stop her glared at her. She glared back and they ran away. "Why did you do it?" 𝐒𝐿 asked. "They hurt you so they needed to pay," Thea stated. "You didn't have to go this far." 𝐒𝐿 looked down. "No sad talk, they deserve this and more. I'm still going to go after that boom BST." Thea punched her palm. "You really don't have to," 𝐒𝐿 spoke. "Fine, but I'm telling Best Jeanist. That man hates discrimination the most," Thea stated as she dialed on her phone. 𝐒𝐿 actually prayed for Bakugu's suffering. 𝐒𝐿's currently dealing with a weird problem. As someone who has captured a legendary Pokemon, he is required to sign legal documents to make sure that he won't use the Pokemon to attack the country of Japan or any other. "Stupid legal arrangements," Thea mumbled after she came out of a room. Cynthia was called in because of what she did to Aldera. It didn't help that she also sent All Might through a building in live television. "Are you done?" Thea asked 𝐒𝐿. "Not yet," 𝐒𝐿 replied. "Let's go, just have them send the contract to my agency," Thea said as she pulled 𝐒𝐿. But 𝐒𝐿 wanted to say something. "You're the one with the legendary, you owe them nothing," Thea stated. "Your carefreeness is concerning," 𝐒𝐿 spoke. "I hate these guys, let them suffer," Thea said. 𝐒𝐿 was walking around the city. Once him and Thea arrived the agency, Thea's secretary began scolding Thea. 𝐒𝐿 was given a day off, so he decided to do a bit of sightseeing. His quirk was also quiet for the most part. "Out of the way!" a familiar voice shouted. 𝐒𝐿 didn't notice a speeding car heading straight for him. The car hit 𝐒𝐿, but 𝐒𝐿 didn't even flinch. The car completely stopped, as it now had a huge dent at the front. DMN. Hawks, the number 3 hero and Nate Sawamura dropped to the ground. "You didn't even flinch." "I'm starting to feel like went easy on me," Nate commented. "We'll take it from here." A group of Hawks' sidekicks arrived with Tokoyami with them. "Later, kid," Hawk said before flying away. "I just got hit by a car," 𝐒𝐿 said casually. "You just noticed?" Everyone around him shouted. 𝐒𝐿 promptly pulled out a notebook and checked something. "Oi! What's that?" Nate shouted. Nate peeked over his shoulder to see a checklist. Get attacked by a villain, check. Get shot, get kidnapped, get trapped in a cave, check. Get mugged, check. Get stabbed, get set on fire, check. Get frozen, check. Get electrocuted, check. Get blown up, check. Get hit by a car, check. Get broken bones, check. Get raped. Get sent to a hospital, check. Get tossed off a boat, get tossed off a plane. Nate had a look of concern and confusion. "The F, it helps me deal with bad luck," 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. Some paramedics arrived and began checking him for injuries. Some people just looked at 𝐒𝐿 in concern. "What are you doing?" Nate turned to Tokoyami. "I must inform the dominatress," Tokoyami replied. "Who?" Nate asked in confusion. "Yorozu," Tokoyami answered. "Oh. Are you okay?" Itsuka asked in concern as Momo crushed her phone. "Oh, I'm fine," Momo said ominously. "Sure." Itsuka backed away a bit. A new phone popped out of her hand and she began dialing something, then the phone began ringing. How does she have reception? Itsuka wondered. 𝐒�l's phone began ringing, but he was suddenly pulled inside a van. He pulled out his notebook. Get kidnapped, checked. 𝐒�l just watched as the kidnappers that were wearing Pokemon masks zip-tied his hands and legs. 𝐒�l noticed that the kidnappers were women since they had melons, or they were men with melons, he wouldn't judge. Honestly, 𝐒�l was curious where this would lead. They drove for 15 minutes until they arrived at warehouse. "We got him." A voice of a woman spoke. "Perfect." A woman with long fluffy black spoke. She greatly reminded 𝐒�l of Midnight. Her outfit was also similar to Midnight. A black skin-tight suit, with gloves and boots. She also exposed a generous amount of cleavage. "With this man, we will conquer this city," the woman declared. "A what?" 𝐒�l spoke. "Ha." The woman walked towards 𝐒�l. "You don't even realize it, don't you? You're my SLV now," the woman stated. "Hey." 𝐒�l looked at her in confusion. He easily snapped off the zip ties and stood up. The masked women immediately got ready to fight, but the leader raised her hand. "I got this," the leader announced. Izuku was about to knock her out when she suddenly opened her top to reveal her bare chest. Izuku immediately covered his eyes and turned away. "What are you doing?" Izuku shouted, but he suddenly felt a punch to his stomach. "Come on, big boy, why don't you sneak a peek?" the leader said as her chest was still exposed. Izuku opened his eyes, but immediately closed them after seeing that her chest was still exposed. He then felt another punch to his stomach. Izuku decided to run away, but when he opened his eyes in the opposite direction, he saw another woman with her chest exposed. Once he shut his eyes again, he received another punch in the stomach. "What the hell is going on?" Izuku shouted. Izuku was prepared to just jump through the roof when he smelled something weird. He fell to his knees. "How do you like my quirk, big boy?" The leader stood in front of Izuku and pried his eyes open, forcing him to stare at her. "I call it SXL domination," the leader informed. What? Izuku tried to force his eyes closed. "The more a man sees me sexually, the more they fall under my control. If they try to deny me, they receive an attack where a woman's WMB should be," the leader explained. "Now boy, time to make you mine." The woman pulled the zipper of her costume lower. "Mom, what should I do with these?" one of the henchwomen asked as she held Izuku's pokeballs. "Store them away," the leader ordered as her panty was now exposed as well. "Now then, why don't you give me a good liking?" the leader smirked. "Stop!" Izuku shouted as his body felt so weak. A portal opened beside Izuku, and a black-haired woman came out. She delivered a punch at the leader. "Hands off where?" Nana shouted. "Nana?" Izuku asked in shock. "Surprise," Nana said as she floated over him. "I am here." Nana gave a half-hearted shrug. "Not really my thing." "Get her," the leader shouted. "Pokemon data, Nana Shimura Bravery Gardevoir Nidoqueen Meganium, come on out." Nana threw a Pokeball into the air. Braviary came out of the Pokeball, and a gust of wind blew away the pink smoke. "Take her down," the leader ordered. Her henchwomen called out their Pokemon and attacked Nana. "You're going to need more than that," Nana shouted as her punch created a shockwave that shook the whole warehouse. "Braviary, brave bird." Nana's Pokemon was shrouded in blue energy as it struck down the enemy Pokemon. Izuku just stared at the scene in confusion. "All TM moves learned has been combined. Draconic combat has been learned. That has nothing to do with any of this at all," Izuku spoke. "I simply announce it. I don't decide any of this I feel so alive," Nana exclaimed as she flew around the ruined warehouse. Izuku felt like he'll get an earful because of this. Thea stared down Izuku with the most intimidating and worried gaze he has ever seen. "I let you out for 5 minutes and you get hit by a car, then almost get raped," Thea spoke. "I wasn't going to get raped." Izuku looked away. "They were planning on making you their SLV," Thea exclaimed. "We don't know that." Izuku began sweating. "I've informed your mother," Thea stated. "No," Izuku gasped. "She hasn't replied yet, but I have to deal with this," Thea informed. As she was leaving the room, she turned back to Izuku. "You're grounded." Izuku had the most offended look on his face. Nana sat on a chair in Thea's office. Everything looked average with only a few interesting stuff here and there. The door opened and Cynthia came inside. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Nana Shimura," Cynthia greeted. "Nice to meet too," Nana replied. "I honestly don't know how to start," Cynthia spoke. "Well, it's not every day that someone comes back from the dead," Nana shrugged. "Yes, along with the fact that it was due to Izuku's quirk," Cynthia stated. "Quite the quirk," Nana added. "His mother hasn't responded yet, so I've informed UA. They want to do some tests to confirm if you're really alive," Cynthia informed. "I'm pretty sure I'm just a soul with a body," Nana replied. "Aren't all living people like that?" Cynthia raised an eyebrow. "Tuche," Nana replied. Izuku looked over his stats, trying to figure out what changed. The only thing he noticed was that Groudon was added to his Pokemon. He couldn't feel his TMs either, the place where they used to be just felt like an empty void. Izuku Midoriya title, motivated by a beauty hero for all Pokemon. Lucario Haxorus Shelgon Jolteon Flygon Grovyle Arcanine Gible Groudon Strength, 211 Overclock, 250 Intelligence, 91 Dexterity, 140 Stamina, 181 Indomitable, 165 Perception, 100 Equipped, Growth Pendant Passive, doubles the growth rate of the wearer. Dragon Yurumi a WHP like Dragon Blade. Cloak of Flames a cloak that makes the user completely resistant to flames. Aegis an impenetrable shield of energy. His stats were high, but it was nothing compared to Cynthia's. She might even be stronger than All Might. Additionally, Cynthia seemed to have a similar quirk to him. If she wasn't holding back, she could probably take down every hero in Japan. Izuku even has a suspicion that Thea had a legendary Pokemon. They're one of kind, but not exactly impossible to get. Izuku has one after all. Hey! Izuku looked out the window to see pillars of smoke from the distance, then his phone pinged. Thea, suit up. Izuku flew in the air, while Nana was carrying Thea. They rushed towards the source of the smoke and found a group of Pokemon terrorizing the city. Other heroes fought back and evacuated the civilians. Izuku noticed that the Pokemon attacking had strange marks on their body. He recognized them as the clone Pokemon from the USJ attack. Prominence Burn. Endeavor unleashed a burning fist on a Venusaur, turning it into mush. Charizard, Flamethrower. Endeavor ordered. Endeavor's Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames before getting shot down by several water-type attacks. Before Endeavor could make an order, he was hit by a Golem's rollout. The clones exploited the major flaw of Pokemon battles, the necessity for commands before the Pokemon moved. Garchomp, wreak havoc. Titania called out her Garchomp, whom immediately used Giga Impact. Izuku felt relieved that at least a few people were exempted from that rule. Haxorus. Luxario. Izuku called out his two Pokemon. Lucario used Bone Rush, while Haxorus already had Izuku's Dragon Yurumi. The sword looking natural in the Pokemon's grasp. Is that Haxorus using a sword? Nana stared at the black Haxorus. I've seen weirder things. Titania spoke before pulling out two swords. Oh well, Nana charged at a Raiden clone. Nana Shimura title, Nun Pokemon, Braviary Nidoqueen Gardevoir Meganium Strength, 200 Agility, 150 Intelligence, 153 Dexterity, 340 Stamina, 200 Durability, 95 Chapter Text. Bakugo was with Best Jeanist. The hero had become extremely stricter on him after the whole Aldera incident yesterday. An ultimatum was also given to him. Fix his attitude and superiority complex, or go to jail. Don't scowl, Best Jeanist spoke. Bakugo only grunted. Best Jeanist's phone ringed and the hero answered. What? The hero suddenly shouted, before pulling out another phone. Get everyone ready and head to the research lab at the edge of the city. Now. Best Jeanist ordered. What's going on? Bakugo asked. The research lab is being robbed, Best Jeanist said before used his quirk to swing away. Bakugo followed after him with his explosions. There's no end to them. Nana shouted. Where are they coming from? Titania asked. Izuku used his high perception stat to try and look. There's 3 portals in 3 different alleys. Izuku informed. We'll each take one, Titania ordered. Izuku gave them the location of the portal, even if they were a bit vague. Titania's sidekicks arrived to help as well. Valiant! Shoko shouted. What are you doing here? Izuku asked. Shoko pointed at Endeavor. Where are you going? Shoko asked. To deal with the portal where these guys are coming from, Izuku answered. I'll help. Shoko ran after him. As they got closer, the amount Pokemon clones in their way increased. Shoko sent a glacier at them, but a wave of flames matched it. A red cloak appeared on Izuku's back as he charged through the flames. Night Slash. A blade of purple energy slashed at Izuku. He received a cut on his shoulder as he barely dodged it. Gah! Izuku grunted in pain as he jumped back. A man with spiky dark blue hair wearing a black mask stood in his way. He was a red jacket with black shirt underneath, as well as black cargo briefs. You think it would be that easy? The man said as a lot of clone Pokemon stood behind him. 𝐭𝐸𝐿 unleashed a wave of fire at the man, but a Blastus and Poliwrath clone countered her with a Hydro Pump. Ninetales. 𝐭𝐸𝐿 threw to Pokeballs, a Nemol Ninetales and an Alolan Ninetales came out. Flamethrower. Ice Beam. Both Pokemon unleashed their attack. Hydreigon. A black dragon Pokemon came out of a Pokeball and conjured a green barrier. I can't drag this out, Izuku spoke, his right arm sparking violently with green lightning. Warning. Power output in right arm is reaching critical levels. Focus punch. The green lightning turned into a brownish-orange color. Smash. Izuku aimed the attack upwards and a powerful shockwave shook the earth. A powerful tornado that reached the sky was created. The clone Pokemon turned to sludge as they were consumed by the powerful tornado. The unknown man got on his Hydreigon and fled. A cyclone formed in the sky and raindrops started to fall. Your arm. 𝐭𝐸𝐿 shouted. Izuku looked at his arm that was ruined. It was completely purple with BLD trailing down. Ouch, Izuku said before falling to his knees. The portal, he grunted. 𝐭𝐸𝐿 sent out a glacier that made the portal deform before disappearing. Izuku fainted. Bakugo followed Best Jeanist inside the research lab. Get down. The hero shouted as he trapped two clone Pokemon with his quirk. Die. Bakugo fired an explosion at the trapped Pokemon. The two Pokemon turned into sludge and they continued on. Freeze. Best Jeanist shouted as they found a red-cloaked figure holding a case that had the symbol of the lab. Flames covered the man's fist before he punched the ground. Blast burn. The man shouted and the ground exploded in flames. Best Jeanist used his quirk to pull him and Bakugo away from the explosion. The man suddenly appeared behind them. Fire punch. Best Jeanist was sent flying. Die. Bakugo aimed his gauntlet at the man. The man was engulfed by the explosion, but he simply absorbed the flames as he was sent back by the blast of the explosion. Flame charge. The man was engulfed in flames as he changed Bakugo. Screw you. Bakugo shouted as he unleashed another explosion. Flare blitz. The man announced as he blasted through the explosion and grabbed Bakugo's face, slamming him into the ground. Fabric captured the man, but he easily broke free. Best Jeanist had his Ariados out with him ready to fight. I'm done wasting time here, the man said as he threw a Pokeball. Flames exploded everywhere. Best Jeanist used everything he had just to pull Bakugo away from the villain. Then he only heard one thing next. Reshiram. Fire. Everything was on fire. Katsuki cord. The heat from the ground made it hard to breathe. Small pops could be heard from where his sweat was falling at. Best Jeanist had barely dragged him to safety. Get them to safety. Katsuki heard someone scream as water typr Pokemon began putting out the fire. Katsuki was put on a stretcher and was carried away to get treated. Chansey, use Heal Pulse. Katsuki heard a feminine voice order. It didn't do much, but it was still something. Katsuki ignored the commotion around him. He could see a lot of movement, but his vision was too blurred to render anything. That's all he could do as he was loaded into an ambulance. Why are legendary Pokemon popping out all of a sudden? Steven grumbled. Can't really answer that. Drake, a middle-aged man with a ship captain outfit spoke. I want to fight one of those. Sydney, a guy that looked like a delinquent said. This is no simple matter, you know. Glacier, a woman wearing fancy white dress scolded. Don't be like that, Glacier, we all want to prove ourselves. Phoebe, an energetic young girl spoke up. Sydney, Phoebe, Glacier, and Drake were heroes that often worked with Steven. Their agencies were nearby, so they were always called first for backup. Both legendary Pokemon were fire type too, Glacier said with a bit of distaste. Next thing you know, Moltres attacks the city, Sydney laughed. Don't jinx it, Steven rubbed his forehead. By the way, what about the Pokemon League? Drake asked. Let the HPSC handle that, Steven stated. Aren't you going to participate? Phoebe asked. I am, but there is still a long time before it starts. I need to deal with this first, Steven grumbled. The other 4 in the room looked at him in concern. Izuku woke up in the hospital. His arm was covered in bandaged, and his body ached all over. He was alone in the room. He at least expected his mother to be there, but he was alone. "Oh, you're awake," a nurse walked inside the room. "I'll go call a doctor," and she left. Izuku was already used to the loneliness anyways. Even if he had Momo and Eri now, he never forgot the feeling of being by himself. The rest of the night was a blur to him. A doctor arrived and began doing a checkup on him, then a few nurses would check on him from time to time. "You good, kiddo?" Thur had entered the room with fruit basket in her hands. "Fine," Izuku replied flatly. "What's the problem?" Thea asked in concern. "It's nothing, just tired," Izuku answered. "Are you sure?" "Yeah." "Well, you'll be heading back to UA tomorrow. Feel free to call or drop by anytime, alright?" Thea stated. "I'll remember that," Izuku replied. "Well, I'll get out of your hair for now. Rest up, kiddo." Thea stood up and headed for the door. She gave one last concerned glance at Izuku before leaving. And just like that, Izuku was alone again. "Finally back!" Kaminari shouted. "Did you even learn anything at your internship?" Gyro asked. "Of course I did," Kaminari said proudly. "Learning to do paperwork doesn't count," Zero said as he walked inside the dorm. "I am here." Ashido and Hagekyu burst through the door. "Shut the F up!" Bakugo yelled. He still had some bandages, but he can walk. For now. "It is nice to know that everyone is fine," Ida said as he arrived. "Mostly everyone," he turned to Bakugo. Todoroki and Yorozu was right behind him, both of which was looking around for their green-haired man. "Where's Izuku?" Yorozu asked Gyro. "Haven't seen him yet," Gyro answered. At that moment the ground shook. All of the students ran outside the dorms. They found Izuku fighting against a blonde muscular guy. Each swing of their fist made the ground shake. The most bothering part was that the blonde guy was only in his underwear. Izuku would fly and the blonde guy would sink into the ground. A crowd started to gather as the display of power continued to shake the world. How the area isn't in ruins will remain a mystery forever. Suddenly 2 octopus tentacles grabbed them, then a man with giant wings flew away with them. "Well, that just happened," Kaminari spoke. After settling back in the dorms, it was back to class the next day. Yorozu stared at the back of Izuku's head. He was too silent, it bothered her. "Good morning everyone," Aizawa-sensei walked inside the classroom. "I have an announcement. The exams are close, so I expect all of you to study hard." Multiple groans were heard. "If you fail the exam, you won't be able to attend the training camp and the trainee Pokemon League," Aizawa informed. "No!" Kaminari and Ashido cried in despair. "The trainee Pokemon League is an important event for hero students. It's where you can show everyone how good of a trainer you are," Aizawa explained. "All of you better be prepared." "Any news on the trainer that owns Reshiram?" Best Jeanist asked as he lay on a hospital bed. "None at all. It's like he just called out a legendary Pokemon and vanished," Steven answered. "Something comes up, tell me. I'll catch him myself," Jeanist declared. "Then you'll need a legendary of your own," Steven stated. "If a first year could get one, so can I," Jeanist stated. "Are you seriously comparing yourself to the second coming of Titania?" Steven had a smirk on his face. "I thought he was the second coming of All Might," Jeanist said. "He reminds me more of Cynthia," Steven replied. "What about the Pokemon League?" Jeanist asked. "It's been moved further so people will be watching the trainee league this time," Steven informed. "I guess it's time for the next generation to shine," Jeanist smiled under his bandages. "It seems so. Do I get a choice?" Izuku asked as he stood in front of All Might and Night Eye. "I wish we could say yes, but this is a matter of extreme importance," All Might said. "Fine," Izuku said. Night Eye was about to speak, but Ryukyu beat him to it. "We're very grateful for it, and we'll make sure to repay you." "Alright," Izuku replied. "Why don't you join us for training to prepare for the trainee league?" Fat Gum suggested. "Are we allowed to participate?" Izuku asked. "Normally fourth years don't, but if they make some noteworthy achievements, They could be recommended, Ryukyu explained. Night Eye was about to speak again, but All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. We're already doing good, don't ruin it. Night Eye chose to remain silent. Don't 3rd and 4th years only participate in the trainee league? Izuku seemed confused. This year will be different, especially since people call your generation the golden generation, Fat Gum answered. Aizawa will inform your class on who among you will be participating in the trainee league, but I believe all of you will be participating in the grand opening event, All Might revealed. Izuku's eyes sparkled. You mean the Battle Royal? All Might finished. Izuku squealed. Momo looked over the panel in front of her. Momo Yorozu title, tamed a sleeping dragon slayer Pokemon, 3 𝐂𝐲𝐽𝐽 Dratini Fennekin strength, 73 agility, 70 intelligence, 235 dexterity, 84 stamina, 84 durability, 70 memory slots Dragoon Vanguard Dominator Titanium. How exactly do I increase my stats? Momo wondered, but Gachi answered. Obtaining titles would be the best option, madam. How do I do that? Momo asked. Gaining achievements is one way, madam. I see, thank you Gachi, Momo replied. Momo arrived in class and took her seat. She smiled at Izuku before turning her attention to Aizawa, who just arrived. I have an announcement today. All of you will be participating in Teacher Trainee League's opening event, Aizawa informed. The class cheered. I can't wait. Mina exclaimed. I can't believe we'll be allowed to participate, Zero spoke. Manly. Kirishima cheered. Manly. Some students thought. I'm not done, Aizawa-sensei's eyes flared. Yorozu, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya will be participating in the trainee league, Aizawa revealed. Congratulations Bakubro. Kirishima exclaimed. Bakugo grumbled something under his breath. We'll cheer you guys on, Gyro spoke. Good luck guys, Zero gave a thumbs up. Kick some butt. Uraraka cheered. Thank you everyone, Momo bowed. Todoroki simply nodded. I'll do my best, Izuku gave a bright smile. All of you be ready. The opening event is a huge chance already, Aizawa-sensei stated. Right. The class cheered. Power! Izuku dodged another attack from the blonde 3rd year. He's not very fast, is he? Izuku asked as he flew around. It's hard to hit someone flying, Mirio huffed. My turn. Nejaya shouted. Nejaya wave. She blasted Izuku out of the sky. DMN, my only weakness. Women. Izuku said as he lay on the ground. Nejaya landed, looking over him. Attractive women. Izuku. Izuku turned around to see his lovely girlfriend running up to him. She stopped in front of him, taking a moment to catch her breath. Shouldn't you be fine with your stats right now? Izuku raised an eyebrow. I just finished training with the girls. Momo pouted. How's that going? Izuku asked to try and change the subject. Quite well, Midnight Sensei has been guiding as well, Momo answered. Izuku chuckled nervously as he glanced at Momo's updated stats. Momo Yorozu title, tamed a sleeping dragon slayer Pokemon, 3 𝐂𝐲𝐽𝐽 Dratini Fennekin strength, 80 agility, 75 intelligence, 250 dexterity, 87 stamina, 98 durability, 72 memory slots Dragoon Vanguard Dominator Titania. I'll make sure to give a run for your money in the Pokemon League. Momo declared proudly. I'd never thought you had this side in you, Izuku smiled at her. Eh? Momo blushed as she tried to compose herself. I'm not aware of what side of me you are talking about, Momo stated, avoiding eye contact with Izuku. Izuku could only laugh. How it's impact. A powerful explosion decimated a mannequin and pretty much everything around it before smoke completely covered the area. A black armored boot stepped out of the smoke. That was amazing Bakubro. Eiko cheered as she ran up to him, wearing the newest version of her hero costume. Red reinforced shoulder guards rested on her shoulders, which had straps that connected to black vest that covered most of her chest. Underneath that was a black shirt that was made from fabric that had her DNA mixed in from her hair, so it would be able to activate with her quirk. She also wore black combat breathes and red combat boots. Whatever, Katsuki grumbled as he fully came out of the smoke wearing his new hero costume. He wore a black long-sleeve jacket with orange linings tracing it, a giant red X resting in the middle, 3 small canisters attached to his sides. Dark green gloves mixed with his gauntlet was worn on his hands. The bulky grenade-shaped gauntlets were replaced with a skinnier version, which had a small canister holder on the side. A dark orange utility belt can be seen on his waist, holding multiple empty canisters and essentials on it. Finishing the set was black combat breathes and black combat boots. Next time, only hit the mannequin and not everything in the whole area, Aizawa said from the sideline. Katsuki grumbled as he looked away. He noticed that Icy Hot was training with glasses, frog face, and pink cheeks. Ice Queen needed to train her ability to use both elements in the same time while being pressured. Katsuki needed to focus on accuracy with his super move, focusing all the impact on one thing, specifically a mannequin. Independent training Esikis, Sparkplug groaned as he lay on the ground. Dude, we need to show out best in the battle royal so we can stand out, Soy Face said as he tried to pull Dunce Face up from the ground. I know, and I'm more than ready. Budget Pikachu exclaimed. Says the guy that got owned by Midoriya, Elbows commented. It was a bad matchup. Sparky Wind. Looks who's busy as always, Cynthia said as she entered Steven's office. What brings you here, Cynthia? Steven asked without looking up from the paperwork he was doing. Have you seen the lineup for the Junior League? Cynthia asked. Yeah, looks like your little protege will have quite that challenge, Steven replied. He'll be fine. I saw some interesting people on the brackets, Cynthia commented. Most of the time, UA and Shiketu take up the brackets, but a lot of schools are mixed in this year, Steven stated as he placed all the files in a folder. There's nearly twice as much trainers than last year. Titania narrowed her eyes at Azurite. More for us to watch, Azurite replied. Wow! Class 3A, 3B, 1A, and 1B will be participating in the Battle Royal. Mina asked as they were heading to the arena on a school bus. All classes that have a student participating in the tournament will take part in the Battle Royal, Ida explained. Sawamura and Kendo will be in the tournament as well, Momo revealed. Next year I'll be in it. Mina declared proudly. You better start training harder than Mina, Toru said. And less playing around, Kyoka added. I know we're here, Aizawa interrupted. Booyah! Mina cheered as she ran out the bus. The class followed and they all stood in front of a giant stadium. And I thought UA was big. Izuku muttered. Please follow us. A group of flying drones hovered around the students. 4 drones having a screen that showed a picture of student for each of them. One for Momo, Izuku, Todoroki, and Bakugo. Oi! Sawamura waved at them as he walked by following a drone that had his face on the screen. Hello everyone, Kendo greeted them as she passed by following her own drone. Get a move on before I expel you lot, Aizawa-sensei grumbled. The students followed the drones into the stadium, Aizawa-sensei following behind them, making sure nobody decides to wander off. The 4 contestants were given a room to stay in since the tournament will be a whole week. This will do, Momo said as she placed her bag down and pulled out her new hero costume. It was black suit with a red stripe starting from both her shoulders, heading towards her chest then heading all the way down, forming a red Y. Completely made out of DNA fabric. She pulled out a red waist cape from her bag. And red boots with a black stripe going down the front. I'm more than ready now. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the opening event of the Junior Pokemon League. A blonde woman wearing a black and yellow striped dress announced. I'm your host Elisa, and here are our commentators. A spiky blonde-haired man wearing a blue jacket sat on the first chair. Volkner. On the other chair sat an ash-blonde woman wearing a white shirt and a camera hanging around her neck. And Viola. They're still getting commentators with names that start with the same letter like every year, Izuku muttered. Don't state the obvious, sweetie, Momo whispered back. Izuku and his classmates came out of a tunnel, while Class 1B came out the tunnel on their left. Kohai. Izuku saw Nejaya waving at him from a short distance away. Now the contestants will be competing the well-known opening event of the Junior League. The Battle Royal. The crowd cheered. Everyone knows that it's the last trainer standing, don't be afraid to get rough since we have safety measures, 𝐼𝐴 winked towards the camera. A dark-skinned woman with snow-white hair and BLD red eyes walked up beside her. She wore a white 𝐒𝐵𝐻 that showed off her muscular thighs. The most noticeable feature was her white bunny ears. Are you ready, 𝐴𝐚𝐸? 𝐼𝐴 asked. 𝐵-san. At the stands, Miko could be seen standing on a railing. Always, 𝐴𝐚𝐸 tossed a white pokeball into the air. A giant Pokemon came out. Its appealing purple wings showing everyone the beauty of space. 𝐿UNALA used teleport. 𝐴𝐚𝐸 shouted. Then all the students disappeared. I'm so excited. Mina cheered as she ran around the giant forest she was sent to. Ha, it's finally time to show that Class 1B is superior. Monoma announced as he stood on top of a boulder. Ha, superior in what? Losing. Mina taunted as she called out her 𝐔𝐬𝐽. 𝐷𝐴 prepare to lose. Monoma called out a 𝐸𝑜ruā. And the first battle has started. 𝐼𝐴 announced. For those of you that are new, each participant is allowed to use their quirks and one Pokemon, 𝐴𝐚𝐸 explained. The screen came to life and displayed both fighters' data. Mina Ashido quirk, Acid UA University chosen Pokemon. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 vs Nito Monoma quirk, Copy UA University chosen Pokemon, 𝐸𝑜ruā 𝐔𝐬𝐽, Acid Spray. Mina ordered as she began using her quirk as well. Fury Swipes. Monoma ordered as his body turned to metal. Monoma and his Pokemon both charged, but a blast of flames sent both Pokemon and trainer crashing through a tree. Mina turned to the source and saw a Charizard and a man wearing a black jacket that had blue flames on the collar. Charizard, Thunder Punch. The man ordered his Pokemon. The Charizard charged with amazing speed towards Mina and her 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Use Acid Spray. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 shot the attack, but the Charizard easily spun out of the way. No way! Mina exclaimed as the Charizard got in close and unleashed the Thunder Punch. Mina yelled in pain as she got electrocuted. We're done here, Charizard, the man said before leaving. Both Mina and Monoma were teleported out of the battle area. Izuku was walking through the forest when he arrived at a clearing, along with 7 other people. Well, that's the small Mike kid, let's take him out first, one of the other participants yelled. Get him! Another yelled as they called out their Pokemon. Izuku took to the sky, but a vine grabbed his legs. Unlike you first years, we have fully evolved Pokemons, a student yelled as Venusaur growled beside her. He then got hit by a boulder being tossed by a Graveler. Izuku fell to the ground where an Alolan Marowak attacked him along with its trainer that had what looked like wood hand quirk. Grovyle. Izuku called out his Pokemon, which immediately used Leaf Blade to free Izuku. Before Izuku could counter-attack, he was bombarded with 4 different water Pokemon. Grovyle rushed towards the other Pokemon, but was pushed back by the Alolan Marowak. Izuku was still getting held back by the water attacks, so he decided to put all his power into legs and jumped. He could feel the strain, but he was able to blast himself into the sky. Shoot him down, one of the students held as he ordered his Golduck to use Hydro Pump. Izuku shot down with incredible speed, aiming a fist on the ground. Focus Punch. Izuku called back his Grovyle as he was diving down and slammed his fist into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that blew away everyone else. Izuku breathed in exhaustion as he got out of the crater he made, not sign of the other students. Well, you're an easy person to find, an attractive woman with tan skin and fiery red hair spoke. She wore a red-white jacket and black skin-tight briefs. You've got to be kidding me, Izuku sighed. Kirlia used Psychic, Momo ordered, and her Kirlia sent several rocks flying towards the enemy Seadra. Momo was teleported at a lakeside along with several students. Altaria used Hyper Beam. Nate commanded as he rode his Mega Altaria. Milotic Water Gun. Quagsire used Mudshot. Tentacruel Water Gun. Multiple water-type attacks fired all across the lake, the crossfire creating massive damage around the area. Students either used their quirks to attack, defend, or run away from the chaos. The battle was so intense that other students began to arrive. But it all ended with the arrival of one student. Zapdos, use thunder. Everyone froze at the arrival of a legendary Pokemon to the battle. Lightning struck down on the lake, decimating all the Pokemon in the lake and knocking out all the trainers that was caught up in it. As the flash of teleport took the knocked out students away, Momo saw the trainer that called the legendary Pokemon. He had ash blonde spiky hair, he wore a black jacket and breathes with an orange hoodie underneath. The legendary Pokemon landed behind the man. Then he raised his hand and a ball of electricity was conjured. Man, this is the first time I've seen someone stay conscious after that attack, the man said to Momo before launching the attack at her. In a shocking turn of events, a legendary Pokemon has entered the battle and taken down multiple competitors. 𝐿𝐴𝐴 announced. Is that allowed? Raimi asked in confusion. Nobody said no, 𝐿𝐴𝐴 replied. Is a legendary allowed? Rumi asked Ryuko. In the battle royal, yes. In the tournament, no, the dragon heroine replied. Bummer, Miko crossed her arms. You're not even participating, Ryukyu said. But I'd like to see one of this brats fight a legendary Pokemon, Miko grumbled. Looks like you'll get your wish, Ryuko said as she pointed to the screen. No Fing Wei. Rumi cheered. Izuku Midoriya quirk. Gacha UA University chosen Pokemon. Grovyle vs Candela Flare quirk. Flare Tri-Sky University chosen Pokemon. Moltres Izuku dodged another blast of flames from the woman. Come on, don't make this harder for both of us, the woman said as she shot a giant fireball. Well, let's see if you like it. Izuku shouted as he unleashed a breath of flames at the woman. The woman jumped back to avoid the flames. Hey! That's my thing. The woman yelled as she tossed a pokeball into the sky. You left me no choice, Moltres. Why is it always fire types? Izuku sighed as he gazed at the legendary bird Pokemon. A red cloak manifested over his body, along with a green sword. Moltres, flamethrower. Moltres unleashed a torrent of flames at Izuku. A golden barrier of energy protected him from the flames along with his cloak. Izuku took to the sky and charged the legendary Pokemon. He aimed a dragon claw at the Pokemon's head, but he had to avoid an air slash. You won't be winning this one small mite, the woman taunted. Don't call me that. Izuku shouted in annoyance. Katsuki found himself in a rocky area and surrounded by extras that had flying Pokemon. He had called out his key lava to help him deal with the extras. But he was suddenly encased in ice from the neck down. I've heard rumors of how much of a potential threat you are, a silvered woman approached him. Let me out of here. Katsuki yelled. I guess the rumors were wrong, the woman said, and the next thing Katsuki knew was that he was in the waiting shed. I've taken care of Katsuki Bakugo, Blanche reported. She walked along the icy path she had created, freezing any fool that dared to get close. Approaching Shoko Todoroki's location, she added. No can do Mamacita, Kaminari exclaimed. He positioned himself on top of a hill with Zero and Soto right beside him. You look pathetic, Zero commented with Soto nodding in agreement. Kaminari glared at them before facing towards Blanche once again. I just took out one of your strongest, Blanche stated. What makes you think you can do any better? She raised an eyebrow as the ground began freezing. Because we have the high ground. Kaminari declared proudly. Blanche reacted by creating a glacier beneath her feet, racing her higher than Kaminari. You didn't have to do me like that, Kaminari mumbled. Ariados, tie her up. Zero ordered as he shot tape towards Blanche's foot. Machoke, crack that glacier. Soto called out, planning to make Blanche have unstable footing by attacking the glacier beneath her with his quirk and Pokemon. In discreet, Kaminari didn't even get to finish as his body suddenly got frozen, then got teleported away. Zero and Soto turned behind them to see an Articuno staring them down. They couldn't even scream as Glacier rushed towards them from opposite directions. Took down 3 more UA students, Blanche reported. I got the princess, Spark replied through her earpiece. Was a lot tougher than she looked. A little help with small might over here. Candela spoke in panic. Both her teammates could hear loud explosions from her side of the call. Rushing over there now. Blanche began gliding on ice as she returned Articuno to its Pokeball for now. Is that the best you can do? Izuku roared as he walked through the flames that blasted towards him. "How are you okay?" Candela asked in shock as she continued to shoot flames towards Izuku along with Moltres. "Not even a legendary Pokemon is doing anything," Candela said as she began breathing from exhaustion and the heat. "You should have did your research." Izuku shot towards them with amazing speed. Candela created a wall of flames, but Izuku shot past her and slammed into Moltres. Candela watched her legendary Pokemon get blown away and crash down to the ground, barely conscious. As Izuku was about to attack her, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky and sent him crashing to the ground. "Took you long enough," Candela yelled as Spark arrived on top of Zapdos. "You were supposed to handle him by yourself," Spark said flatly. He dropped to the ground to stand beside Candela. "He's a lot stronger compared to what we've seen in the sports festival," Candela reasoned while looking away from Spark. "One more won't make a difference." Izuku yelled as green lightning sparked from his body, then he suddenly got encased in ice. "What about another?" Blanche arrived as well, and called out his Articuno once more. The three students stood side by side as Izuku broke out of the ice. "Can we actually hurt this guy?" Spark asked in concern. "Everyone has a weakness," Blanche replied sagely. "But can we figure that out before he goes berserk?" Candela joined in. "Rah!" Izuku roared. A viridian lightning sparked violently around him. He began to float up, creating a scene reminiscent of a thunderstorm. His cheeks puffed up, then a torrent of blue flames was unleashed upon the three legendary Pokemon trainers. "Blizzard!" Blanche called out to her Articuno as she continuously sent ice to block the attack. "Strike from the sky!" Spark shot lightning up to Zapdos, then the legendary bird redirected it into the sky. A second later, thunder struck down on Izuku. From below, a blast of flame shot towards him, creating an explosion. "That's our best!" Candela yelled. All three of them breathed, and felt proud about themselves. But a Grovyle suddenly shot out of the smoke, and slammed into Spark with the aura of quick attack surrounding it. "Your best is not enough." Izuku walked out the smoke, his clothes completely in ruin. A golden shield that seemed to be made out of light vanished in front of him. The lightning storm around him grew even more violent, then in a blink of an eye it was gone. Candela heard the sound of something cracking and looked up to see her Moltres shatter into a fragment of red lights before getting sked back to its Pokeball. The same thing happened to Spark Zapdos. Izuku shot to the ground and slammed his fist into the ground, sending Blanche and Candela flying. "Ice Beam!" Blanche tried to her Pokemon, but before Articuno could even use its attack, Izuku grabbed it by its neck and slammed it into the ground. Articuno turned into red light and was sked back into its Pokeball. "This wasn't what we were expecting," Candela spoke with a trembling voice. Izuku appeared in front of him, leaning down towards her. "What were you expecting? What the F was that?" Miko exclaimed in shock. The whole stadium was completely silent, not believing what they just saw. Her voice echoed throughout the arena, with no one daring to reply. The moment Blanche and Spark joined the battle, everyone began to focus on the battle, and what they saw couldn't be described as a battle at all. 3 students that were registered to participate in the league tournament were taken down by just 1 student. Having legendary Pokemon did nothing but add to the shame of their defeat. "I don't know if I should be proud or terrified," Tatsumaki muttered. She herself had the power to defeat a legendary Pokemon, but not to the point of destroying them. He looked cessed. Fubuki commented with a wary look as well. "I sure hope this tournament isn't so one-sided," Elasa commented. "Don't jinx it," Raimi responded. "The hell was that?" Itsuka asked as they felt an earthquake. She had managed to group up with most of her classmates. All the girls were present, along with half the boys in her class. "I don't know, but I have feeling boss music should be playing right now," Setsuna exclaimed. UA students, a muscular guy with a shaved head yelled. "Nice to meet you," he shouted before a tornado swept everyone away. "Thing hell!" Kamakiri yelled as everyone was getting sked into the tornado. Shiozaki was about to say something, but their bodies began to get deformed and turned into ball of meat. "I need to deal with so much more," Seiji grumbled. All the students who fell to his quirk were immediately teleported out of the battlefield, making them turn back to normal since they became out of range. It was nice to meet them, Inasa exclaimed. Seiji grumbled once again. Todoroki! Eiko called out as she ran towards Shoko. Kirishima, Shoko nodded. Both of them were in a ruin-like area, had to fight of quite a lot of people before finally meeting up. Have you seen Bakubro? Eiko asked as her chase bin stood beside her. No, Shoko replied as her Ninetales came back. She turned to her Pokemon, who only shook its head. Shoko had tasked her Pokemon to look for either Momo or Izuku, and through all this chaos, the chances of them being already too big. She believed in them, but getting teamed up on was quite likely to happen. We should stick together, Eiko suggested with a grin. Shoko only nodded as her reply. 50 students remaining, an announcement echoed throughout the whole arena. What? Eiko exclaimed in shock. Weren't there over hundreds of students? Nearly 1,000 even, Shoko corrected. Only an hour has passed, but the number of students were already reduced to mere 50. How many of our classmates do you think are left? Eiko asked. Probably all of them, right? Shoko wanted to agree, but she knew that wasn't possible. The majority of their opponents were 3rd or 4th years. People with a lot more experience compared to them, so the chances were far too slim. The remaining students will be shown, the announcement revealed, then images of students were shown in the sky. Shoko saw the UA Big 3 get shown first, then some students she's never seen before. I'm not seeing our classmates, Eiko mumbled in concern. It showed their faces, then after Eiko, Izuku was shown. Shishida and Awase from Class 1B were also shown. Shoko and Eiko could only stare blankly at the sky. 3 out of 20. Uraraka muttered. She had almost been eaten by a Sharpedo, and was teleported out at the last second. At the memory made her shiver. It could be worse, Kero, Asui patted her in the back. She herself almost had lava dropped on top of her by a Magcargo, and was teleported away before it could even touch her skin. How did you get eliminated, Ida? Momo asked as she rubbed her arm. She was previously injured in that arm, but has already healed by the nurses in the building. I had fallen in a ravine, Ida said in shame. How long has he been like that? Uraraka asked in annoyance as she pointed at Bakugo, who was screaming profanities at the camera above the door. Ever since he arrived, Gyro grumbled in annoyance. She had an unfortunate encounter with 3rd-year student who had a sound-amplifying quirk, which was the worst possible matchup for her at the moment. Next time I see that beach, I'll think about it later, Hagakure grumbled. The invisible heroine had been defeated by a 2nd-year student that had the ability to create illusions, placing her under a trap. Let's just cheer for Izuku, Shoko, and Kirishima-san, Momo suggested as she watched her rather annoyed friends. She couldn't blame them since this was a very opportunity for them, but winning a battle royal of this size was highly unlikely. Even Izuku seems to be quite worn out now. Watching him hide under a bridge to rest made Momo's heart ache. He had fought 3 legendary Pokemon at the same time, then some vultures showed up to try and finish him off. But Izuku had defeated them all. Looks like Todoroki has some company, Kaminari noticed as he watched the monitors. Everyone looked at the screen he was watching. It's our Kohais. Nejaya exclaimed as she pointed Shoko and Eiko. I guess we should show them how things are done. Mirio said excitedly, while Tamaki was sulking in the corner. Shoko sent a glacier towards the Big 3, and immediately pulled Eiko to run away. Why are we running? Eiko asked in confusion. You tell me, Mirio replied instead of Shoko as she shot out of the ground and landed a double uppercut towards both of their stomachs. Power! Mirio exclaimed. An ice beam shot through his chest. He turned around to see an Alolan Ninetales standing beside Shoko. Nejaya wave. Nejaya unleashed a blast of energy that destroyed a building next to them. Why did you have to do that? Tamaki anxiously asked from a distance. There were some people sneaking around, Nejaya answered with a smile, then a bunch people started showing themselves from the smoke. We'll handle them, Tamaki stated as he called out to Silverly. You're going all out here, Mirio told Tamaki as he watched Shoko and Eiko get up and take a fighting stance. There's at least 20 of them. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 said as she began to fly up into the air. I just want to end things quickly, Tamaki replied as he grew wings and flew towards the group, a purple aura surrounding his whole body. They began firing their quirks and their Pokemon began launching attacks, but Tamaki blocked them all by turning his hand into a turtle shield made out of diamonds. His Silverly rushed in with him, its body getting shrouded with Giga impact. Better get down Kohais. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 yelled at Shoko and Eiko, then both their eyes widened as an explosion erupted from behind 𝐒𝐲𝐻 where Tamaki rushed in. 20 participants remaining, an announcement echoed throughout the battlefield. Wow, Tamaki really went all out, Mirio hummed, then turned back to his underclassmen. Sorry about this, his hand began to shine with golden light. That was totes crazy, Cammy muttered as she lowered her telescope. She had just one of the UA students charge into a group of students and took them all out. How he managed to create an explosion was a mystery to her. I wonder what's going on here. She turned to the other direction. She saw her schoolmate with crazy wind quirk fighting against a student that was very hairy. He totes need a shave, Cammy mumbled, then she noticed a certain someone hiding behind a bridge. Oh ho! Izuku breathed as he rested under a bridge in the city zone. He had been battling non-stop, and it's already taking a toll on him. Hunters will be released into the field, the announcement informed him, but he raised an eyebrow out of confusion. In all the past league tournaments, there were no instances of hunters being mentioned or shown. What are the hunters? To answer his question, a Salamence flew over the bridge with amazing speed. Pseudo-legendary Pokemon. In the distance, Izuku could see a Dragonite took off into the sky and began unleashing a torrent of flame below it. Then in the direction behind him, he saw a Tyranitar fire a hyper beam from on top of a mountain. Why are they doing this? Izuku muttered as he tried to hide more under the bridge, doing his best to squeeze himself, until he felt a soft sensation on his back. Why is the bottom of the bridge squishy? Izuku raised an eyebrow as he placed his hand on the wall. For some reason the wall was soft. He tried to feel the other areas, and noticed different textures. Some felt like rubbery leather, some were smooth, then there were the two specific areas that were squishy. Izuku pressed his ear to the wall to try and hear something, but his knee dug into a soft part of the wall, then the wall loomed. Izuku jumped back as the wall grabbed onto him as mist dissipated and a brunette clung to him. You totes need to take responsibility for feeling my body up, she whispered into his ears. Izuku froze and trembled. Everyone raised an eyebrow when the screen showing Izuku disappeared and only the students that began to face newly arrived hunters were shown. What gives? Mina complained. Midori is the only one left from us and we can't watch him. Yeah. Unfair. Hagakure agreed. Right, your Momo. She turned to the heiress. Momo. The girls turned to Momo, who was completely quiet and started to tremble. I've seen this before, Shoko stated. She had just arrived in their waiting room with Eiko after being defeated by Mirio Tagata. What's wrong with her? Uraraka asked in concern. Her Izuku is getting seduced, senses is tingling, Shoko said sagely. The girls looked at her in confusion. Jumping away from the woman, Izuku accidentally exposed himself into the open where a familiar-looking Garchomp was grinning down on him. The Garchomp charged with Giga impact, making Izuku grab the woman and fly away. Once he was good distance away, he placed down the woman and faced the Garchomp. Dragon Claw! Izuku rushed towards it, but it swatted his hand once he got close enough, then used Brick Break to slam him into the ground. Grovyle came out of its Pokeball and rushed towards Garchomp, but proved to be futile as well as Garchomp fired a Hyper Beam to defeat it. How is that thing so strong? Izuku muttered in confusion. As Grovyle was forcibly returned to its Pokeball, Izuku prepared to attack. That thing is totes cray cray, the woman he carried earlier spoke as she called out a Zorua. Izuku shot forward, Dragon Rush already active. The Garchomp's blade hand glowed brown and blocked the attack. Dark Pulse. The Zorua shot a ball of darkness towards Garchomp, but the dragon barely flinched at the attack. Instead, it smirked as it headbutted Izuku into the ground. With Izuku down on the ground, Garchomp began to glow red as Outrage activated. Looks like Small Might has finally reached his limit, 𝐼𝐴 commented as everyone watched 𝐒𝐿 getting beaten down. We can't expect nothing less from the ace Pokemon of a top 10 hero, Raimi added. That's your 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐻, right? Steven turned to Cynthia. Oh. What gave it away? Cynthia asked with a smirk on her face. Steven knew that despite Cynthia being rank 10, her power could even rival All Might's. The only thing holding her back was her quirk. It would seem like her quirk practically gives her everything, but the limitations it gave to her outweighed it all. If only Steven knew all the details, maybe he could help her. You're the only person I know with a champion-level 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐻, Steven stated. Thank you, I'll make sure to tell 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐻 that. Momo gasped as 𝐒𝐿 was eliminated after being hit with a full power outrage from the 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐻. Once 𝐒𝐿 got teleported to the waiting room, she immediately embraced him in a hug. You did well 𝐒𝐿, she whispered into his ears. Yeah, that 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐻 was just too OP, Kaminari commented from the sidelines. You did admirably, Ida added as the others began adding praises as well. And I don't think anyone is strong enough to beat the hunters, Shoko commented as she pointed at the screens. The class saw that everyone fighting the hunters were either losing or running away for their lives. All the hunters were well-known powerful Pokemon, and 𝐒𝐿 began scolding himself for not noticing. The Charizard fighting Mirio and Nejaya was Endeavor's ace Pokemon. The Salamence that was tearing through the city belonged to Hawks. The Tyranitar belonged to Yoroi Musha. And obviously, the 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐻 that kicked his butt belonged to Tia. Pokemon that were trained by the strongest heroes in Japan. At least they didn't put legendary Pokemon in there, 𝐂𝐿𝐴 spoke up. We just saw 3 of them, Soto stared at 𝐂𝐿𝐴. We got our butt kicked by one of them. Oh. Yeah. 𝐂𝐿𝐴 looked away from Soto. I guess we'll just look forward to the tournament, Uraraka told everyone. Yeah. We'll be cheering for you Midobro, Eiko patted him in the back. Thanks everyone, 𝐒𝐿 gave them a bright smile that made Dark Shadow screech in pain. With the battle royal ending with Mirio Tagata as the winner, everyone was given time to rest. The tournament had to stay overnight for the duration of the league, while the other students returned to their homes. 𝐒𝐿 began wandering around the stadium grounds. At first, he wanted to go to Momo's room, but she mentioned that she was in the middle of a call with her parents. Which left 𝐒𝐿 to mind his own business. Lost. 𝐒𝐿 turned around to see Tia standing behind him wearing pajamas. Just wanted to walk around, 𝐒𝐿 replied as he looked down. I wanted to apologize to you, Cynthia said as she made a bench appear out of nowhere. What for? 𝐒𝐿 asked in confusion, not knowing what Cynthia was talking about. Cynthia patted the bench so 𝐒𝐿 would sit down. My 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐻 actively hunted you down. You don't have to be sorry for that, 𝐒𝐿 responded. I'm pretty sure half of the people there were hunting me down too. It looked like, but I think most of them hunted down anyone related to UA, Cynthia chuckled. How far do you think I'll get in the tournament? 𝐒𝐿 asked. Honestly, I'm not sure, but definitely above 16, Cynthia answered. You could maybe even win this if you play it right, she added. Which Pokemon do you think I should use? That depends on you, but I want to see your Lucario out there, Cynthia hummed. I'm definitely going to use Lucario, 𝐒𝐿 stated. It's the Pokemon I have because of you after all Tiane-san, 𝐒𝐿 grinned at her. Look at this brat, Cynthia grinned back at him, pinching his cheek. It's the day everyone has been waiting for. 𝐼𝐴 exclaimed as the crowd cheered. 128 students have gathered from hero schools from all around Japan for the Junior League. All participants of the tournament gathered at the center of the stadium where a large screen began to show everyone's faces. 𝐒� stared at the image of his face as they began to shuffle around the screen to decide the matchups. For the first round, here are the matchups. 𝐼𝐴 announced and all the students held their breath as the shuffling came to a stop. 4 sets of matches will be happening per day, so tune in. My first fight is with Candela. 𝐒� muttered as the woman herself walked up to him. You may be strong, but this time it's a battle between our Pokemon, Candela stated as she pointed at 𝐒�. I'm going to beat you this time, she declared. 𝐒� just stared and nodded. For the first round, it will be a 3-on-3 battle between trainers. Elisa began explaining the rules. There will be no suching, and the winner is decided when one side no longer has any Pokemon to battle. The first set will be starting in 30 minutes, someone announced through the speakers. Izuku stared at the screen, and saw that his match will be today on the 4th set. With a lot of time in his hand, Izuku decided to check on the competition. The only person he technically knew that will also be fighting today was a Magiki Tamaki, which was part of the first set. Are you going to watch Tamaki-senpai's match? Momo asked him with Shoko right beside her. Yeah, I wanted to see what kind of Pokemon he had, Izuku replied as they began walking towards the tunnels. Mind if we join you guys? Kendo asked them with Nate following beside her. That would be lovely, Kendo-san, Momo responded as she pulled Kendo along. Arriving at the viewing area reserved for UA, they saw several students wearing the UA uniform. Izuku and the others didn't know any of them and were most likely their upperclassmen. After taking a seat, Izuku was glad that they had decided to buy food along the way since his stomach started growling. Forgot breakfast? Nate asked as he himself began eating some mochi. Yeah, got nervous and forgot, Izuku replied as he began eating a katsudon packed rice bowl. It's starting! Kendo exclaimed as the contestants stepped up to their arenas. Izuku saw Tamaki enter the arena, then a barrier covered the whole battlefield. From what I know, Tamaki-senpai is a normal type specialist, Momo stated as the referees began explaining the rules again. Normal type? Wasn't expecting that, Nate spoke as he rubbed his chin. I thought he'd be a generalist. Why would you think that? Kendo asked. Because he transforms into different things. Well, yeah. Most people tend to pick their Pokemon based on their quirks, Nate replied with a shrug. I mean, Endeavor is a pretty big example, Nate stated, making Shoko flinch. I guess, and some tend to follow a theme. Even as a generalist, Momo added. All Might's Pokemon are all buff. A literal muscle brain, Izuku grumbled. Why do you hate All Might so much? Nate asked Izuku, hearing his grumble. Before Izuku could explain, the matches began. A Magiki called out his Snorlax out into the battlefield. Just like always, let's end this quickly. His opponent was a male student with long red hair and called out a Magmar. Begin, the referee exclaimed. Flamethrower. Magmar let out a bellow of flames towards Snorlax. You know what to do, partner, a Magiki stated, and Snorlax began charging through the flamethrower like it was nothing. Its fur was getting singed, but it kept on charging. Body slam. To everyone's horror, Snorlax jumped into the air and began descending towards Magmar. Get out of there, the opposing trainer screamed, but Magmar was too slow and got crushed by the Goliath. Red light came out from underneath Snorlax, signifying Magmar's defeat. Call out your next Pokemon, the referee told a Magiki's opponent. The man begrudgingly called out a Charizard. He must have been hoping to save it for future matches, a Magiki figured, seeing his opponent's expression. It won't matter. Charizard took to the sky. Overheat. Charizard began glowing red. Giga Impact, a Magiki ordered. Charizard unleashed a beam of flame, while Snorlax shot towards the fire lizard covered in Giga Impact's energy. To everyone's surprise, Charizard managed to get out of the way. His opponent smirked seeing Snorlax miss. Now is our chance. Snorlax needs to recover its energy after using Giga Impact. Their celebration was cut short as a Snorlax began to descend at a terrifying speed. Get out of the way. Snorlax slammed down on Charizard, taking both of them down to the ground. The sheer force of the impact managed to shake the whole arena, disrupting the other matches as well. We may all have been chosen to participate due to our achievements, but not all of us are on the same level. A Magiki returned his Snorlax before leaving the battlefield with his victory. I didn't expect Tamaki-senpai to have such a good battler, Momo spoke. His strategy was simple, but not everyone could actually use them in a battle, Nate added. If Snorlax was off by just a few centimeters, the battle wouldn't have ended that fast. You say that like Tamaki-senpai was guaranteed to win, Kendo responded. He is, Nate stated. In the UA Big 3, they say Mirio Tagata is the closest to being the next number one, but 𝐼𝐼𝐫 is actually strongest member of the big three. Really? Momo asked with a raised eyebrow. His right, Izuku spoke up, making everyone turn to him. How do you know that? Momo asked Izuku this time. I just do. Izuku stared at the panels in front of him. Tagata Mirio title, bearer of one for all Pokemon, 6 Mimikyu Gengar Spiritome Duskull. Strength, 20100 agility, 20100 intelligence, 20100 dexterity, 36100 stamina, 20100 durability, 20100 equipped a Magic Tamaki title, bearer of one for all Pokemon, 8 Silverly Snorlax Kangaskhan Yorsaring. Strength, 57. 100 agility, 49. 100 intelligence, 40100 dexterity, 36100 stamina, 20100 durability, 67. 100 equipped Nejaya Heido title, bearer of one for all Pokemon, 6. Strength, 20100 agility, 20100 intelligence, 68100 dexterity, 36100 stamina, 300100 durability, 20100 equipped. How's the tournament going? Cynthia asked Steven as she relaxed on a large couch. No problems so far, Steven replied. Where'd you get the couch? My quirk lets me make anything I want, remember? Cynthia replied. I thought it was limited to weapons. This is a weapon for relaxation, Cynthia declared. Steven just stared at her. You ready for your battle? Momo asked Izuku as he was preparing in the waiting room. I'm never ready for a battle, but I don't run away from it, Izuku replied with a smile, making Momo blush. A green light started blinking in the waiting room. That's my signal. Izuku waved goodbye to Momo as he stepped out into the stadium and headed towards his assigned battlefield. Candela climbed up into her spot at the same time he climbed up onto his spot. I've been waiting for this, Candela said with a smirk. Burning Passion task. Defeat Candela reward. Ice-type Pokemon, quite the ironic reward, Izuku muttered. Both trainers call out your first Pokemon, the referee instructed. Magma, you're up first. Candela threw her Pokeball into the battlefield. Shelgon, show them what you can do. Shelgon materialized into the field, ready for a battle. Begin, the referee exclaimed. Shelgon immediately began charging towards Magma. Start us off with Dragon Claw. Izuku called out. To everyone's surprise, Shelgon began using the move to exert more force to its charge, increasing its speed. Candela's eyes widened. Stop it in its tracks with Flamethrower. Magma unleashed a torrent of flames towards Shelgon, but the dragon type didn't stop its charge. Relentlessly charging through the flames, Shelgon reached Magma and struck it with its claws. Don't let it recover, crunch. Shelgon bit Magma's leg, then lifted it up into the air before slamming it back down to the ground. Magma, shake it off with Fire Punch, Candela ordered, but her Pokemon wasn't even given the chance to use the attack. Shelgon kept throwing Magma around like a ragdoll. Finish it off with Double Edge. Shelgon threw Magma across the field and charged towards it, a white aura surrounding its body. The Endurance Pokemon slammed into Magma with the force of a speeding truck, knocking it out. Magma is unable to continue, the referee announced. Trainer Candela, call out your next Pokemon. Arcanine. Candela called out her next Pokemon, and Arcanine let out a roar to announce its presence. After that first loss, it seems Trainer Candela is going to go all out, Raimi commented. She doesn't have a choice, her opponent is one of the strongest competitors we have this year, Elasa stated. Move around it with extreme speed and attack with Fire Fang. Arcanine turned into an orange blur as it began to decimate Shelgon. With extreme speed and Fire Fang to attack without giving Shelgon the chance to counter. Izuku gritted his teeth as Shelgon was losing ground. Outrage! Be careful and stay back. If you just dodge everything, it'll get confused, Candela ordered. Izuku smirked as Shelgon looked at him in confusion. Dragon Rush! Nate burst out laughing. That's sly BSTRD. What happened? Shoko asked in confusion. Outrage is a very powerful dragon-type move. Izuku's 𝐭𝐴𝐽 didn't know the move, but when he called it out, Candela was forced to be careful, Momo explained. Wasn't expecting a strategy like that, Kendo said. 𝐭𝐴𝐽 surged forward with Dragon Rush. Meet it with Flare Blitz. Candela shouted, slightly bit sus that she fell for a trick like that. Both Pokemon crash into each other, creating a shockwave that kicked up a cloud of dust. Once the dust cleared, it revealed both Pokemon to be knocked out. Both Pokemon is unable to continue. Please call out your next Pokemon, the referee announced. Charizard. Turn up the heat. Candela exclaimed as she tossed a Pokeball into the battlefield. Charizard materialized into the field, unleashing a powerful roar that shook the field. It's only day 1 of the tournament and that's the 7th Charizard we've seen, Elisa commented with a sigh. A testament to just how popular that Pokemon really is. Can't really call that a rare Pokemon anymore, Nate shrugged, remembering that at least 7 of his classmates had a Charizard. I have one as well, Shoko added. My point exactly, Nate crossed his arms. Flygon. Izuku called out his Pokemon, and a shiny Flygon materialized into the field. Oh, the first shiny Pokemon we've seen today, Elisa stated. First fully evolved dragon type as well, Raimi added. Over at the stands, the top heroes rubbed their chin in thought at the sight of the Flygon. That Pokemon seems familiar, I just can't remember where I've seen it before, Best Jeanist muttered. Ah! Ryukyu had a sudden realization. Pikachu man, she exclaimed. Hawks immediately began laughing his butt off. This won't be a simple fight. Candela pulled down her sleeve to reveal an arm brace with a Mega Stone attached to it. Mega Evolve. As Candela's Charizard began Mega Evolving, a new panel appeared in front of Izuku. Burning Passion, updated task, defeat Candela's Mega Charizard X reward, Ice Dragon type Pokemon, looks like we have a challenge buddy. Flygon began to spark with electricity. I call hacks. Nate yelled. Still salty that he beat with you with that move. Kendo smirked. Candela's Mega Charizard roared once more as it glared at the sparking Flygon. Begin. Flamethrower. Candela called out the move, and Charizard did not hesitate to unleash a blast of flames that covered the whole battlefield. Create a shield with Sandstorm. Izuku ordered. With a roar, Flygon conjured a powerful sandstorm that acted as a barrier against the flames. Use Dragon Tail on the sandstorm. Several people raised eyebrows at the order, but Flygon followed without hesitation. To everyone's surprise, when Flygon's attack hit the sandstorm, shards of glass burst towards Charizard. That's nothing. Blast Burn. Charizard punched the ground and an eruption of flames shot towards Flygon. To the sky. Flygon took off into the sky to avoid the attack, then Charizard followed. Dragon Claw. Charizard's claws glowed an ethereal blue as it rushed towards Flygon. Dragon Tail. Flygon stopped ascending as it rolled to slam down its tail towards Charizard. The fire dragon blocked the tail with its dragon claw but was still blown back. Sandstorm once again. A tornado of sand formed in the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. Twister. Candela yelled out. The sandstorm grew even more violent before being forcefully dispelled. We're not done. Flamethrower. Charizard shot a breath of flame that combined with Twister. Show them that you're not afraid of fire. Izuku exclaimed. Flygon roared with a burst of electricity, then shot through the fire tornado like it was nothing. If he had such strong Pokemon, why did he use a Grovyle during the Battle Royal? Miko grumbled. Probably hiding his best Pokemon for later, Ryukyu commented. Miko grumbled something about holding back. Dragon Claw. Both Izuku and Candela ordered their Pokemon. Charizard and Flygon clashed in the sky, burst of energy exploding every time their claws clashed with each other. Support it with Aerial Ace. Candela commanded. The Charizard exploded forward with blue energy and slammed down Flygon with its Dragon Claw. Flygon crashed down on the arena, creating a massive crater. Finish it off with Dragon Breath. Not over yet. Rock Tomb. Flygon created pillars that blocked the Dragon Breath. The arena exploded, covering everything with smoke. Candela smirked, until the arena revealed that Flygon wasn't there anymore. Charizard find it. Dragon Rush. Izuku yelled, but nothing happened. Where's Flygon? Itsuka asked. I don't know either. Momo replied. Look up, Nate spoke up. Looking up, they found Flygon descending from the sky. How the hell did it get up there? Itsuka exclaimed in shock. Dragon Rush. Izuku yelled again. What? Candela exclaimed in confusion. Whatever, Charizard prepare to intercept. Dragon Rush. Izuku yelled once more. What is he pladash? Miko stopped when everyone saw Flygon. With an invigorating roar, Flygon's energy formed into 3 dragons descending down from the sky. One dragon was blue, another was bright green, and the last one was purple. All 3 dragons spiraling with one another as they shot towards Charizard. What kind of attack is this? Elasa exclaimed as the crowd began cheering. Definitely not something you see every day, Raimi commented. Is that even legal? Hawks exclaimed in shock. There's no rule against Pokemon moves, Best Jeanist spoke up. You think we give a SHT? Candela shouted. Charizard, go full force. Overheat. Charizard flared up with blue flames before unleashing a beam of blue flames towards Flygon. The whole arena watched as the 2 attacks collided. Even the other contestants in the other battlefields stopped their battle to watch the 2 dragons clash. Overheat destroyed the blue dragon, leaving the green and purple dragons to circle around it as they descended. Charizard was struck by the attack from both sides, and with Mega Charizard being a Fire Dragon type, it was very effective. Candela's Charizard takes a critical hit. Despite taking the attack, Candela's Charizard did not faint. It remained on the battlefield still ready to fight. It isn't over yet. Charizard roared and the flame on its tail grew larger. Is that Blaze? Momo raised an eyebrow. But it loses that ability after Mega Evolution. Guess that only applied in the games, Shoko said with a shrug, knowing this fact since her father also used a Mega Charizard. Dragon Claw. Candela ordered and Charizard shot forward. Dragon Tail. Izuku countered. Both Pokemon clashed once more. Charizard was hit with the Dragon Tail on its stomach, while Flygon received the attack on its head. The 2 dragons staggered before rushing forward once more. Each attack thrown out had the power to knock out any average Pokemon, but the 2 dragons took the hit and didn't miss a second to hit back. Overheat. Charizard flapped its wings, blowing itself back. Hyper Beam. Flygon jumped back and dug itself to the ground as it charged up its attack. The 2 attacks collided, creating a powerful explosion that shook the whole stadium. Even the other battles were interrupted, causing the heroes to get ready to move. As the dust began to settle, it revealed both Pokemon knocked out. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. The referee that had crawled out of wreckage announced, making the whole stadium cheer. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku watched as a panel appeared in front of him. Burning Passion, completed reward, trainer is currently not strong enough to claim. What? After such an amazing match yesterday, I can't wait to find out what we have in store today. Elasa exclaimed as the crowd cheered. Tell me about it, this year's tournament has proven to be the most interesting so far. Raimi agreed. Shall we take a look at the battlefield? Elasa said. Milotic, Hydro Pump. Momo called out. Momoyorozu, Creati Quirk, Creation Registered Pokemon Kirlia Dratini Fennekin Sylvan Rapidash Cantonian Ace Pokemon, Milotic. We have another strong contender, Momoyorozu from US Class 1A, Elasa informed the crowd. A princess that's no damsel in distress, Viola stated proudly. Tell me about it, Elasa said as an image of Momo in her Dominator stepping on Izuku appeared on the Jumbotron. Midnight definitely has a hand on this one. Finish it with Aqua Tail, Momo said while blushing in embarrassment. Orozu is the #1 student in her class, so I'm sure that we will be witnessing her brilliant mind work its magic in this tournament, Volkner commented. In another battlefield, Shoko stood with her 9 tails. Flamethrower. Shoko Todoroki, Shoko Quirk, half cold half hot registered team, Frostlass Prinplup Glacian Flareon Ninetales Cantonian Ace Pokemon, 𝐼𝐴 another strong contender is Shoko Todoroki, the daughter of the number 2 hero. Raimi announced. With an ice-cold personality and smoking appearance, she's definitely a favorite, Elisa commented. Take them to the sky. Nate ordered his Altaria. Another first year from you that's worth watching, Volkner said as the crowd watched the Altaria drag a Pikachu up into the sky. Nate Sawamura, Airvis Quirk, Flying Type-Registered Team Pidgeot Talonflame Aerodactyl Gyarados Corviknight Ace Pokemon, Altaria, isn't it rather rude to reveal all their Pokemon like this? Izuku wondered out loud. Maybe it's only a today kind of twist. Itsuka figured. Hopefully, Izuku hummed. By the way, what Pokemon do you have registered? I'm pretty sure everyone was only allowed 6, and the one used during the Battle Royal wasn't included. That's a secret, Izuku smiled at Itsuka. She blushed, then narrowed her eyes to him. Spoil sport. At the corner of the viewing booth, Bakugo gritted his teeth. Congratulations to all of you, Izuku said as Momo, Shoko, and Nate entered the viewing booth. Thank you, anyone noteworthy battling now? Momo asked as she took a seat beside him. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 will be battling this round, Itsuka answered. Oh, what Pokemon does she use? Momo asked. From what I know, she uses psychic types, Nate spoke up. Fairy, Izuku suddenly said, but before any of them could ask him how he knew, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 called out to them. Cheer me on Kohais. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 waved at them from the battlefield. Her opponent was someone from 𝐒𝐈 Academy judging by the uniform she was wearing. Both trainers call out your first Pokemon, the referee announced. Primarina. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 called out her starter Pokemon. Skarmory, her opponent called out a Pokemon with a type advantage. Begin, the referee exclaimed. Hydro Pump. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 ordered her Pokemon. Steel Wing. Skarmory rushed forward without care. Clearly, they didn't expect the Hydro Pump to be so powerful that Skarmory was blasted back and crashed into the psychic barrier surrounding the field. Skarmory is unable to continue, the referee announced. Everyone remained silent in shock. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 Hado, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 Quirk, Wave-registered Pokemon Primarina Iron Valiant Flutter Menere Rapidash Galarian Ninetales Alolan Ace Pokemon, Gardevoir, she is a Fairy-type specialist, Itsuka said. How does she have 2 Paradox Pokemon? Those are limited only to Paradox Island, Momo stated. Not even my parents have clearance to enter that place. No offense, your parents are rich, not powerful trainers, Nate replied. If I remember correctly, only All Might and Titania has clearance to enter, maybe even Azurite. My father doesn't have clearance, Shoko smugly informed, making Nate and Itsuka confused. Wonder why they didn't just call it Area 0, Izuku wondered. Copyright. Momo suggested. We're in a fanfiction, what's the point in that? Izuku responded. What? Momo asked as the other three looked at Izuku in confusion. Nothing, let's just watch the match. Izuku pointed at the battlefield where 𝐒𝐻𝐈's opponent called out a Metagross. Bullet Punch. Metagross shot towards Primarina with amazing speed. Stop it with Icy Wind. 𝐒𝐻𝐈's Pokemon began to sing as the Ice-type move covered the battlefield. Confusion. Her opponent called out as Metagross began to slow down. Nope. Misty Terrain. As Metagross used Confusion, Misty Terrain already covered the battlefield, preventing Primarina from getting affected from status moves. Finish it with Bubble. Everyone watched as the bubble began to freeze as it traveled towards Metagross. Is that still considered a water-type move? Izuku muttered. If it was, it would be a bad choice since steel types are strong against ice, Momo responded. She both amazes and confuses me, Itsuka said. Shoko nodded in agreement. Much to their confusion, Metagross fainted. Metagross is unable to continue, the referee announced. Steelix, the giant Pokemon, materialized into the arena. Mega Evolve. Steelix began to glow as the energy of Mega Evolution covered it. If 𝐒𝐻𝐈 Senpai was losing, it would have been noted as a bad matchup, Itsuka commented. Return. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 called back her Primarina before tossing a great ball into the battlefield. Iron Valiant. Looks like we get to see a Paradox Pokemon, folks. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 announced. Paradox Pokemon are only found in Paradox Island, which only allows Challenger rank trainers to enter, 𝐿𝐴𝐵 explained. That says a lot considering not even half the top 10 heroes have clearance to enter the island. Close combat. 𝐒𝐠 commanded. Iron Tail, her opponent ordered, but it was no use as Iron Valiant ducked under Steelix's swing as its spear formed. It unleashed a flurry of attacks that decimated Steelix, not even letting it have a chance to fight back. The Steel type fell. Steelix is unable to continue, 𝐒𝐠 wins. The referee announced and the crowd cheered. How are we going to beat that? We're on the final day of the preliminary rounds and we have some exciting matches lined up. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 announced it to the crowd just as Katsuki walked out of the tunnel. The world had a unique way of telling him that it didn't revolve around him. Ever since entering UA, Katsuki has never won a battle that mattered. First, he lost to Deku, then to Ponytail, then the bird guy. Lastly, he even lost to a villain. At the other side of the battlefield stood his opponent. A Shiketsu student with purple hair. I'll make sure to DSPLN you. Shut the F up. Katsuki yelled in annoyance. In one of the arenas we have a matchup between UA and Shiketsu. 𝐴𝐵 exclaimed. A long-standing rivalry that probably won't be ending soon, Viola commented. Representing UA, we have Katsuki Bakugu. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 informed the crowd. Katsuki Bakugu Quirk, Explosion Registered Team, Gabite Primate Manectric Graveler Raichu Cantonian Ace Pokemon, 𝐿𝐴𝐵 and his opponent, representing Shiketsu, Seiji Shishikura. Both trainers call out your first Pokemon, the referee called out. Gabite. Katsuki called out his Pokemon. Katsuki Bakugu starts off with a Dragon type. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 announced. Meanwhile, Seiji called out his Pokemon as well. And Seiji Shishikura decided to counter him with a Fairy type. We're really finding out a lot of Pokemon we didn't know our classmates had, Itsuka mentioned as the matches began. When we were kids, Katsuki mentioned that he wanted a Garchomp when he grew up, Izuku said out loud. Momo looked at him in concern but decided to remain silent as the matches continued. And Bakugu's struggling to keep Gabite in the match, 𝐼𝐴𝐵 commented. On the battlefield, Gabite could be seen doing its best to defend against Meanwhile's attacks. Attack with Iron Head, while keeping play rough active, Seiji instructed his Pokemon. Slash. Bakugu ordered back, but proved to be useless as Gabite was immediately overpowered by Meanwhile. It seems Bakugu has not taught his Gabite any moves to counter its weakness, 𝐿𝐴𝐵 informed the crowd. Gabite Kalud have learned Sand Tomb or Bulldoze, but it seems Bakugu focused on Dragon-type moves. The best course of action for him is to SWCH his Pokemon, Viola added. With Bakugu's ego, I don't think suching would be an option for him, Momo said with the others nodding in agreement. He'll definitely see it as running away, Shoko figured. How depressing, Nate sighed as they watched Gabite finally faint. 𝐿𝐴𝐵. Bakugu called out his ace. Katsuki Bakugu calls out his Pokemon. 𝐴𝐵 exclaimed. A good choice against Meanwhile, but will Seiji keep his Pokemon in play? 𝐿𝐴𝐵 mentioned to the crowd. Return, Seiji called back Meanwhile and tossed out an Ultra Ball. Dreadnought. I'm no genius, but this is going to be a one-sided beatdown, Nate commented as Izuku stood up. Where are you going? Momo asked. I need to take care of something, Izuku replied, heading out without any more words said. Flame Wheel. Izuku watched on screen as Bakugu ordered 𝐿𝐴𝐵 only to fail as the enemy Dreadnought used Hydro Pump to force it back. Not satisfying to see your tormentor get what he deserves. 𝐒𝐠 asked. How did you know? Izuku looked at her in shock. A lot of people began digging into your past after you became famous as the second coming of All Might, she explained. Your old school got exposed by Nezu when they tried to leech of your success. Izuku shut his mouth. A lot of old students began speaking up and pointing fingers, so a lot of things came to light, 𝐒𝐠 added. Must have been hard getting to know actual people who cared. What do you mean, senpai? People avoided me a lot in the past. My personality, powerful quirk, and Pokemon made them think that I was always looking down on them, so they avoided me and said things behind my back, 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐫 revealed. When I came to UA, I distanced myself from people to avoid it from happening again. Then Izuku waited. I met Tamaki and Mirio, people who actually cared, 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐫 smiled. Izuku clenched his hands. Why are you telling me this? Senpai. You still don't trust them, 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐫 stated, making Izuku look at her in confusion. Your friends, 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐫 clarified. I trust them, Izuku replied quietly. But you expect them to betray, 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐫 countered. What do you expect me to do? Izuku exclaimed. It's not easy to forget when everyone was against me for being powerless but support me now that I'm strong. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐫 placed a hand on his shoulder. There's nothing wrong with holding on to the past, but don't let it stop you from being the version of yourself, she smiles before beginning to walk away. Key lava goes down. Elasa announced. Katsuki gritted his teeth as he held his final Pokemon this round. It's easy to see that not only are you too prideful to search out your Pokemon, but you did not even bother to check your opponent, Seiji commented as his Dreadnought remained on the field. Dreadnought had an advantage on almost all of Katsuki's remaining Pokemon. What the F are you talking about? Katsuki yelled. All registered trainers' past battles can be found on the net, Seiji stated. Every battle you did during your internship, arenas, and many more. It doesn't matter because I'm going to win. Katsuki yelled. Primeape. Primeape materialized into the field, pounding its chest as it screamed its name. It's futile, Seiji said as Dreadnought was returned to its Pokeball and his watch began to glow with a red hue. Gigantamax. That's just sad, Ryaku commented as she watched the tournament in her office. Katsuki Bakugo was one of the people Night Eye actually considered for One for All, but everyone had completely disagreed with his delusional choices. After all, his criteria for choosing were blonde, had a powerful quirk, and loud. Additionally, when Titania exposed a high school a few weeks ago, Katsuki Bakugo's filth was laid out for all the world to see. With him participating in the tournament, the information was spread even more. This generation is getting out of hand, she grumbled. As she leaned back on her chair, her phone began buzzing. It wasn't a call or anything, just a notification for the network for all the heroes in Tarisu. Since the first round of the tournament was finally finished, heroes and Pokemon trainers could invite the eliminated contestants. I guess there are a few promising ones, Ryukyu checked the list. Izuku tried to process what he just saw. The man that stood over him for so long didn't even reach the second round of the tournament. Defeated one-sidedly by an opponent they didn't even know. Do you want to join us, Izuku? Momo asked as she approached him with the others. Going to go get some food. Izuku straightened himself as he replied. We're actually going to the booths, Itsuka spoke up. I wanted to try the gacha machine. Gacha machine? Izuku stared at her in confusion. Don't tell me you don't know about the gacha machine, Nate raised an eyebrow. Especially with how your quirk works. Izuku grimaced. As they approached the booths, Momo explained to Izuku what the Pokemon gacha was. It was pretty similar to his own quirk, but registered trainers would pay to spin a machine and Pokeball would drop out. A normal Pokeball generally had weaker Pokemon, with a Great Ball having slightly decent Pokemon. An Ultra Ball had above average Pokemon and a MSTR Ball could speak for itself. I'm surprised you've never heard of it, Momo said as they approached the booth. Me too, Izuku scratched the back of his head. You'd think people would have mentioned it to me. Is it even worth it? Shoko asked. Sometimes, Itsuka shrugged. Each try is worth 5,000 yen, so a lot of people don't try to risk it, but getting one Ultra Ball in 10 tries pretty worth it. Have you tried it before? Izuku asked Momo. Yes, although I did not get a Pokemon I wanted, Momo answered. The best I got was a Bishop. That's pretty strong. Where is it now? Itsuka asked with interest. It was handed down to my family's security team, Momo replied. What about you two? I got my Talonflame from the gacha, Nate responded. Didn't get anything amazing, Itsuka shook her head. Once they were in front of the booth, a large group of people were gathered around it. There was more than one machine, but it seemed one particular machine was getting a lot of attention. Time for the 50th pull. A teenager was at the front with a camera pointed at him. Nate groaned. Great, a streamer. Is that bad? Izuku wondered. Just annoying. Let's just ignore them, Momo said as she and Shoko returned with the machine tickets. The group stared at the stack of tickets. How many did you get? Itsuka looked at the tickets in shock. I got 10 tickets for each of you and Shoko also bought 10 for each of you, Momo revealed. Izuku, Nate, and Itsuka nearly choked. Why? I used my father's card, Shoko replied with a satisfied smirk. We can't accept that, Itsuka stated. Why don't we do it like this? Momo handed out the tickets. Each you may use these, but can only choose 2 from what you'll get, the rest will be given to us, Momo suggested. The 3 still looked hesitant. Alright, but if we get a Pokemon that either of you want, we'll prioritize giving it to you, Itsuka negotiated. Deal, Momo nodded. I just wanted to spend my father's money, Shoko added. The first one to use the machine was Shoko. Placing in the 10 tickets, then pulling down the lever. The group watched as the giant Pokeball on top of the machine began to shake before 10 Pokeballs fell out of the machine. She didn't have much luck with the only thing she got was 1 Great Ball and 9 regular Pokeballs. None of them appealed to her as well with the Great Ball having an Onyx. I'll try again. Shoko placed 10 tickets again and got 10 regular Pokeballs. My turn. Itsuka exclaimed and placed all the tickets in. To her delight, 2 Great Ball and 1 Ultra Ball came out. The 2 Great Ball contained a Mudsdale and Archeops, then the Ultra Ball contained a Chasebin. Jackpot! A grass, fighting, quite the lucky pull, Momo commented. My turn. Momo placed all the tickets at once as well, then smiled when 4 Great Ball came out. It contained a Vikavolt, an Eevee, Rufflet, and a Durant. Not bad I guess. Momo liked the Eevee, but the rest will probably be handed to her family's employees. On Nate's turn, he only got 2 Great Ball which contained a Hippowdon and Graploct. I'll probably never going to use these, he sighed. He looked a bit down considering he also didn't get a single flying type. Your turn Izuku, Momo patted him on the shoulder. Our 7th Ultra Ball folks. The streamer suddenly shouted, making Nate groan again. Izuku was a bit hesitant since suddenly adding more Pokemon to his roster would probably make things difficult to train all of them up. Although he would only be adding 2, that was still a lot. Placing all 20 tickets into the machine, everyone was a bit surprised when the giant Pokeball began to shine. Instead of all the Pokeballs pouring out all at once, only 15 came out first. Then an Ultra Ball came out. A Grookey. Then another Ultra Ball came out. A Dratini, then another Ultra Ball. A Litten, then another Ultra Ball once again. A Larvitar on the last Pokeball. The machine shined even brighter, and a purple Pokeball came out. Entei roared. Everyone in the area watched in shock as the legendary Pokemon appeared, and none of them were prepared for a panel to appear right in front of them. Raid will begin. Will you participate? Yes, what's going on? Itsuka asked as people started disappearing in a flash of light. Definitely has something to do with this, Momo responded. It seems everyone will be given a chance to catch an Entei. Then can I get 2? Izuku asked, seeing the panel in front of him. What are we waiting for? Nate grinned as he disappeared in a flash of light. Shoko and Itsuka followed, while Momo waited for Izuku to return the Entei who simply stood menacingly in front of the slot machine. Let's go. Momo nodded and both of them were engulfed by the light. After the light faded, they found themselves in an entirely different place. Molten lava was scattered everywhere with the only solid footing they had were rocky platforms. Multiple volcanoes surrounded the area, creating a ring of lava that kept everyone writhing the area. Well, this isn't ideal, Shoko commented as she tried to make a bigger platform with her quirk, only for it to immediately melt. Other people were starting to panic as well. You may only use 1 Pokemon, an oppressive voice echoed over the whole area. Begin. No one was ready for the platforms to begin moving. I'm out of here. Nate took off into the sky with Itsuka in a princess carry, while Izuku followed with Momo and Shoko in her arms. Both ladies sitting on his arms while holding onto his shoulders to stable themselves. A large hill began to rise from the middle of the lava, Then an Entity leaped to the top. With a mighty roar, all the volcanoes erupted. SHT. Nate cursed as chunks of magma began raining down. Izuku panicked as the other people wouldn't be able to avoid the falling magma. Haxorus. The dragon came out of its pokeball and immediately fired a dragon pulse towards the falling magma. Haxorus managed to destroy most of the falling magma, but there were still a few that slipped past. No! Izuku exclaimed, but to his relief, the people vanished before the magma reached them. 13 people have been eliminated from the raid. Looks like we don't need to worry about them then, Nate stated as he called out his Altaria. Don't you dare drop me! Itsuka threatened, grabbing Nate in the neck. What's the criteria for succeeding in the raid then? Momo wondered. As they were in the air, she had the opportunity to consider the problem. The focus of the raid was Entity, but there was something that caught her attention. From her studies regarding Pokemon raids, everyone gained the opportunity to catch the Pokemon in the raid after defeating it together. But raids are done in teams of 4, not a whole crowd. Does one of us defeating If give the others a chance to catch it as well? Shoko asked. She also had a few experiences with raids as her Frostlass was obtained from one. Perhaps, Momo replied. Then I'll take care of it. Izuku tossed both of them into the air. Charizard. Shoko called out her Charizard, which caught both her and Momo midair. Green electricity sparked violently as Izuku shot towards Entity. His fists began to swirl with fighting-type energy. Focus Punch. But before Izuku could reach Entity, the legendary Pokemon unleashed a powerful roar that sent him flying back. What? Izuku reacted in confusion. The attack didn't have a lot of force behind it to push him back at all, but he was sent flying away. First time getting hit with a move like that here? Nate asked with a grin. Roar forces a Pokemon to switch out, but pushes away if used on people, Itsuka explained as she got closer while riding a Heracross. Don't worry pal, I got this. Nate exclaimed as Altaria began to Mega Evolve. We're not done yet. Nate raised his arm to reveal a Z crystal. Is he? Izuku watched as Nate began to dance. I've never met that guy in my life. Itsuka flew away with Heracross. Supersonic Sky Strike. Nate shouted the Z move as the energy flowed to Mega Altaria. Altaria shot with amazing speed towards Entity that was in the middle of fighting the trainers on the platforms. The bird missile shot down on Entity, destroying the platform it was standing on. A wave of magma exploded everywhere, eliminating some other trainers from the raid. 7 trainers eliminated. A lot of people voiced their displeasure as they began yelling at Nate. But the next announcement silenced them. Rate of capture is increased the lesser the remaining trainers left. That's too much. Momo muttered. The system was trying to turn them against each other now. From where she and Shoko watched, they began to see other trainers trying to eliminate other trainers. They heard Nate exclaim as Entity leaped out the lava, while his Altaria looked exhausted already. Entity roared and the volcanoes exploded once again. That's not good, Shoko stated flatly as the magma rained down once again. I didn't want to use this, but we're facing a legendary right now. Momo pulled out a necklace. A custom light blue pokeball served as the ornament. Articuno. Momo tossed the pokeball into the air. You had a legendary? Shoko asked. It doesn't belong to me, Momo replied as snow exploded from where Articuno materialized. Sheer cold. Articuno violently flapped its wings, creating a blizzard that managed to counter the lava. Hardening them, then blowing them away. The hell? Nate stared at the legendary bird in shock. That's not fair. It belongs to my parents, Momo informed them. They gave it to me for my protection while my personal team is used for the league. I wish I was a lookout. Nate screamed as Entity was suddenly above them. The legendary beast had leapt over them, and a ball of flame already gathered in its maw. A powerful flamethrower shot down Articuno, sending it into the lava. Close combat. Itsuka jumped off Heracross, and the bug-type rushed towards the still airborne Entity. Unfortunately, when the bug-type got closer, Entity spun to use Flame Wheel. No! Itsuka screamed as her Pokemon was hit with the attack, knocking it out and forcing it back into its Pokeball. Izuku managed to catch Itsuka, but she was still focused on what just happened to her Pokemon. "We're losing pretty badly," Izuku grimaced. Only for his Pokemon to remind all of them of its existence. Haxorus, who was sparking with black and red electricity, grabbed Entei by the leg and slammed it down the rocky platform. Harks! With a mighty roar, Haxorus used Guillotine with such force that it parted the lava. "Entei has fainted. Raid complete, brew." Nate gestured to the scene in disbelief. "Why didn't you do that earlier?" Haxorus scoffed. "This is so unfair," Nate grumbled as he was transported to an empty void. "Throw your Pokeball catch rate has been adjusted to remaining participants and individual participation," and Entei stood in front of him. In all honesty, he had expected this. But he had hoped that with how the rules of the original game had been changed to adapt to the world, an Entei would have been given to him upon surviving. This explains why not a lot of people have a legendary. Nate checked his pouch, which had a total of 7 Pokeballs and 4 Ultra Ball. His chances were not great. Catch rate, 87%. Neat. Izuku smiled as he pulled out several Ultra Ball from his pouch. A legendary raid happened at the booths. Steven looked at his secretary in confusion. "Yes, sir." The secretary handed him the report of the incident. None of the participants were harmed, but they had given statements that they were forced out of the raid after almost dying in a fight with an Entei. The raid had not gone the usual way of just a bunch of trainers fighting the raid boss with their Pokemon. In the sudden raid event, numerous people were pulled in after being asked if they wanted to participate in the raid. Then they were transported to a volcanic terrain where they had to take an active role in facing the Entei. The main thing of concern was the sheer number of participants. A total of 57 people participated. A total of 37 survived to the end and were given the chance to catch Entei. The number of people who succeeded were unknown. What the hell just happened? Karen barged into his office. "Apparently a legendary raid happened," Steven replied flatly as he read the report. "Don't raids only happen on those glowing rock things?" "Yes. This raid seemed to be one of a kind." Karen crossed her arms. "Haven't you been to a lot of raids?" "Countless, but I've never participated in a legendary one." Steven placed down the report. "This is the first in existence." Putting on his jacket, Steven left his office with Karen running after her. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the city Pokemon lab." "Why?" "Catching a legendary must be reported immediately or you'll be facing severe punishment." Karen immediately figured out what he meant. After an event like this, a lot of people were given the chance to catch a Pokemon capable of destroying a whole city. Every person that participated in the raid and reached the end was checked if they had captured an Entei. The ones who succeeded will then be taken to the city Pokemon lab to have the legendary registered. "Dibs on any trade deals." Karen exclaimed. "So unfair." Itsuka slumped. "The world is unfair." Nate also slumped. "I feel betrayed." Shoko also slumped. "No amount of money could fill the void in my heart." Momo also slumped. For the people who merely participated in the raid, they had a 2% success rate, and dreadfully, some of them only carried Pokeballs with them. To get a bit more specific, Nate had a success rate of 12%. Itsuka had 9%. Shoko had 7%, and Momo had 18%. "It's alright guys, I'm sure you'll get another chance in the future." Izuku stood there with 2 Entei's clipped to his belt. "Ha ha ha." Cynthia laughed as she received a report on her phone that Izuku had registered 2 legendary captures under his name. "What are you so happy about?" Rumi raised an eyebrow as she sat across from the blonde. "I've never seen you so happy before," Ryako commented. As the only female heroes among the top 10, it had resulted in the 3 heroines forming a close relationship. Which didn't mean much considering they were already friends since attending UA as classmates. "I just feel like a proud sister." "You're an only child, Tia," Ryako stated. "We're siblings tied in spirit," Cynthia said sagely. "Do you have a brother?" Fetish Rumi got hit in the face with a burger before she could even finish what she was going to say. "Mind giving us a name?" Ryako asked just as Rumi got up and prepared to lunge at Cynthia. "Izuku Midoriya." Both heroines froze. "At least you'd make a better sister than his real sister." "Real sister?" Cynthia stared at the dragon heroine in confusion, while Rumi suddenly sat beside her. I guess I'll be calling you Wani-chan soon. Cynthia turned to her in confusion, then realization, then in horror. My God. Rumi. You're nearly a decade older. A tick mark appeared on Rumi's forehead. You beach. Rumors stated that the lounge they were in had become beyond repair after the incident. We're finally back, folks. Elisa exclaimed as the crowd cheered. And I'm delighted to say that remaining matches will be quite intense. Images of the remaining 64 participants appeared on the screen. Then all the images began shuffling around to determine which students will be facing each other. I hope I don't get paired with the trainer with literally 2 enties, Nate grumbled. Itsuka smacked him on the back of his head. Legendary Pokemon aren't allowed in the tournament. As everyone kept their eyes on the screen, all the participants anxiously held their breaths. It wasn't a matter of being paired up with the strongest trainer, it was more about being paired up with someone that's a bad matchup. One mistake could result in a victory or defeat. You could be matched up with a trainer whose battle style is a direct counter to you. You could be a specialist and be matched up against a trainer who specializes in a type that has an advantage over yours. It all could end with just one unlucky pick. The machine began to slow down, and everyone finally saw who their opponent would be. Izuku found his picture. Izuku Midoriya vs Psycho Intelli standing in the ring. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He was surprised to find out that his opponent did not have a battle in the preliminary since her opponent surrendered. That meant Izuku had no way of knowing what Pokemon she has registered. Cold feet, she asked as she took her position in the field. Izuku didn't trust himself enough to reply without stuttering, so he chose to remain silent. With all the competitors in their battlefields, it's time to explain the rules. Raimi announced and the crowd began cheering. It will be a 4-on-4 single battles, Elisa began. Each trainer will have 2 sways. The first trainer to lose 4 Pokemon will be eliminated. Raimi finished. Let the battles begin. You're up first, Grovyle. Garchomp. Nate spat out his drink. What the F? A Garchomp. Quite an unexpected pick, Momo commented. Don't smart girls go for the elegant psychic Pokemon? Nate mentioned, earning him a smack from Itsuka. Are you calling me dumb? Garchomp, set up. Psycho commanded. Garchomp stomped on the ground, laying out spikes on the field. Izuku grimaced as every Pokemon he uses after Grovyle would be affected by Spike. Again. Psycho called out. Don't let it. Leaf Blade. Grovyle shot like a bullet towards Garchomp. All according to my calculations, Psycho smirked. Green counter. Garchomp halted its use of Spike and its fangs blazed with bright orange flames. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as Garchomp tanked the Leaf Blade, then used Fire Fang on Grovyle. Finish it with Takedown. With its jaws still locked on Grovyle's shoulder, Garchomp slammed the wood gecko down on the ground. Grovyle is unable to continue, the referee announced. Looks like we already have our first knocked out Pokemon on Field B, Elisa mentioned. DMN. That was harsh. Ryukyu nodded in agreement with Miko. That woman is clever. This is her first league tournament and she's a second year from SIA. Didn't reach the cut last year here, Miko shrugged. You do realize that this is the first league in years with first years in it, right? And this is the first junior league I've watched, Miko countered. Tuche. Izuku returned Grovyle. I'm sorry about that, pal. The Pokemon Izuku registered for the league was Lucario, Grovyle, Shelgon, Haxorus, Flygon, and Arcanine. Not a well-balanced team considering 3 of which was Dragon type. Among his current team, his best option was Flygon since Spikes wouldn't activate as long as he was in the air and would be effective against Garchomp. Come on darling, bring out your dragons, Psycho teased. Izuku felt a shiver run up his spine. Flygon. Shall we Garchomp, the ground dragon roared. Psycho took out a pocket watch and raised it up into the air. It opened and revealed a keystone. Mega Evolve. Mega Garchomp unleashed a bellowing roar that shook the arena. Set things up one again. Dragon Rush. Just as Garchomp planted another stack of Spike, Flygon crashed into it. But instead of being pushed back, 𝐤𝐬𝐚 held its ground. Brick break. The blade-like claw swung down like a guillotine on 𝐵𝐿𝐺𝐴n. No! Izuku called out in panic as 𝐵𝐿𝐺𝐴n crashed onto the ground and spikes shot towards it. Finish it with Dragon Claw. Dig! Before 𝐤𝐻EM could land the attack, 𝐵𝐿𝐺𝐴n had already gone underground to save itself. 𝐶𝐼KO's eyebrow twitched a bit. No matter. 𝐷𝐿𝐺𝐴. Izuku called out first. The battlefield began to shake. 𝐤𝐻EM leaped into the air to avoid the attack. Dragon Rush! 𝐵𝐿𝐺𝐴n burst out of the arena, heading straight for 𝐤𝐻EM. Dragon Rush as well. 𝐶𝐼KO commanded. The two dragons clashed. The eruption of energy caught the attention of the whole arena, even distracting the other competitors from their own matches. An explosion followed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Once the dust cleared, 𝐤𝐻EM was revealed to be still standing, while 𝐵𝐿𝐺𝐴n was knocked out. FLYGPN is unable to continue. I can't believe it. He's losing so badly. They all nodded in agreement with Nate. It was easy to view Izuku as an unbeatable force of nature. He had the strength, versatility, and brain to stand at the top, but right now, he was losing. He still has 2 Pokemon remaining and he still hasn't used his 2 main Pokemon, Momo stated. You mean his Haxorus and Lucario? Itsuka asked, remembering those 2 Pokemon. Let's hope he could still come back from this. 𝐶𝐼KO couldn't help but smirk. Everything was going according to plan, and sooner or later, she would be able to defeat UA's rising star. She prepared a lot just for this moment when she could show the world what she was truly capable of. She had made a deal with her opponent in the preliminaries. They would have a battle in private and the loser would surrender in the tournament. That way, neither of their registered team would be revealed. 𝐶𝐼KO made sure to write up a contract as well to make sure her opponent does not break the agreement. It may seem underhanded, but it was legal. Sacrificing a bit of spotlight to make way for a grander reveal. She could see her opponent's frustrated look. Izuku Midoriya was the perfect opponent for her. He was so high profile that everything about him was dug up by the media. He was practically an open book. From all the records 𝐶𝐼KO got of him, she knew what Pokemon he'd use already. Shelgon and 𝐵𝐿𝐺𝐴n were already revealed in the preliminaries. Grovyle was his registered starter and was powerhouse from what she had seen from the videos, so she prepared a counter for it as well. Lucario and Haxorus were an obvious choice considering those were his ace Pokemon. That leaves one dark horse, but 𝐶𝐼KO doubted he'd use it in such a dire situation. Her 𝐤𝐻EM was specifically trained to counter his dragons and his Grovyle, and she has a pleasant surprise for his 2 aces later. 𝐶𝐼KO chuckled. Arcanine. An Arcanine was not a variable she had planned. Izuku Midoriya had an Entei registered under his name, so there was no need to consider a powerful fire type on his team at all. I don't understand, 𝐶𝐼KO muttered as the legendary Pokemon took the field. Play rough. Izuku called out and 𝐶𝐼KO's eyes widened. Use extreme speed to get closer. Pink energy wrapped around Arcanine's paws. The Pokemon shot towards 𝐤𝐻EM with terrifying speed just as the spikes rushed after it. Use Spike before it's too late. 𝐤𝐻EM didn't even get the chance to put its foot down before Arcanine's claws struck down the dragon. 𝐤𝐻EM is unable to continue. 𝐶𝐼KO was in a predicament. 2 of her remaining Pokemon were tailored to fight his aces, while the last one is a mere support to finish her setup and is coincidentally weak to fire types. She couldn't risk calling out her trump cards when neither threat has been taken out yet. Curse you, Izuku Midoriya, 𝐶𝐼KO gritted her teeth as she was forced to pick a Pokemon that wasn't involved in her plans. Hatterene. That's more like it, Nate nodded in approval. Itsuka gave him the side eye. Dazzling Gleam. Extreme Speed. Hatterene was slow. That was painfully obvious as Arcanine tackled it into the ground before it could even finish charging its attack. Crunch. Baton Pass. Hatterene was sked back into its Pokeball just as Arcanine was about to bite down on it. Frustration was evident on 𝐶𝐼KO's face as she was deciding which Pokemon to send out. Let's calm down, 𝐶𝐼KO muttered to herself. With a sigh, she began thinking of a way to make things work. She still had 2 Pokemon left other than Hatterene. an Alolan Ninetales to counter Haxorus and an Emboar to counter Lucario. The other Pokemon on her roster was her Cacturne, whose role was to finish the setup of Spikes, and her Gardevoir. If she wanted to win, she needed to bait out his Haxorus by all means necessary. Ninetales deliberately revealed her counter to Haxorus. Planning on sacrificing her main weapon by weakening his Arcanine, she was certain Midoriya would send out his Haxorus as his last Pokemon after defeating Ninetales. Then she'll defeat it with her last two fairy types. To her surprise, Midoriya returned his Arcanine, who had a type advantage. "Haxorus! You fool!" 𝐒𝐭𝐽 exclaimed. A hailstorm began to cover the field as Ninetales' ability activated. In a few moments, Ninetales disappeared into the blizzard. "Sunny day!" Haxorus roared as the storm stopped and the heat on the battlefield intensified. Haxorus didn't know any fire moves, but melting the snow was enough. Ninetales was revealed and black lightning shrouded Haxorus. A bolt of black lightning flashed through the field, then Haxorus was already in front of Ninetales. Iron Tail. Digging its claws into the ground, Haxorus spun and slammed its tail on Ninetales, sending the poor Pokemon skidding on the battlefield. Ninetales is unable to continue. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 was in shock. Her trump card was defeated just like that. This shouldn't be possible. Her next Pokemon was Hatterene, but it ended the same way, with Haxorus crushing it with Iron Tail. Gardevoir was no different. "Keep it away by teleporting," 𝐒𝐭𝐽 desperately called out, but Haxorus was a blue of black lightning as it grabbed Gardevoir by the neck and tossed it down on the field. Guillotine. Gardevoir is unable to continue, the referee announced. "I swear to God that Pokemon is Haxorus," Nate grumbled, earning him another smack on the back of the head by Itsuka. As her defeat began to settle in, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 saw her opponent approach her. "It was a good battle," he offered a handshake. "She may be frustrated, but she should at least show some decency." 𝐒𝐭𝐽 accepted the handshake, and immediately felt a sense of familiarity at the touch. Then it clicked. His Arcanine. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 turned to the stands where her butler and Growlithe were. She turned back to Izuku with wide eyes. Then, with her hand holding his, she pulled herself closer to trap him in a tight hug. She didn't let him finish as she locked their lips together. "Murder isn't heroic," Itsuka yelled as they tried to hold back Momo from jumping down the arena. "Someone needs to teach that beach a lesson," Momo said, holding a WHP in her hand. "There's a lot of powerful trainers still remaining," Ryukyu commented. "Yeah. Most of the time they get weeded out pretty early by getting matched up with each other in the early rounds." Cynthia looked at the list of remaining students. US Big Three are still in. Last year none of them reached the semifinals. And UA still has 8 students in the tournament, Ryukyu pointed out. The only actual remaining threats to them are Shiketsu and 2 remaining students from Try Something School. As the blonde heroines were discussing, Miko was slumped down on a couch munching on some carrots. She wasn't interested in the technical stuff since she wasn't looking for an intern in this tournament. Even if she did get an intern, she needed them to be physically capable of keeping up with her during patrols. "Time for the next set of matches, folks," Elisa announced. "We have 2 interesting matches in this batch," Reimi, her sister, mentioned. From Yui, Tagata Mirio vs Kami Itsushimi from Shiketsu. And in another field, we have a Nate Sawamura vs Blanche Tide. Elisa added. "Too much hype for side characters," Rumi grumbled. Nate glanced at the arena behind him where his senpai was fighting a woman from Shiketsu. "Jenga, you're up first, buddy." He had expected the ghost type, but what did his opponent have? "Vaporeon, take the stage." Blanche called out her Pokemon. Nate was getting frustrated with his current poor performances in the previous months, so he decided to put everything he had into this tournament. "Pidgeot." Nate wasted no time and raised his keystone into the air. "Mega Evolve. Begin." "Blizzard. You know what to do, Pidgeot." As the blizzard began to rage, Nate's Mega Pidgeot immediately used Whirlwind to blow away the snow. Blanche clicked her tongue. "Aurora Beam. Double Team, then strike with Double Edge." Pidgeot charged towards Vaporeon with dozens of copies surrounding it. The attack hit directly, sending Vaporeon skidding a few feet away. Follow up with hurricane. Vaporeon didn't get the chance to recover as it was swept up by the hurricane. Use copycat and unravel the hurricane. It's too late to try anything. Nate roared as Pidgeot shot through the hurricane with Brave Bird and decimated Vaporeon and knocking it out. Nate seems intense today, Izuku commented as Momo held him by the neck. Down on the field, Nate Mega evolved his Aerodactyl and knocked out Blanche's Poliwhirl. I guess those three aren't much without their legendary birds, Momo mentioned, glancing at the Pokeball on her necklace. What about Mirio-senpai? Izuku asked. Both of them weren't part of the set that had their registered team revealed. Down on the field, Mirio's Gengar didn't seem to be struggling against Kami Itsushimi's Gardevoir. Unfortunately for them, they were part of the set that had their battle style revealed, Momo mentioned, and Izuku tried to turn to her in confusion but only stuffed his face into her chest. Each set of the preliminaries had something revealed, Shoko began explaining. Senpai's set showed clips of previous battles in the last tournament and mentioned their battle styles. Everyone on the set were seniors that participated last year, Itsuka added. While on your set were students that were joining this tournament for the first time. What about me? Izuku managed to get out of Momo's suffocating chest. Your batch had their ace Pokemon revealed, Momo answered, and, in all honesty, Izuku didn't know which of his Pokemon were considered his ace. Your Haxorus and Lucario were shown along with some footage of their battles, Itsuka mentioned. That's why that Intelli girl was so prepared for you. Momo's hold on him tightened again at the mention of Psycho. Izuku hummed in thought. From what he found out, almost everyone in this tournament would be preparing something to use against Lucario and Haxorus. Although he trusted their power, fighting a whole team of Pokemon dedicated to beating them might turn into a problem. I'm going to step out for a minute, Izuku said before literally disappearing out of thin air. The hell? When can he do that? Itsuka exclaimed in shock. The other two just stared in shock as well. Been a while since I've been here. Izuku looked around his quirk space. He hadn't been receiving a lot of quests recently, so this place kind of slipped his mind. How may I help you today, Mr. Midoriya? Gachi greeted him. I want to train up Grovyle and Shelgon before my next battle. Then I recommend using your points to create a small dungeon. My points? Izuku looked at the personification of his quirk with confusion. You see, your quirk grants you missions based on tasks to help you grow or make the most out of certain situations, Gachi began explaining. Recently, you have not needed any sudden growth, so we decided to store your noteworthy achievements in the form of points instead of the regular coins. Gachi gestured to the pile of random stuff in a corner. Is that a car? Izuku looked at the stuff in confusion. See, Mr. Midoriya, you don't even remember everything you obtained from your quirk. Alright, I get the point, so how do I make a small dungeon? Gachi snapped her fingers and Izuku immediately found himself in an entirely different place. Stone pillars were everywhere, and the ground seemed to be made of metal. Where am I? The answer Izuku received was the sound metal hitting metal, then a beam of electricity hit him in the back. Was that supposed to be Thunderbolt? Izuku muttered as a metal behemoth revealed itself. An Iron Thorns. Iron Thorns unleashed another beam of electricity, but this time Izuku managed to avoid by hiding behind a pillar. Unfortunately, this time a beam of flames tried to strike him down. An Iron Moth too. Izuku watched as the two Pokemon tried to corner him before he took a hit to his side. Let me guess, Iron Hands, Izuku muttered as he tried to get up after taking the hit. The three Pokemon of the future surrounded him. Small dungeon my butt.